Chapter 389. Do you know what my cultivation level is? As autumn gave way to winter, the snow gradually blanketed the vast Taizong continent. Guan, wearing a mask, sat on the eaves, gazing up at the sky while Sage Xian Miao, in the courtyard below, engaged in alchemy and curiously watched Guan. The mountain god seemed engrossed in something, having been watching for quite some time. Sage Xian Miao silently thought, yearning for the perspective of the mountain god. The scenery before the mountain god's eyes surely transcended imagination. Could something be happening beyond the heavens? Sage Xian Miao guessed right. Indeed, something was happening outside the heaven, and it was an event of great importance to the world. Guan saw a host of immortal spirits arranging a grand formation in the cosmos. The scale was so immense that even the silhouettes of two divine thought true immortals could be discerned, sitting cross-legged above the formation, their auras completely unhidden. Someone was about to break through. With such an array, it seemed likely that a divine thought true immortal was attempting to advance to a free immortal. Guan could not calculate precisely who it was. The immortal dynasty was protected by chi fortune that obscured cause and effect. Of course, given time he could figure it out, yet to know or not held little significance because divine thought true immortals were scarce, and as for free immortals currently, there was only one in each domain. There were only two acknowledged free immortals in the entire visible great heavenly spirit land. Guan stood up, looking down at Sage Xian Miao, and said, "Great changes are coming to the world. Cultivate diligently and do not be lazy." Having said that, he vanished into thin air from the eaves. The world is about to change? Sage Xian Miao frowned. What kind of calamity would it take for the mountain god to speak of a great change? Elsewhere. In one step, Guan arrived inside the hidden spirit palace, his gaze directed outside the barrier, where the deep-sea dragon carp lingered nearby. After previously bumping into the barrier and confirming the location of the hidden spirit palace, it did not seem in a hurry. Instead, it idly circled the barrier's vicinity, making not a single sound. Guan stepped onto the open space in front of the hidden spirit palace gate, raising his right foot, and immediately after, the deep-sea dragon carp appeared right under his foot. The deep-sea dragon carp was stunned, its fish-eyed gaze widening. This time, it did not struggle but instead watched Guan calmly and steadily. "Do you have a death wish? Speak, steamed or grilled?" Guan asked expressionlessly, looking down at it. The fish eyes of the deep-sea dragon carp turned teary once again. None of the hardships and dangers it had encountered on its journey had humiliated it as much as being before Guan, where it had cried twice. Guan's heart remained unsoftened. After a moment's thought, the primordial divine eye appeared on his forehead, shooting out a beam of golden light into the body of the deep-sea dragon carp. The deep-sea dragon carp shivered as its body stiffened. After a few breaths, as if sensing something, it cautiously asked, "Are you an immortal?" It spoke with a human voice, sounding like a young boy, full of childishness. Guan did not move his foot, asking, "Whether I am or not, what does it have to do with you?" "Immortal. Will you take me in? I will submit to you as my master, just teach me divine skills, and I will obey you forever." The deep-sea dragon carp pleaded with tears, its tone brimming with misery that would tug at one's heartstrings. "Why should I take you in? Please, I beg you. How did you hear of immortals' legends at the bottom of the sea? Since I was little, I've had many memories that are not my own, likely passed down by my ancestors. I have seen the descent of immortals, and they look just like you. I am human, and the human race exists in this world. No, you are different from the human race. You give me the same feeling as those immortals." Hearing this, Guan narrowed his eyes, directly employing the great imprisoned soul immortal technique to search through its memories. The eyes of the deep-sea dragon carp lost their luster, appearing as if dead, and it even began to blow bubbles from its mouth. After a long while, Guan withdrew his divine thought, his expression peculiar. There actually were immortals. In the memories of the deep-sea dragon carp, that was a very ancient time, and Guan could not determine how long ago it was through its memories because its bloodline memories were intermittent. The immortals in its memory were undoubtedly beings beyond the 9 heavens of immortal path. There were 5 in total, descending from the heavens, casting mysterious crystal stones into the Songhai. That was the only fragment, yet the vision was clear. It demonstrated that the ancestor of the deep-sea dragon carp cherished this memory deep in their bones, unwilling to forget. Guan recalculated, verifying that the deep-sea dragon carp indeed had no other significant karma, before he felt at ease. He gently kicked the deep-sea dragon carp, jolting it awake. Without Guan's suppression, the deep-sea dragon carp suddenly soared upward, floating midair. The deep-sea dragon carp looked at Guan timidly, very nervous. "I can take you in, but are you sure you are willing to give up your freedom for eternity?" Guan asked. The deep-sea dragon carp, overwhelmed with joy, eagerly nodded and said, "I am willing. As long as I can cultivate with you, as long as I can become an immortal, I am willing." "Become an immortal? You'll have to prove your worth first." Guan cast a disparaging glance at the deep-sea dragon carp, then began to introduce it to the situation at Hidden Spirit Palace. The deep-sea dragon carp listened intently, fearful of disappointing Guan. After finishing his instructions, Guan told it to stay put for the time being and that he would teach it cultivation technique later. Then he went back to the Supreme Sect. The deep-sea dragon carp turned its head to look at Hidden Spirit Palace, its fish eyes shining brightly, filled with exuberant excitement. After decades of hardship, the sweet payoff had finally arrived. 13 years later. In the dead of night, Guan stood atop a peak at the edge of Mystic Valley, toying with the fate-determining pen in his hand while gazing at the night sky. The lord of the immortal dynasty, Xiaofan Emperor, was about to undergo tribulation. The cosmos had gathered tens of thousands of mighty immortal spirits. Even the weakest among them was of the wandering immortal realm, and that was not the entirety of the immortal dynasty's power. Merely witnessing it was enough to make anyone marvel at the dynasty's strength. Above the outer layers of light, cultivators of the great heavenly spirit land from various great sects stood, discussing the unparalleled might of the immortal dynasty. They knew the immortal dynasty was formidable, but only today did they truly understand the extent of its strength. Most pivotal was that the Holy Court showed no reaction, as if indifferent to the tribulation of the immortal dynasty lord. What kind of terrifying heavenly tribulation is this? Such a dreadful aura. The number of heaven and earth flying immortals of the immortal dynasty seems to surpass the combined forces here. What do you think allows the immortal dynasty to stand against the Holy Court? The immortal dynasty is quite ambitious. Why does it seem like the Holy Court is wary of them? The disciples from the various sects, including those from Mortal World Peak, discussed such matters, and Guan listened in. The Holy Court was not wary of the immortal dynasty. They were clearly waiting for the right moment. Guan could sense that within one of the Holy Court cities, a vast number of divine immortals of wondrous dharma and carefree primordial immortals were gathering, evidently preparing for something. He had predicted a great battle where some of the cultivators from the layers above would fail to escape in time and be obliterated on the spot. This calamity would also impact the great heavenly spirit land, causing earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, and other disasters across various domains. For many years to come, Taitsong continent would suffer its influence, and countless living beings would face challenging times. Guan had no intention of intervening. Such tribulation would not affect his Medicine Valley. As for the common folk, they would attribute these hard times to natural disasters, unaware of the high-level conflict. While the immortal cultivation world could understand what was happening, they too would be swept up in the turmoil of conflict. If the Holy Court's control was shaken, the world order would encounter an upheaval not seen in a million years. Xiaofan Emperor. Interesting indeed, quite a remarkable figure. Guan mused to himself, envisioning Xiaofan Emperor's imposing dominance in the years to come, casting a shadow of dark times over the Holy Court until the emergence of Shangtian. However, he could not predict where Shangtian would be. There were many like Ji Xiaoyu in this world, burdened with the karma of reincarnation, making it difficult to deduce past lives through such karma, thus challenging to discern which one might be the Saint Heaven reincarnation. Perhaps Shangtian wasn't even in the great heavenly spirit land. Just as Guan was contemplating the future, a set of footsteps approached from behind. The newcomer was Jiang Shi. He cautiously approached Guan, and seeing that his master's eyes were not closed, he mustered the courage to ask, "Master, you've been here for such a long time, is there anything you need? Let me prepare it for you." Guan, without looking at him, answered softly, "Then prepare some wine and dishes." Jiang Shi, elated upon hearing this, quickly bowed and turned to make the arrangements. Guan wasn't too repelled by Jiang Shi's eagerness. After all, the boy had performed well over the years, truly focusing on his practice. The lad had already reached the core formation realm. Only one realm below him, the Valley Master. With his talent, Becoming the disciple of a great cultivator in the unification realm would not be difficult. Before long, Jiang Shi returned with wine and dishes, along with a small table. Guan accepted the wine Jiang Shi poured and in a seemingly indifferent tone, asked, Jiang Shi, do you know what my cultivation level is? Jiang Shi paused for a moment, deliberating, then answered, the senior brothers mentioned that you had reached the nascent soul realm many years ago. Actually, I am a loose immortal. Guan suddenly declared, leaving Jiang Shi with widened eyes filled with disbelief. Under Jiang Shi's stunned gaze, Guan raised his hand and the clouds above swiftly churned, forming a majestic dragon coiling through the sky. After a few breaths, Guan withdrew his hand, and the spectacle in the night sky vanished, returning to its original state. Jiang Shi was dumbfounded, doubting what he had just seen. When Guan lifted his hand again, Jiang Shi felt the world spin. Upon opening his eyes once more, he trembled with fright. Guan had become gigantic like a mountain, and he realized he was standing in the palm of Guan's hand. At that moment, Jiang Shi suddenly understood how Sun Wukong felt in the palm of the Buddha. Guan looked down at him expressionlessly and asked, do you now regret staying in Mystic Valley? No one knows of my cultivation level. Those who did are no longer alive. Jiang Shi immediately knelt down, head bowed. Not daring to look directly at Guan, clenching his teeth, he declared, no regrets. To be your disciple is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. His mind was in turmoil, and he had never anticipated Guan to be so formidable. All he could do was to desperately try to please Guan. And he was extremely fearful. After all, Guan had previously taken a dislike to him. Would he simply kill him now? He suddenly regretted coming up to the mountain to ingratiate himself with his master. But wait. If his master wanted to kill him, why go through such an elaborate display? As Jiang Shi pondered this, his uneasy heart slowly calmed down. An approving glint passed through the eyes of Guan observing him. Even though the lad had made mistakes, he was not unforgivable. Lu Jujia's time was drawing near, and it might well be time to cultivate him. The reason for Guan's change of heart toward Jiang Shi was the latter's unwavering dedication over decades to stay in Mystic Valley. He knew what Jiang Shi feared, but that was not important. What mattered was Jiang Shi's ability to remain seated in meditation, unlike Yang Jian, who sought to venture out upon gaining strength. Chapter 390. Displaying divine skills at dawn, Guan emerged from the forest, followed by Jiang Shi, whose expression was somewhat bewildered. Lu Jiujia, who was organizing the disciples for training, turned his head and noticed Jiang Shi following Guan, which sparked surprise within him. This young man actually dares to seek out his senior brother? In his heart, Lu Jiujia lamented, seeing that Jiang Shi clearly looked defeated. Guan continued on, joining the ranks of the disciples in preparation for training. Lu Jiujia did not ask Jiang Shi for details but urged him to join the queue quickly as the training was about to start. An hour later, Guan left Mystic Valley, and only then did Lu Jiujia dare to pull Jiang Shi back to the house to ask about what had happened the night before. Under the control of Guan's divine thought, the disciples in the valley were unable to perceive the disturbances of the previous night and even failed to sense the approach of Guan and Jiang Shi's energies. Facing Lu Jujia's inquiry, Jiang Shi shook his head and said, "Senior brother, don't ask. Rest assured, I am fine. I will devote myself to building up Mystic Valley and won't let you or master down." After hearing this, Lu Jiujia felt uneasy. Why did it seem that this young man had grown closer to his senior brother? Even closer than him. Lu Jiujia thought it over and figured, since he didn't have many years left to live, wasn't the situation what he had hoped for? He respected Guan and treated Jiang Shi like a son, naturally hoping for a closer relationship between the two. "Perform well, your master will take note," Lu Jiujia said solemnly as he patted Jiang Shi on the shoulder. Jiang Shi nodded, his eyes blazing with a fire named combativeness. After the summer had passed, the Yangxian Emperor officially began his tribulation crossing. Guan stayed in the attic of the Third Medicine Valley, beginning to watch the divine thought true Immortals tribulation crossing. He wanted to see if the heavenly tribulation of the Yangxian Emperor could match his own. As soon as the heavenly tribulation began, he was disappointed. It seemed not very strong. As a divine thought true immortal realm being, he could have easily crossed it. While he was disappointed, the heaven and earth flying immortals in the exterior layers of sky shuddered with fear. Even from a great distance, they could feel the terror of the heavenly tribulation. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? So far away and yet the pressure is still so terrifying? Which level of the immortal path's heavenly tribulation could this be? All I know is that from the 5th to the 6th level, the heavenly tribulation is nowhere near as frightening, and this is just the beginning. Could this tribulation affect the great heavenly spirit land? The immortal dynasty is truly formidable. The pressure we feel is just the residual effect. Look at their formations, how profound. The heaven and earth flying immortals discussed among themselves. Then, the carefree primordial immortal and the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma began to arrive. As time passed, the heavenly tribulation of the Yangxian Emperor grew increasingly terrifying. From the beginning of the heavenly tribulation, Guan could foresee the result. Even at its strongest, the tribulation could not shake his physique from when he was in the divine thought true immortal realm. If he were to undergo the Yangxian Emperor's heavenly tribulation, he would surely succeed on his first try. This heavenly tribulation would last a total of 7 days. The next day, the sky emitted a red glow, akin to a burning cloud. The cultivators of the supreme sect merely thought it beautiful, without giving it much thought. The same was true for 90% of the beings under the sky. On the 3rd day, the temperature of heaven and earth suddenly rose, and the spiritual energy became violent, forcing many cultivators who were in seclusion to emerge, with some even being invaded by inner demons. On the 4th day, earthquakes and tsunamis began to occur all around the world, which the supreme sect couldn't ignore. On the 5th day, the holy court took action. Guan saw a multitude of holy court powerhouses shot towards the cosmos like a rain of arrows. Their mana converged together, forming a formidable force that struck the great immortal dynasty's formation with an unstoppable momentum. The tremendous aftermath shattered many stars and meteorites in the cosmos, and then surged towards the great heavenly spirit land. The scenario Guan had deduced occurred. Some heaven and earth flying immortals turned to ash on the spot, and the entire great heavenly spirit land was shaken. The great immortal dynasty's formation was broken in an instant. However, dazzling flames burst forth from Yangxian Emperor's body, brighter and more massive than even the 7 outer days, radiating endless scorching heat. Yangxian Emperor raised his hand and astonishingly repelled tens of thousands of holy court powerhouses with a single move, including 5 divine thought true immortals. Not only that, Guan saw divine spirits with powerful auras flying out from the reincarnation vortex, all of whom were divine thought true immortals and Tao void mysterious immortals. The origins of these divine spirits were extremely bizarre, untraceable, almost as if they weren't living spirits but came from the 9 netherworld. They did not go to aid Yangxian Emperor but instead headed toward the Holy Dynasty. A world-shaking war thus erupted. In the ensuing time, Guan saw divine thought true immortals battling in the cosmos, Tao void mysterious immortals fighting within the Tao realm, and divine immortals of wondrous Dharma and carefree primordial immortals dueling in states unobservable by ordinary beings. The holy gods joined the fight. All the holy gods of the holy court were divine thought true immortals. Each of their arrivals resembled immortals descending to the mortal world, majestic and awe-inspiring. Guan was indeed riveted by what he saw, but of course, he didn't forget his own identity, and he would also pretend to be worried when around others. On the 7th day, Yangxian Emperor had advanced to the free immortal realm, in full splendor. A violent storm approached. Under the pavilion, Ji Xiaoyu looked up at the rolling thunderclouds, her brow tightly furrowed. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor suddenly appeared beside her, sighing, "This is the 6 realms' destiny ultimate void tribulation. This Yangxian Emperor is truly a rare genius in history, not inferior to Shengtian. Having 2 prodigies from the same era in a single great heaven and earth is terrifying. It's fortunate that they are adversaries." Upstairs, Guan heard this and his expression turned odd. The 6 realms' destiny ultimate void tribulation? When he had broken through to the Tao void mysterious immortal realm previously, his heavenly tribulation was called the 6 realms' destiny ultimate void tribulation, 3 realms more than what Yangxian Emperor is facing now. Did this represent a higher level of difficulty? Ji Xiaoyu spoke. Indeed, if there were stronger beings in the great heavenly spirit land to guide them to unite, then this land could soar. Sadly, there are no such supreme beings here, destined to have only one prodigy survive. From what we see now, I believe Shangtian will have the last laugh. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor showed a smile, saying, "I, on the other hand, think Yangxian Emperor has more hope. The Holy Court entered the reincarnation tribulation later than your Majesty, and by the time Yangxian Emperor unifies the great heavenly spirit land, he might not be able to escape from his tribulation." After hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu did not continue the conversation, her gaze firmly fixed on the sky. With a loud bang, a bolt of thunder appeared in the sky, resembling a giant dragon, spectacular to behold. I, Yongxian Emperor, ruler of the Immortal Dynasty, proclaim my ascension to the 9 heavens of immortal path. How dare the Holy Court obstruct my tribulation crossing? From this day forth, the Immortal Dynasty declares total war on the Holy Court. In this war, only one shall remain. The voice of Yongxian Emperor resounded, his tone mixed with towering rage, and the most profound part was that only beings of the Immortal Path realm could hear it, inaudible to mortal spirits. Guan couldn't help but admire. This guy's acting was also very strong. Clearly, he had been deliberately waiting for the Holy Court to make a move. The Holy Court had no choice but to act, unable to watch the birth of a free immortal in the Immortal Dynasty. Their failure to act this time meant that the Holy Court was defeated by the Immortal Dynasty twice. Guan was full of anticipation for the future. As the great chaos commenced worldwide, continuously more suicidal attackers would invade the Taitsong continent, and he hadn't taken action in a long while, eager to display his divine skills. Chapter 391 Acceptance. After the Yongxian Emperor's furious proclamation resonated throughout the world, the epoch of great strife was officially unveiled. The successful breakthrough of the Yongxian Emperor led to his arrival at Holy Court, followed closely by other powerhouses of the Immortal Dynasty, who launched an unprecedented offensive against the Holy Court. However, with its robust Qi fortune, Holy Court managed to form a formation out of Qi fortune, blocking the offensive of the free immortals, which amazed Guan greatly. The way of Qi fortune was extremely versatile, no less than the way of cause and effect. To be precise, each of the 3,000 great Tao had its unique excellence, without an absolute strength or weakness, depending on the practitioner's achievement in their respective Tao. Ultimately, Holy Court withstood the Yongxian Emperor's assault, forcing him to retreat and return to the Immortal Dynasty to begin a seclusion. Although Holy Court survived, this battle came with severe losses, causing powers scattered across the world to start contracting. When sects throughout the world saw that Holy Court was not as invincible as imagined, many began to stir. Who didn't want to become the Holy Court? They were only submitting to the overwhelming might of Holy Court, not genuinely loyal from the heart. In the coming autumn, the entire great heavenly spirit land plunged into turbulence. In the late autumn, Guan, accompanied by an Xin, arrived at Mortal World Peak, quickly sensing the tense atmosphere enveloping the peak. The world was in chaos, with sects and dynasties watching. Choosing sides was necessary even without ambition. This was an unprecedented major upheaval in millions of years, making all forces quite cautious. After picking medicinal herbs on Dingtian Peak, Zhu Xinglan found Guan and informed him that the main peak had summoned him to attend a peak master meeting. Guan did not refuse and set off. All divine peak masters were present, and upon Guan's arrival, he received goodwill from many peak masters. After all, in their eyes, Guan was a being that even surpassed the carefree primordial immortal, so naturally, they wanted to forge an affiliation. Once all divine peak lords were assembled, Lord Yongnian began to elaborate on the situation of Mortal World Peak, with Holy Court hoping for their support to jointly attack the territories affiliated with the Immortal Dynasty. The Immortal Dynasty pressed their victory and rapidly expanded after suppressing Holy Court, showing a ferocious momentum of swallowing the celestial sphere. Now, Lord Yongnian wanted to discuss whether to support Holy Court, and if so, how? Guan did not participate in the discussion, merely listening quietly. The vast majority of peak masters believed they should not rashly support Holy Court, their perception shaken by the formidable power of the Immortal Dynasty, especially the Yongxian Emperor, who demonstrated the world's top prowess amidst the mysterious disappearance of Shangtian. How dare they support Holy Court when the world's foremost stands with the Immortal Dynasty? Guan did not look down on them. In fact, their conjecture was correct. Without Shangtian, it was impossible for the two free immortals of the Immortal Dynasty to be defeated. The Peak Master meeting lasted an ancient hour, and in the end, they decided to agree to Holy Court's request, but to discuss later when to take action. Guan returned to Dingtian Peak and guided an Xin in her cultivation. Only when evening fell did the two return to the Supreme Sect. Walking in the woods outside Mystic Valley, Guan observed Zhu Shi while moving forward. Master, who do you think will have the last laugh between the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court? An Xin excitedly asked, following closely by Guan's side. She wasn't afraid of a major conflict between the two great powers. She believed her master could protect her. It's hard to say, but one thing is certain, this calamity will last a long time. Guan responded casually, his tone calm, as if he placed no importance on the matter. An Xian then asked how powerful the Yongxian emperor truly was, having heard many disciples of mortal world peak discussing him today, calling him the strongest of this era, the pinnacle of the immortal path. Very powerful, very powerful. Even with Haoer's talent, reaching that level would need hundreds of thousands of years. Guan's response astounded an Xian. Hundreds of thousands of years. After the shock, an Xian fell into boundless speculation. Would she still be alive after hundreds of thousands of years? Her gaze involuntarily turned towards her master. For her master to mention hundreds of thousands of years so casually, to him, would hundreds of thousands of years be like 10 years, or even 1 year to ordinary people? Anyway, she felt that no matter how strong the Yongxian emperor was, he couldn't be as formidable as her master. Guan didn't know what she was thinking, but when he saw Zhu Shi pretending innocence after stealing medicinal herbs and sobbing in front of her master, he almost laughed. Given time, the Tai Chu swallowing Yuan body would surely become a supreme warrior of the world, perhaps even surpassing the Yongxian emperor. Unfortunately, she was born too late and caught in such turbulent times. Truly bad luck. Wait, could it be born to meet the calamity? Guan showed a look of interest and began to deduce Zhu Zai's fate. The Tai Chu swallowing Yuan Boda's fate was hard to predict, but as a Taoist hidden immortal, Guan could deduce some traces of cause and effect. As the years gently passed, with the immortal dynasty and holy court entering full-scale war, the whole world burned in warfare, with far more shooting stars visible at night than ever before. Continuously, overseas cultivators fled to the Taitsong continent to seek refuge, also bringing many grievances and conflicts which kept spreading. 20 years swiftly passed. At the end of summer, Guan stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Jiujia on a cliff, gazing into the distance. Lu Jiujia had a full head of white hair, and the twilight air around him grew heavier with each passing year. The effects of the youth-preserving pill had already faded. These years the atmosphere within the Supreme Sect has truly become more tense, and even the sky above doesn't look as blue as before, always appearing gloomy, Lu Jiujia remarked with a sigh. Clouds scattered across the sky, not covering the entire sky, nor showing signs of wind or rain. Guan replied, yes, it really is a season full of incidents. What do you think, are we lucky or unlucky in this life? We always encounter various calamities, although we have passed through them safely under the protection of the Supreme Sect. Lu Jiujia chuckled. Naturally, we are lucky. Those seniors also thought their lives were filled with hardships. Everyone feels they weren't born in the best of times. I'm surprised you understand it so well, Guan said to Lu Jiujia, relieved. Watching as Lu Jiujia's days were numbered, he couldn't help but think of Xiaochuan. Why hasn't Xiaochuan reincarnated yet? Could it be that he reincarnated in another world? Guan thought of the immortal dynasty summoning back so many powerful immortal spirits from the reincarnation vortex, and felt that the reincarnation vortex was not so simple. That's thanks to the good teachings of my senior brother. Besides, I won't live too many more years, and the calamities in my life are all made by myself, no one else to blame. Anyway, I am quite satisfied with this life, Lu Jiujia said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Guan snorted, how come you all have no regrets when it's time to die? Are you afraid of burdening me? He had already seen many pass away, each one departing with a smile, leaving him not too sentimental, only occasionally feeling nostalgic. Ha ha ha, senior brother, don't think too much. Is it possible that under your care we really had a good life? We have all ventured out and experienced the dangers of the world, which is why we cherish our current lives and are content with the lives we have led. You really don't need to think too much. No one should be responsible for another's life. Lu Jiujia laughed heartily, then spoke earnestly. He could tell that senior brother cared about the cultivation of those around him. He knew senior brother did not seek wealth or honor for his close ones, but rather hoped that they would live long. Guan smiled. Where am I overthinking? Actually, I am also selfish. I just don't want to end up lonely. Lu Jiujia laughed. Everyone must die eventually, it's inevitable. True, let's talk about the Great Sun Divine Sect instead. Who knows when they might attack? Really? The Broken Sea Domain is under the protection of the Holy Court. Could the Great Sun Divine Sect really be stronger than the Great Cold Demon Sect of yore? Lu Jiujia frowned, speaking of the Great Sun Divine Sect, which had been a hot topic recently. Even the realm of heaven and earth flying immortal had strongly entered into the consciousness of Supreme Sect's disciples. Various rumors all pointed to one thing: the Broken Sea domain was about to face an unprecedented threat, and the Taizong dynasty situated there would find it hard to escape unscathed. Guan smiled. How about we make a bet? Guess whether the Great Sun Divine Sect can defeat Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiujia instantly raised his eyebrows. I bet they are no match for Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Gu An's smile stiffened. No, let's draw lots, decide the order of choice. I want. You itching for a spanking? Don't think just because you're old, senior brother won't dare to thrash you. Oh come on, the disciples are watching. What kind of example would that set? The prestige of the first disciple must be maintained. Don't make it difficult for the next generation's first disciple. The two began to bicker, laughter echoing endlessly. Mountains ranged in succession, and in one forested mountain, numerous pavilions nestled. A young man knelt in the courtyard, his face stubborn, his gaze fixed on the main gate. No matter how long you kneel, I will not hand over your ancestors' brocade bag to you. A woman's voice came from the gate. Why not? The young man gritted his teeth. My father and my grandfather's deep-seated vendetta. Are you really going to ignore it? They are also your descendants. Exactly for that reason, I cannot let you continue to risk your life. What's wrong with being a mortal? Once you step into the world of immortal cultivation, no one ends well. Being a mortal when facing power, when encountering cultivators, we are just meat on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. The young man's voice nearly broke at the end. The mysterious woman inside the gate fell silent. After a long while, the mysterious woman spoke softly. The bloodline of the Yin family is deeply cursed. None of your ancestors had a good ending, not even my son, who did not live past 30. The deeper you cultivate, the worse the outcome, yet still you persist? Perhaps the brocade bag left by our ancestor is meant to resolve this issue. It's useless. I don't believe it. Just give it to me, let me decide for myself. Someone has to try. The young man said sternly, his body trembling because he had been kneeling for too long. Emotions stirred. His chi blood was somewhat deficient. Clang! The gate suddenly opened. A brocade bag flew out, landing in front of the young man. Overjoyed, the young man immediately picked up the brocade bag, tore it open, and took out a piece of paper, tremblingly examining it. The paper bore 2 large characters. Resign. The young man felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened, and he was dumbstruck. Why? The young man murmured to himself. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, and the paper was crumpled with them. His fingernails dug into his own flesh, blood seeping out, staining the paper in his hands. Chapter 392 The Sense of Intimacy of an Yuan. Why resign oneself to fate? Why? The youth trembled all over, his eyes filled with despair. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, as if destiny obscured the sunshine of his life, leaving no sight of hope. The mysterious woman in the building did not answer, nor did she offer any comfort. She had once felt the same despair when she came across those 2 characters. She did not resent that man either. After all, he warned her before he left. Yet, she couldn't withstand her family's persuasion and got caught up in the disputes, leading to her descendants having to hide in the mountains, humbly lamenting the unfairness of fate. Just then, the youth suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm, which frightened him into reflexively letting go, throwing the crumpled paper away. He instinctively looked at his palm and saw many blood-red lines appear, quite ghastly. He seemed to realize something, raised his head, and fixed his gaze on the blood-stained paperball before scrambling over to it. He picked up the paper, unfolded it, and to his surprise, found that the words "resigned to fate" had disappeared, replaced by 3 large characters. Supreme Sect. Supreme Sect. What does this mean? The youth murmured, frowning. He had certainly heard of the Supreme Sect, the legendary #1 sect above all dynasties. With his talent, how difficult it would be to enter the Supreme Sect. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. A woman wearing a black Taoist robe with white hair, yet a face that was young and comely. She was none other than the Princess of Tianwei, Si Yener, who had once been engaged to An Hao. She snatched the paper from the youth's hand and scrutinized the characters. Her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Weren't you the one who told me not to try to ingratiate myself with that elder? Why then leave a secret message for your descendants to go to the Supreme Sect? Did you know this day would come, or were you worried about the safety of your progeny? Si Yenner mumbled to herself, her tone complex, a mix of surprise, reluctance, anger, and resentment. The youth stood up, his legs weak. It took him a while to steady his stance. Grandmother. What does the ancestor mean? That I should go to the supreme sect? He asked nervously, his eyes full of anticipation. Si Yenner took a deep breath and said, Yes, go to the supreme sect. The youth, overjoyed, turned to leave immediately. Wait. Do you even know where the supreme sect is located? How far away it is? Si Yenner suddenly called out to him. The youth turned his head and said, The supreme sect is so famous, I should be able to find out by asking around. With your pace, it will take 10 years to get there, by which time you might already be dead. Si Yenner stared at him, saying emotionlessly. Upon hearing this, the youth's face turned pale. Si Yenner turned her back and walked towards the attic, leaving behind a sentence. Just wait, it'll take you to the supreme sect. The youth, with a look of delight, quickly knelt to thank Si Yenner. Meanwhile, and Hao was cultivating in the Immortal dynasty, unaware of what his descendants were going through. He meditated on a cliff, facing a vast and magnificent waterfall, its thunderous roar deafening. Below was a lake as vast as the ocean, covered with a mist that made the place seem like a paradise on earth. A figure appeared behind Hao, a woman in a white dress, gazing at him with eyes full of admiration. And Hao, the Immortal dynasty has issued a chief fortune bounty. Why don't you take part? With the support of the dynasty's chief fortune, your cultivation level will grow faster, much better than painstakingly meditating, said the woman in the white dress, her voice gentle and tender. And Hao, with his back to her, did not open his eyes, replying, To seek the path of immortality solely through chief fortune might not be right. I believe more in the mana that I cultivate myself. The woman in the white dress smiled and said, That's true. With your extraordinary talent, you can reach the pinnacle of the immortal path on your own. It's just a matter of time. And Hao did not respond. The only sound was the clamor of the waterfall striking the lake's surface. The woman in the white dress continued to watch Hao, not finding it dull. After a long while. Please return. Fairy. Perhaps I misunderstood your intentions. In any case, I will never remarry in this lifetime. I once had a wife, but in pursuit of immortal cultivation, I've cut off our relationship, and I do not wish to become involved with another woman in more than just friendship. And Hao finally spoke, his tone calm but resolute. Upon hearing this, the woman's face subtly changed. She wanted to say something but couldn't as she looked at Hao's back. She watched his silhouette for a while, eventually turning to leave. Only after she had gone did Hao open his eyes, a look of melancholy in his gaze. So many years have passed, are you still well? And Hao murmured to himself. An image of a bright and playful girl appeared before him, her smile and glance, even after hundreds of years, unforgettable to him. A year later, near the supreme sect, in the forests. Si Yenner and the young man were on their way, with the young man carrying a large bundle that bent his back. He looked at his grandmother walking ahead and couldn't help asking, Grandmother, why not teach me to cultivate instead? Otherwise, I truly might die of exhaustion. When the grandmother took out a flying artifact, he was stunned, never imagining she was so powerful. He had also questioned his grandmother why she hadn't stepped in to save his grandfather, his father, to which Si Yenner replied that she was too far away to intervene in time. Regarding why she didn't seek revenge, it was for his sake too. The enemy was a powerful family with an immortal in their ranks, certainly not someone she could contend with. Learning the reasons, the youth's desire to cultivate and become an immortal grew stronger. He must become powerful. We're almost there. What need is there to cultivate now? Si Yenner's voice came from ahead. Upon hearing this, the youth was instantly overjoyed and quickly hastened his pace. He began to inquire about his ancestors' relationship with the supreme sect. This time, Si Yenner did not hide the truth. Your ancestor, named Hao, was the foremost talent in the world, and now he is venturing in an even more distant realm. He is the pride of the supreme sect. As Si Yenner spoke, a wistful expression crossed her face. She remembered Hao's spirited visage. She harbored no resentment for Hao's decision. After all, it was her own heart that had stirred first, not to mention that before leaving, Hao had left behind several treasures. It was for this reason that the Si family, following their downfall, could survive with her descendants. When the youth heard the name Hao, it seemed somewhat familiar. But as he listened to his grandmother praising him, The youth did not feel excited. Instead, his expression grew even more somber. The stronger An Hao was, the more the youth despised him. What of it if he was the world's most talented? In his eyes, he was just a negligent forebear, probably not all that impressive. The two continued their conversation as they moved forward, with most of the speaking done by Si Yener, while the youth said very little. As they walked, figures appeared in front of them. The first to enter their sight was a man riding a demon bull, followed by a woman. Si Yener had long since sensed their presence, with one of them being a nascent soul realm cultivator, undoubtedly a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Therefore, she wanted to approach these two to lead them into the Supreme Sect. She quickened her pace, with the youth following closely behind, his gaze fixed on the blood prison great saint. What a magnificent bull! Guan patted the head of the blood prison great saint, signaling it to stop. An Exine turned her head to look and quickly set her sights on the youth, her brows furrowing soon after. An Yuan, Energy Cultivation Realm, Level 117/25/5000. Guan looked at the youth's lifespan without a change in expression, but internally he felt puzzled. Why was his lifespan so short? He came here with an Exine because he had calculated the arrival of Si Yener and the other person. He also predicted the plight of An Hao's descendants, but upon truly encountering An Yuan, he was still surprised. His lifespan was unreasonably short, especially considering that there was no sign of illness. Si Yener approached an Exine and with a salute of her hand, said, "My name is Si Yener, from the former land of Tianwei. May I ask if you two are disciples of the Supreme Sect?" "You're called Si Yener?" And Xin's eyes widened in shock as she asked. Si Yener inquired with suspicion, "Have you heard of my name, miss?" "Of course I've heard. My senior brother mentioned you to me." "Your brother is?" Si Yener too became excited, hearing An Hao mention his sister. An Exine did not conceal her identity, and upon revealing it, the two women embraced each other as if reuniting after a long parting. An Yuan stared blankly at an Exine, not expecting this woman with the grace of an immortal to be his ancestor's junior sister. So young she looked about his age. "Who is this?" Si Yener turned her attention to Guan, asking with curiosity. An Exine hastily introduced, "This is my master, although not the same as the one shared with my senior brother. He is my second master." Si Yener suddenly understood. She, of course, knew who An Hao's master was, the renowned sword venerable Fu Dao. This fact she had not mentioned to An Yuan. Guan smiled and asked, "You aren't here looking for An Hao, are you? He has already joined the Immortal Dynasty, and even a Mahayana cultivator would need decades, even 100 years to reach the Immortal Dynasty from the ends of the earth." The Immortal Dynasty. Si Yener immediately lapsed into a daze. She had naturally heard this name, as the Yuanshu ancestor who opened reincarnation came from the Immortal Dynasty. Has he already reached such a state? Si Yener suddenly felt fortunate. Fortune that she had not been overbearing in the past. Had she clung to him in the Taitsong continent, wouldn't Hao have achieved such greatness? "Come back to the valley with us first. We can talk more after a few days' rest." Guan's words matched Si Yener's intentions. She swiftly bowed in thanks and gestured for An Yuan to speak. An Yuan, just coming to his senses, quickly bowed in salute. The group headed towards Mystic Valley. An Exine and Si Yener walked arm in arm at the front, while An Yuan cautiously followed behind the Blood Prison Great Saint. The Blood Prison Great Saint turned its head to glance at An Yuan, a strange look in its eyes. An Yuan felt uneasy all over, watched by the demon. Could it be wanting to eat him? He indeed looks quite a bit like An Hao. It's just that the talent is far inferior. "I didn't expect the offspring of such a genius to be so disappointing," the Blood Prison Great Saint remarked. Upon hearing this, an irate An Yuan glared, but he dared not retort. Guan slapped the Blood Prison Great Saint on the back and said crossly, "Why speak so of the younger generation? Do you believe I could make you worse off than him?" The Blood Prison Great Saint, shivering all over, did not dare to speak further. An Yuan curiously looked at Guan, feeling a newfound fondness for him. For some reason, from that first glimpse of Guan, he felt a great liking for him, sensing that his smile was so gentle, bringing him a feeling of kinship. Guan waved An Yuan over, beckoning him to stand beside the Blood Prison Great Saint. Chapter 393. Shengtian. Terror descends. "Do you want to know how I met your ancestor An Hao?" Guan looked at An Yuan with a smile and asked. An Yuan felt uncomfortable. knowing his ancestor was still alive and very powerful. He was full of hostility towards Anhao, and did not want to listen to anything about Anhao. However, he could not afford to defy Guan and had to nod in agreement. It was an internal strife within the supreme sect. Guan looked ahead, his tone full of emotion. His voice had a compelling power, letting An Yuan vaguely see a certain scene. It was a grand hall where Guan met Anhao. The one walking ahead, Si Yener, was also listening attentively, curious about Anhao's experiences in the supreme sect. An hour later, the group arrived at Mystic Valley, and Guan asked Jiang Shi to help settle them. At present, Lu Jiujia had already begun to delegate authority to Jiang Shi increasingly. Among the disciples in the valley, Jiang Shi had the highest cultivation level and deepest seniority. The disciples all respected him. In the depths of the night, inside the house, Si Yener sat opposite an Xian, taking out a blood-stained piece of paper left by Anhao. Looking at it made Anzin's heart ache for An Yuan. On the way back, she had already learned about the plight of Anhao's descendants and was quite indignant. I don't know what this paper means. Can you help me understand? Si Yener asked nervously, also unclear about what she should do after arriving at the Supreme Sect. An Xian saw the words, Supreme Sect, and knew that Anhao wanted his descendants to seek Guan's help in desperate times. She pondered and asked, What is your request? Hearing this, Si Yener felt hopeful and said, I don't expect much, I only hope to change the destiny of that boy An Yuan. An Xian thought for a moment and suggested, Let's keep An Yuan in Medicine Valley then. I will take care of him, and you can also stay and join the Supreme Sect, but you must not meet him. She knew Guan's character. Being able to keep An Yuan was already good enough. She couldn't keep the whole family in Medicine Valley, especially since the Supreme Sect was vast, and for someone of Si Yener's cultivation level, joining was not difficult. Upon hearing this, Si Yener immediately grabbed Anzin's hand in gratitude. She didn't doubt Anzin's words. An Xian was also a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao and naturally could meet Sword Venerable Fudao. About my relationship with my master, do not speak to others about it, an Xian said earnestly. He does not wish to be disturbed, and I am just a disciple of Medicine Valley and do not want to be involved in troubles. After speaking, she suddenly realized why Guan liked to say these words. Not bad, quite a feeling. Si Yener immediately promised not to divulge it. For Si Yener, that night was one of relief, and for An Yuan, it was filled with hope. As the moon set and the sun rose, in the early morning, An Yuan was drawn by the commotion in Medicine Valley. He stepped outside the house and saw nearly 300 disciples practicing drills together. It was quite spectacular. Si Yener was also watching from the side. When the drills finished, she bid farewell to Guan, preparing to leave since she had more than just An Yuan as a descendant. If life gets tough, bring your offspring and return, Guan said gently. I still have some influence in the Supreme Sect and can help you sort things out. He would not deliberately aid those with whom he did not have a close karmic connection, but if someone came to him for help, he wouldn't refuse. Moreover, he foresaw that the family offended by the infamily would have further entanglements of gratitude and resentment, a long line of fate. Si Yener hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement and thanked Guan watching her departing figure. Guan thought about seeing her in the past as Sword Venerable Fudao. At that time she did not have this weathered air about her, lively and playful like Zhen Qin, and seemed like a joyous nemesis with Anhao. Times and circumstances change. Guan mused, his gaze then shifting to An Yuan. He probably understood why An Yuan had a short lifespan. An Yuan's ancestors had all died due to misfortune, especially in recent generations, dying ever so prematurely. Everything was related to the heritage Anhao had received at the Holy Court. Heavenly Dao heritage. This made Guan think of the Heaven Sect, which had also received the Heavenly Dao's heritage and then had to abandon all emotions after gaining great power. Could it be that the descendants and close friends of the Heaven Sect had all died due to misfortune? Such a Heavenly Dao heritage was too malicious. Why was it so? Could it be that it intended to make the Heavenly Dao cultivators desireless and without emotional weaknesses? Guan did have a method to try, which was to sever the cause and effect between An Yuan and Anhao, making the two unrelated. Looking at extremes in lifespan, An Yuan was also talented, just not as much as Anhao. He wasn't in a hurry to change An Yuan's fate just yet, hoping to let the boy settle for 2 years first. His intention for revenge was too strong, highly resembling the early days of Su Han. Days passed by one after another. After joining the Mystic Valley, and Yuan received the cultivation techniques from Jiang Shi. Although he could not become strong quickly, he finally saw some hope. One night, and Yuan had a heart-to-heart talk with Jiang Shi. The two had similar fates, both carrying deep-seated hatreds. The difference was that Yuan was also trapped in destiny, which made Jiang Shi feel very sympathetic and decided to give him a hand. Jiang Shi took Yuan as his disciple and taught him all he knew. Guan did not stop them, hoping they could redeem each other. Until one afternoon at the end of autumn. "I've decided." And Yuan suddenly stood up, his face firm as he looked towards the distant sky. Sitting by his side, Jiang Shi looked at him in surprise, not knowing why the boy was so agitated. The master and disciple were on a mountaintop, overlooking the magnificent landscape afar. And Yuan with great ambition shouted loudly, "I want to surpass and how? From now on, I'm not called Yuan. My name is Shangtian." Boom! Thunder rumbled in the distant clouds as if the heavens were responding to him. Jiang Shi looked at Shangtian, feeling a shiver in his spirit from an unprecedented aura radiating from him. He had never met Hao, but had heard of his legend. That was a cultivator said to have the highest talent. This boy's ambition. A smile appeared on Jiang Shi's face. He was about to speak when a loud voice echoed between heaven and earth. "The strongest man in the Broken Sea domain, Holy Sword of the Holy Court, show yourself. If you do not appear, I will suppress all living beings in Broken Sea domain with one palm." The voice was immensely domineering and filled with oppression, startling Shangtan and Jiang Shi as they looked up, both opening their mouths in disbelief. Above, the dark clouds churned, and an immensely majestic figure appeared on the horizon, full body obscured, only a golden breastplate visible, which was larger than any mountain between heaven and earth. It was as if a demon god from beyond the world was peering at the mortal spirits within. The sense of oppression chilled Shangtian and Jiang Shi down to their spines. Not just them, the entire Taicang continent, the entire Broken Sea domain, all living beings who saw that majestic figure felt fear. What kind of existence was this? Could it be an immortal? At the third Medicine Valley, Guan walked downstairs, and Ji Xiaoyu also stepped outside, looking at the figure on the horizon, her brows furrowed. "Where are you going?" Ji Xiaoyu called out to Guan, "I'm going to see Mystic Valley, worried about the disciples." Guan replied over his shoulder, then quickly walked toward the transmission array platform. Chapter 394. How can he be so strong above the sea of clouds? A man clad in golden battle armor stood proudly. He had a strapping figure and exuded an aura of domination. Clutching a long spear, his golden armor radiated a brilliance that reached thousands of meters. Looking above his helmet, the stars scattered across, and the universe dazzled. He appeared as if he was amidst the universe itself. Looking downward, he could see the vast ocean with continents appearing as mere pebbles under his feet, so insignificant. His gaze locked onto the Taicang continent, filled with a fighting spirit. He hailed from the Immortal dynasty, known as Autumn Evening Immortal Lord. Upon closer inspection, his left hand was held aloft, and within the palm was a city with numerous cultivators above it, tinier than specks of dust. Broken Sea Domain City. Qing Songzi, whose cultivation level had reached the 7th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, looked up at Autumn Evening Immortal Lord with eyes filled with fear. This domain master of the Broken Sea had never felt so weak. He who ruled over all beings in his domain now felt only panic, unable to maintain the demeanor of a domain master. "What do we do? We can't escape at all. What realm is this guy in that he can suppress us all with a single palm?" Autumn Evening Immortal Lord. "I've heard of his legends. He surpassed the carefree primordial immortal centuries ago. In his youth, he was unrivaled among his peers. The Immortal dynasty is too presumptuous. Aren't they afraid of Shangtian coming back? We should have eradicated the Immortal dynasty long ago. The successive Shangshans were too benevolent." Cultivators in Broken Sea Domain City discussed anxiously as despair spread throughout the city. Autumn Evening Immortal Lord did not glance at the city in his palm. His focus remained steadfast on Taicang continent, waiting for the Holy Court Holy Sword to make a move. If he could slay the Holy Sword, he would gain immense chi fortune. He had investigated. The Holy Court Holy Sword had not received the chi fortune of the Holy Court, making him an easier target without the protection of the chi fortune of the Holy Court. He patiently waited as he had set a deadline in his mind. If the Holy Court Holy Sword did not appear by the time, he would have no choice but to annihilate the broken sea domain. For him, a born immortal spirit, slaying numerous beings did not evoke any guilt, just as humans may feel disgust but rarely guilt when stepping on a horde of insects. All beings within the broken sea domain could look up and see his immense projection. This was a divine skill with immense oppressive force, aimed to crush the spirits of the masses and kill any intent of resistance. Facing his figure that seemingly dwarfed the heavens and the earth, most beings felt intense fear. Even if they thought of fleeing, they didn't know where to go. It seemed wherever they flew, they couldn't escape from beneath the feet of Autumn Evening Immortal Lord. This was a sensation of despair like facing the vast heavens. In the Supreme Sect, within Mystic Valley, Jiang Shi and Shengtian returned to the valley, and the disciples surrounded Guan, extremely tense. In such times, they could only rely on Guan, hoping he could comfort them. Don't worry, the Supreme Sect is full of experts. Moreover, Sword Venerable Fudao is here. If someone provokes Sword Venerable Fudao, how could he tolerate it? Guan spoke, alleviating some of the disciples' tension, but some still harbored concerns. Master, is Sword Venerable Fudao really still here? Although there is indeed a vast sword intent on the heavenly repair platform, he hasn't made a move in many years. A disciple said worriedly, immediately causing other disciples to echo his sentiment, and panic spread once again. Guan continued to comfort them verbally while considering in his heart how to deal with this Tao Void mysterious immortal. How dare this guy show such a form and openly challenge him in front of everyone? Then Guan must also defeat this man assertively in front of all beings. It's been too long since he last acted. It's about time to remind the disciples of his existence. This time he wouldn't use swordsmanship, opting for something more spectacular. After calming the disciples, Guan turned and walked toward the transmission array platform. When he teleported to the third Medicine Valley, as soon as his right foot touched the ground, he began to unleash his divine skills. Ji Xiaoyu first turned her gaze towards him, but a moment later, she was captivated by the anomaly in the sky. Rolling dark clouds spun violently, and a massive wind surged between heaven and earth as an immense oppressive force descended. Countless beings instinctively looked up only to witness a moment they would never forget. The sea of clouds in the sky formed a cyclone that kept rising as if intending to sweep into outer heaven. As the remaining clouds ascended, more of Autumn Evening Immortal Lord's majestic figure was revealed. However, this time, the beings did not fear his figure because a yet larger presence appeared. That was the sky's zenith. A huge disk, swirling with gray mist, expanded while rotating, quickly overshadowing the top of Autumn Evening Immortal Lord's head. Autumn Evening Immortal Lord's true form looked up as his immense projection did likewise, his face showing fear. The ultimate primordial disk. This was a great divine power inherently possessed by the primordial ultimate body, supremely overbearing. Guan had never used this great divine power in reality before. As the ultimate primordial disk began to coalesce, the vast oppressive force engulfed Autumn Evening Immortal Lord, leaving him unable to escape. How is this possible? What is his cultivation level? Autumn Evening Immortal Lord thought with a pounding heart. He was a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, and the Holy Court Holy Sword had never demonstrated the power of a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal in the reports from the Immortal Dynasty. The Holy Sword's strength was regarded as between the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma and a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. Even if it reached the level of a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, it shouldn't surpass his own. He was a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal of the 7th layer. But right now, he finally realized how terrifying the cultivation level of the Holy Court Holy Sword was. Not even a divine thought true immortal could possess such exaggerated oppressive power. He could not escape, nor could he speak, and even his divine sense and primordial spirit could not leave his body. Fear and despair swiftly occupied his heart, and his eyes were full of terror. Under his gaze, the ultimate body of the primordial talisman successfully condensed, and the gray disk was covered in dense patterns, as if it hid a vast world, awe-inspiring to behold. The projection of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was immensely large, towering over everything, making all else seem insignificant, yet under the ultimate body of the primordial talisman, he appeared less so. The ultimate body of the primordial talisman seemed to cover the entire great heavenly spirit land. In truth, it only covered the sky of the broken sea domain. Guan had used a small trick. In the eyes of the beings in the broken sea domain, the ultimate body of the primordial talisman indeed seemed as vast as the great heavenly spirit land, creating a terrifying visual impact. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared from thin air next to Ji Xiaoyu, looking up in amazement. What kind of divine power is this? The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was filled with fear. He had heard of Sword Venerable Fudeo's existence, but his divine sense had swept through the supreme sect without finding him. He thought Sword Venerable Fudao had been scared off. Now it seemed that their cultivation levels were too different, and he simply couldn't detect where Sword Venerable Fudao was, or who he was. Perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao had appeared before him and he had failed to see through him. The thought made him shiver with dread. Standing beside him, Ji Xiaoyu did not respond. She too had never witnessed this divine power, and her heart was filled with shock. Just how powerful was Sword Venerable Fudao? She had already recalled memories from her past life, where in the 7-star spirit realm, Sword Venerable Fudeo's demonstrated strength was far less than it was now. She had then looked forward to Sword Venerable Fudeo's future, but now, it seemed she had underestimated him. Back then, she had unleashed the power of a primordial Taoist talisman, with her true self's consciousness returning. If her true self had misjudged, didn't that imply that Sword Venerable Fudeo's Tao level was stronger than her true self's? Her feelings became complicated. If they felt this way, what about all living beings? What is that? My heavens, am I dreaming? Could it be that heaven is angry? It's Sword Venerable Fudao. It must be him. He's still in the supreme sect. Why isn't Sword Venerable Fudao displaying Sword Tao divine skills? Isn't this divine power stronger than the Sword Tao? Look at that guy, he's scared stiff. Ha ha ha, daring to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao is truly seeking death. The supreme sect was abuzz, everyone revitalized, and the beings of the Taitsong continent were also excited, shouting the name of Sword Venerable Fudao. For the countless beings of the Broken Sea domain, it was merely a shock. Is this the capability of the Holy Sword of the Holy Court? If heaven had power, would it not be like this? It's been many years since anyone dared to challenge me. This is the ultimate body of the primordial talisman. Feel the power of the Tao. A hoarse voice echoed through the world, laden with oppression. Hearing this voice, all beings were electrified. Yu Yingying looked towards Guan from afar, seeing his shocked expression, and she was filled with confusion. And Xian was also looking at Guan, and her heart was full of admiration. Compared to her master, her acting was still too poor. At the same time, she was overwhelmed. Was this truly her master's power? Little did she know, Guan hadn't even used his full strength. He had even suppressed his aura to the 9th layer of the divine thought true immortal realm, giving others a glimmer of hope to continue sending people to their doom. Yet even so, Ji Xiaoyu felt he was beyond a divine thought true immortal, and perhaps even a usual free immortal could not match him. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, rendering the beings temporarily deaf, which didn't pain them but merely left them unable to hear. Countless creatures watched the vast ultimate body of the primordial talisman descend, as if witnessing a divine spectacle. Guan opened his mouth in disbelief, staring at the sky as the strong wind swirled his robes. With a thought, he allowed the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor to speak, nothing more. No, Elder. I was wrong. Give me a chance to atone. Once the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor realized he could speak, like grasping a lifeline in water, he yelled hoarsely, his voice echoing throughout the Broken Sea domain. Under Guan's suppression, beings outside the Broken Sea domain couldn't hear, but the already deaf beings of the Broken Sea domain distinctly heard the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's hoarse scream. Guan was establishing his authority among the beings of the Broken Sea domain, yet he also wanted the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court to underestimate him. No matter how much the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor begged for mercy, the descent speed of the ultimate body of the primordial talisman suddenly decreased. Eventually, the ultimate body of the primordial talisman landed above the head of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Almost instantly, the projection of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was annihilated, and his true self felt an incredibly terrifying suction force. The main city of the Broken Sea domain he held was yanked out, crashing into the ocean, leaving the cultivators there wide-eyed. They would never forget this scene in their lifetimes. How could he be so powerful? Qing Songzi muttered to himself, suddenly realizing why Sword Venerable Fudao had declined the offer of the Chi Fortune Fruit position, and why the Holy Minister had agreed. Chapter 395. Fame Shakes the World. The Apex Talent. The supreme primordial great disk hung high above, much like the highest and supreme Tao suspended above all living beings. The true form of immortal Lord Choshi was drawn into the supreme primordial great disk, so filled with despair and helplessness, devoid of any means of resistance. As he disappeared into the supreme primordial great disk, the rumbling of heaven and earth continued unabated, causing the entire broken sea domain to tremble as if the apocalypse had arrived. Moments later, a prompt appeared before Gu An's eyes. You have successfully slain immortal Lord Choshi, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 7, 340,876 years of lifespan. Not bad, it saves half a month's labor. Although Guan thought this, the look of shock remained on his face. That was his belief. The acting had to be thorough. The supreme primordial great disk did not vanish immediately but continued to hang in the sky for the adoration of all beings. Because the supreme primordial great disk was so immense, the patterns on it were so clear to all beings, those images seemed to record ancient myths, which left the beings in awe. After a long while, the wind between heaven and earth began to calm, and a majestic gray fog emerged around the supreme primordial great disk, drowning it in splendor, and the sky darkened. Only then did the beings regain their senses, instantly stirring with excitement. The oppressive might of immortal Lord Choshi had completely vanished. Did this not mean that Sword Venerable Fudao had slain him? Unbelievable! Immortal Lord Choshi had appeared daunting and formidable, like the wrath of the vast heavens, and the mortal spirits could only tremble. Even with Sword Venerable Fudao's intervention, they had expected an earth-shattering great battle, yet it ended with one-sided suppression. Tyrannical! Invincible! Even though they could not see Sword Venerable Fudao in person, this was the impression that the beings formed of Sword Venerable Fudao from witnessing the battle. The sky gradually brightened, and the dark clouds began to disperse, leaving no trace of the supreme primordial great disk as if it had never appeared. The third Medicine Valley was abuzz with noise. All disciples were excited. Guan briskly approached Ji Xiaoyu and eagerly asked, "With your abilities, can you tell what realm Sword Venerable Fudao is in?" Ji Xiaoyu looked at him, offering no reply. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor then took a deep breath and said, "His realm is not something you should conjecture, boy. Just be your mortal self, and do not involve yourself in great causes." Having said that, he vanished into thin air. Guan pretended to be astonished but felt secretly thrilled inside. Yes, this is the feeling. Though you look down on me, I shall wait for you on the immortal path, but whether you can make me see you, that's still to be seen. Guan turned to Ji Xiaoyu and asked, was he unsettled by Sword Venerable Fudao? Ji Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Indeed, Sword Venerable Fudao is powerful. I never expected there to be such a great cultivator hidden within the great heavenly spirit land. I even suspect." "Suspect what?" "Nothing. I'm going back to cultivate." As Ji Xiaoyu turned away and left, Guan cocked his head, feeling as though she too was provoked. Guan chuckled inwardly and then waited in place, feeling Shen Zhen's presence, eager to hear how Shen Zhen would boast about Sword Venerable Fudao. After 30 minutes, Supreme Sect remained noisy, and there were even many disciples kneeling at the heavenly repair platform in worship of the heaven-cutting axe. Inside the loft, Guan had a strange look on his face as he watched Shen Zhen sketch the supreme primordial great disk on paper. He had a very subtle feeling that someone was spying on his path, and that person was Shen Zhen. That is to say, Shen Zhen's drawing concealed mysteries. He also pondered another question: if he could feel Shen Zhen spying, then could the ancient beings depicted in her previous drawing sense her too? There was a time before when a drawing suddenly destroyed itself. Was that perhaps a warning? How about it? Impressive, right? Shen Zhen saw Guan silent and proudly asked. Guan looked up at her and asked, "Aren't you afraid of displeasing Sword Venerable Fudao?" Shen Zhen waved her hand and said, "How could that be? Sword Venerable Fudao guards the Supreme Sect, and now I too am a disciple of the Supreme Sect. He is practically my martial master. How could he mind such things? Don't forget the existence of the heavenly repair platform. No one in this world has a broader heart than Sword Venerable Fudao." Well spoken, I like it. Guan then joined in the praises for Sword Venerable Fudao, catching Shen Zhen in the act, who had long admired Sword Venerable Fudao, and today's battle had awakened the fervor hidden deep in her heart. It was not just them. Throughout the various oceans, continents, and islands of the Broken Sea domain, wherever there were living beings, they were discussing Sword Venerable Fudao. They preferred the name Sword Venerable Fudao over the Holy Court's Holy Sword. Moreover, the title of Holy Sword had been unilaterally announced by the Holy Court, and they had not heard of Sword Venerable Fudao accepting this title. The commotion at the Broken Sea domain was great, And even though Guan tried to contain it, the prior activities of the Autumn Evening Immortal Lord had already spread, causing various sects to start sending people to investigate. The impact of this battle was far from over. It continued to spread over the following years. The Autumn Evening Immortal Lord was no ordinary being. He was the highest realm faller of the Immortal dynasty. When the news reached the Holy Court, the Holy Minister was greatly pleased. "Ha ha ha, do you see? This is why I agreed to him not accepting the chief fortune. When I met him, I felt he was extraordinary. Now it seems he might very well be a free immortal." The Holy Minister stood on the high steps, laughing heartily with great passion. In the hall stood holy gods, holy kings, and other beings of the third-grade heavenly position. They were all immensely shocked. The Autumn Evening Immortal Lord was an age-old being with unquestioned power, yet he was easily slain. How can you tell he's a free immortal? The divine thought true immortal could also kill the Autumn Evening Immortal. The key is you couldn't predict, couldn't see how he killed the Autumn Evening Immortal. Yongxian Emperor must be furious now. I heard the Immortal Dynasty had previously also sent people to Wu Sword Venerable Fudao. A free immortal? Who exactly is this divine personage? If he truly is a free immortal, his name must resonate through the ages. Could he be from outside heaven? But we need not investigate him. It would only push him towards the Immortal Dynasty. From his actions, this person has a compassionate heart for all living beings. Befriending him would pose no threat. The high ranks of the Holy Court discussed fervently, admiring Sword Venerable Fudao, which made the Holy Minister smile even more broadly. Their previous attempt to woo Sword Venerable Fudao had already caused discontent within the Holy Court, and with the court being suppressed by the Immortal Dynasty over the years, the Holy Minister felt deeply stifled. "No, I must make another trip," the Holy Minister thought, his eyes twinkling. The Immortal Dynasty received the news just as fast. Because a Tao Void mysterious immortal from their ranks had died, the Autumn Evening Immortal Lord held a revered position in the Holy Court. His death thoroughly enraged the Immortals, making Sword Venerable Fudao the most hated figure among them. And Hao was also oppressed because of this, but his life was not in danger. Before dealing with Sword Venerable Fudao, he was grounded and couldn't leave the Immortal Dynasty. The deterrent power of slaying a Tao Void mysterious immortal was indeed too strong, which prevented the Immortal Dynasty from retaliating immediately, instead sinking into a strange silence. When Gu An and an Xian went to the Mortal World Peak, all the peaks were discussing this battle. The name of Sword Venerable Fudao resounded across the world once more, earning the admiration of countless beings. After all, though Sword Venerable Fudao was a holy sword of the Holy Court, he had not received the reward of Chi Fortune. Without being under the Holy Court or the Immortal Dynasty, his capability to exhibit his own mighty prowess was truly awe-inspiring. Time flew swiftly. 3 years passed, and the end of the year arrived. Guan arrived in Mystic Valley and saw his disciples clearing the snow. His gaze landed on the mountain beside him wherein Shangtian was following Zhang Shi in cultivation. All disciples feeling Zhang Shi's preference for Shangtian. Lu Jiujia walked over and laughed. That kid, like me back in the day, truly spares no effort in teaching his disciples, holding nothing back. In his view, Zhang Shi did quite well. After all, Shangtian was a descendant of An Hao. Regardless of Shengshan's achievements, he was at least forming a good bond with An Hao. Guan nodded and said, "Call them both to my cabin in a while." With that, he walked toward his own pavilion. Soon, he arrived inside his house, rubbed his hands together, and then from his sleeves, he took out a book. A radiant smile appeared on his face as he muttered, Xian Tianyi, could you write a bit faster? You're really slowing down." It had been decades since the last volume of Green Hero Travelogue was released, and over those years, Guan had been eagerly waiting. He could have divined the contents of Green Hero Travelogue by divining Xian Tianyi, but he had chosen not to. After all, life should have some expectations. Otherwise, time would pass very quickly. He sat in a chair and began reading the book. About 30 minutes later, Zhang Shi brought Shangtian to Gu An's house. 20-year-old Shangtian had even more of An Hao's demeanor. Their facial features were nearly identical, which was probably why Si Yener had relented. There had been other descendants of the An family asking her, but she had refused them all. Both of them bowed to Guan. And Shangtian curiously looked at Guan. Since entering the valley, this was the first time Guan had summoned him. Although he didn't think the nascent soul realm was very impressive, Jiang Shi always mentioned Guan was no ordinary man, which made him quite curious about Guan. Jiang Shi looked at Guan, his eyes concealing none of his admiration. Thinking back to that majestic scene 3 years ago, his heart surged with emotion. What loose immortal? Master must be Sword Venerable Fu Dao. No one in the entire Supreme Sect knew about Sword Venerable Fu Dao's hidden identity, yet Guan hid his cultivation. It was too coincidental. Shengtin, have you felt any discomfort lately? Guan asked, his face wearing a gentle smile. He had laughed aloud when he first heard the name in Shengtian. This young man wanting to surpass and how? How could that be possible? Not to mention the talent, Guan would never allow his proud disciple to be surpassed by a junior. No matter how many strong and talented individuals he had seen, and how still remained his proudest disciple in Guan's heart, even compared to the absolute geniuses in Lu Han and Long Zhan's memories, and how lost to no one. He calculated the days, and how was getting closer and closer to the Nirvana realm. After receiving the heavenly Tao inheritance in the Holy Court, and how's cultivation had surged like floodwaters through a broken dam, unstoppable in its growth. No discomfort, Master. Have you noticed anything? And Shengtian asked nervously. The curse of the Yin family was still a shadow over his heart. He also feared suddenly dropping dead. Chapter 396. The origin of the surname En figures upon the river of destiny. Watching the utterly nervous and Shengtian, Guan reined in his smile and said, "You can only live to 25. At these words, and Shengshin's face drastically changed. Over the years, his cultivation level had risen rapidly, giving him hope, only to be told that he could only live to 25. How could he accept that? Jiang Shi was equally frightened. He couldn't see any issues within Shangtian, but he wouldn't question Guan's judgment. He quickly asked, Master, is there really no solution? Can't immortal cultivation change fate? Guan answered, there is, and it's to sever your karmic ties and bloodline with An Hao. By doing so, from now on, the Yin family will forget you as if you were never born into their world, though those unrelated to the Yin family could still remember you. And Shengtian was stunned, and Jiang Shi was also scared. What kind of method was this? Jiang Shi, recalling that Guan was Sword Venerable Fu Dao, immediately calmed down, while Shengtian grew curious about the real identity of Guan. Sever them, I am willing. And Shengtian gritted his teeth. Although over the years, under Jiang Shi's guidance, his hostility towards An Hao had waned, he still didn't acknowledge An Hao in his heart. In his view, An Hao's bloodline was far from a glory but a shame instead. Guan said, think about your deceased father, your grandfather, and also your mother, your sister. They will all forget you. And Shengtian opened his mouth but couldn't be as resolute as before. Guan had Jiang Shi make tea for him. He wanted to see what decision Shengtian would make. Although Jiang Shi wanted to interject, he understood the meaning behind Guan's instruction to pour tea. He was to stay out of it. And Shengtian clenched his fists, his mind filled with memories of time spent with his family. Unwilling. Why should he? Suddenly, Shengtian decided to accept his fate, just like the 2 words left by An Hao. Resigned. But when he thought of the deep hatred born from his father's and grandfather's blood, he couldn't convince himself. How could he protect his living family members without strong cultivation? Just as Guan was about to lift the tea that Jiang Shi had brewed, and Shengtian said solemnly, sever. I must sever. I need to become stronger. Even if they forget me, I must have the strength to protect them. They may not remember me, but as long as I remember them, that is enough. A look of gratification flashed in Guan's eyes. At least for now, Shengtian thought more about protecting his family rather than revenge. He didn't oppose Shengshin's desire for revenge, but he hoped that revenge wouldn't be the sole purpose of Shengshin's life. Guan drank the tea in one go and then stood up, his gaze falling upon Shengtian. The gold pattern on his forehead began to emit a golden light, as if an eye had appeared on his forehead, leaving Shengtian and Jiang Shi wide-eyed. Boom! The scene around them abruptly changed, removing the pavilion's furnishings from their view, and they found themselves in a space that was surreal and eerie. The 2 instinctively turned their heads but could see nothing. They just felt an inexplicable panic. Guan picked up the fate-determining pen, pointing it at Shengtian. Shengtian had seen the fate-determining pen before and hadn't thought much of it, but at this moment, it seemed so terrifying. Jiang Shi felt the same, and looking again at the crown on Guan's head, He also felt its extraordinary nature. Could it be that his master was a treasure all over? His eyes were full of awe and fervor, wishing he could prostrate himself to his master right there. To cultivate under such a powerful figure. He felt so fortunate. Are you ready, Anshengtian? Guan asked emotionlessly, causing Anshengtian's throat to bob. I forgot to tell you, Guan said. The An in your family is taken from my name. Even if the An family forgets you, as long as you follow me, you will never be separated from the An family. These words made Anshengtian's eyes widen in disbelief. Sword Venerable Fudao. Anshengtian felt like he had been hit by a pleasant surprise. Just as he was about to speak, Guan suddenly brandished his pen, and with a single stroke, Anshengtian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire body frozen in place. His complexion drastically changed. He wanted to speak, but found himself incapable. He could feel something being shed from him. No, being abandoned. An endless tide of loneliness overwhelmed him, and he fell into an unprecedented fear, his eyes unexpectedly brimming over with tears. At that moment, he was like a lost child, wanting to crouch down and hold himself. Your talent may not equal Hao's, but can your will surpass his? Gu An's voice reached him, like dawn's light chasing away the darkness from Anshengtian's inner world. Anshengtian looked up to see Guan and Jiang Shi standing before him. Jiang Shi looking anxious and seemingly trying to say something, but Anshengtian couldn't hear a thing. His gaze rested on Guan, who was looking back at him calmly. For some reason, he didn't feel distanced. Instead, he sensed a kind of power. I cannot let down my master's expectations. Anshengtian gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the negative emotions in his heart, his body trembling as if he were in a chilly cellar. At that moment, Gu An's brow furrowed, and he shifted his right foot. Suddenly, an explosive burst of demonic qi enveloped the surrounding space. Jiang Shi turned his head, looking towards Guan with astonishment. Guan remained silent, waiting for the threads of Anshengtian's fate to be stripped away. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly Taoist backlash, Taoist friend, for changing the fate of a person entangled with the karma of the heavenly Tao? An indifferent voice came from outside the demonic qi, startling Jiang Shi into hastily turning around. How could there be someone else? Guan lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the demonic qi, crossing the void, to peer into another mysterious and dark space. Within it flowed a magnificent river, emanating radiant auroras, neither its source nor endpoint visible. The River of Destiny. A figure stood atop the River of Destiny. The figure shone with a silvery light, with only their silhouette discernible. Guan couldn't see through to their true form, but he could sense the other had locked onto his position. He had already employed the supreme concealing void technique, rendering the space around him impenetrable to peering eyes. Thus he wasn't worried. Moreover, the River of Destiny was incredibly distant from him. The other party was merely communicating, with no intention of descending into the great heavenly spirit land. Do you wish to warn or stop me? Guan asked. The voice of the silvery figure carried through. I intend to warn. I drift within the River of Destiny and cannot descend upon the world. You need not worry. I can see that you, Taoist friend, have stepped onto the way of cause and effect. One day we shall meet. I will await you by the River of Destiny. Guan seemed to think of something. His expression turned strange as he continued to ask, May I know the name of my Taoist friend? I have no Taoist title, only a common name, which is likely unknown. My name is Lu Xiaoxian. Hearing the name, Guan fell silent. Jiang Shi didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. The River of Destiny. The way of cause and effect. And Lu Xiaoxian. Just the sound of it was terrifying. Is this the world of the immortal path realm? While shocked, Jiang Shi felt an unprecedented ambition and resolve stirring within him. Chapter 397. The Escaper of the Heavenly Tao Lu Xiaoxian. Guan fell into silence, his thoughts drifting to Lu Han within the reincarnation evolution. The turning point in Lu Han's life was the birth of Lu Xiaoxian. With a talent that surpassed all others, the only thing Lu Han did before his death was to resurrect Lu Xiaoxian in the River of Destiny. Listening to Lu Xiaoxian's words, Guan could feel his vicissitudes. It was hard to imagine the long and desolate years he had endured alone. Having all of Lu Han's memories, Guan naturally felt differently about Lu Xiaoxian. In his eyes, Lu Xiaoxian was his son. Guan even speculated that the reason why reincarnation evolution came to be might simply be that it was originally real, just as the free immortal had to experience the reincarnation tribulation. The reincarnation tribulation of the free immortal would also lead to rebirth in different times and spaces, and the time span of reincarnation evolution was even larger, indicating a higher level of reincarnation tribulation. Guan reined in his thoughts and spoke. Thank you for the reminder, Taoist friend. My name is Meng Lang. Should I have the chance to visit the River of Destiny in the future, we can discuss and exchange Taoist sorcery. Above the River of Destiny, Lu Qiuxian, emitting a silver glow, did not immediately respond. He stood there, like an afterimage, about to vanish into the torrent of destiny. After a while, all right. Lu Qiuxian agreed and then disappeared into thin air above the River of Destiny. Gu An's gaze shifted to Shangtian, watching as he detached from the causality of the Yin family. Jiang Shi's mind wandered, curious about Lu Qiuxian's cultivation level. Do not mention what just occurred to anyone, including Shangtian, Guan suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi hurriedly promised to keep the matter to himself. In fact, even without Gu An's instruction, he had no intention of sharing it with others. Witnessing such great power was his own fortune. How could he share it with others? Time continued to pass. And Shangtian was immersed in his own pain, unaware of what had just transpired. He could only make out the vague figures of Gu An and another. He gritted his teeth and persisted as the memories of the Yin family in his mind became increasingly blurred, which frightened him. He could accept the Yin family forgetting him, but he could not forget them. If both sides forgot each other, they would truly become unconnected, which was not the outcome he desired. Master! Martial Master! And Shangtian gritted his teeth, his cry not for the Valley Master of Mystic Valley but for Anhao's master, Sword Venerable Fudao. Focus your mind. As long as you miss them enough, you won't forget. Gu An's voice followed. He had his own motives, deliberately tempering Shangtian, hoping Shangtian would hold family ties in the highest regard to prevent him from opposing Anhao in the future. In his heart, Anhao was definitely more important. Without Anhao, there would be no Shangtian. Hearing Gu An's words, Shangtian persisted. Suddenly, with a boom, blood flame abruptly ignited on him. His body curled up and trembled incessantly. Guan raised his right hand, and a dark purple medicinal herb appeared, promptly turning into powder that hovered in his palm, forming a whirlwind. Jiang Shi couldn't help but fix his gaze on the whirlwind in Guan's palm, curious about what Guan was about to do. Guan then swung his palm toward Shangtian. As the palm struck out, Shangtian's flesh instantly dispersed, leaving only a skeleton behind, which startled Jiang Shi. Before he could utter a word, a dark purple mist surrounded Shangtian, quickly enveloping him and covering the skeleton. Jiang Shi looked intently, his hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves, his heart in turmoil. Fearful that Shangtian would die right there. The scene was too frightening. Flesh had dispersed in an instant. Could a person still live? The dark purple mist soon submerged the skeleton, billowing and slowly forming the outline of flesh. That is. Jiang Shi's eyes widened, his expression one of astonishment. Guan remained expressionless. This was a 9th-tier medicinal herb, which he had acquired at great cost. It contained vast spiritual energy, making the molding of a flesh body not challenging, as long as Shangtian's life force was controlled. If his soul had not left the body, it would be manageable. A new life and destiny. What path will you take from here? Guan wondered to himself, also contemplating whether Shangtian's maximum lifespan would increase. If it could, this act would also be a method of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Inside the attic, Guan sat in a chair, his eyes filled with disappointment. Shangtian, Foundation Establishment Realm 8th Floor 20/350/5000. His cultivation level had increased, as had his lifespan, but his maximum lifespan had not. That is to say, replacing bloodlines was not a way to change maximum lifespan. The concept of maximum lifespan became even more complex in Gu An's eyes. Luckily, Shangtian was considered as having defied fate, breaking free from the destiny of the Yin family. Master, may I take him down? Jiang Shi, holding Shangtian and wearing an anxious expression, asked. Shangtian was covered in a robe for modesty and had not yet awakened. Guan nodded, and Jiang Shi sighed with relief, signaling that Shangtian was already out of danger. He immediately carried Shangtian away. After leaving the house, he also closed the door behind him. Guan then began to ponder about Lu Qiuxian. After Lu Han was executed by the Black Profound Emperor, how did Lu Qiuxian survive? There must have been many stories behind it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the Supreme Sect, carriages progressed across the mountains. Si Yenner was meditating on the floor of a carriage when she suddenly opened her eyes, frowning. What's going on? This feeling. What exactly is it? Why can't I remember? Si Yenner mumbled to herself, experiencing an inexplicable sense of emptiness within her. In the carriage behind her, a mother and daughter felt the same, clutching their chests in silence, sinking into an indescribable sadness, without understanding what was causing their grief. And Hao, who was far away in the Immortal dynasty, sensed it too. He abruptly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed in concern. He looked towards the setting sun in the distance, his gaze filled with confusion. He sat meditating on a cliff, his body entwined with chains of golden light, unable to stand up. Who is trying to sever the karma with me? And Hao wondered in surprise, having delved into the way of cause and effect since he had received the legacy of the heavenly Tao. However, his understanding of the way of cause and effect was still weak, lacking the power to deduce its mysteries. As he couldn't figure it out, he attributed the penalization to the Immortal dynasty, deciding not to dwell on it and continued his path enlightenment. Oppressed by the Immortal dynasty, he did not panic, knowing that as long as his martial master was there, the Immortal dynasty would dare not act rashly. He was also astonished when he heard that his martial master had slain Autumn Equinox Immortal Lord, having met the man whose formidable aura had made a substantial impression. It was unimaginable to Hao that such a powerful being would be powerless before his martial master. He found that no matter how powerful an entity he encountered, how profound a force's heritage was, those seemingly invincible and unconquerable beings were like nothing before his martial master. He could not fathom just how strong his martial master truly was. He even looked forward to how the encounter would unfold if Yongxian Emperor, the current publicly acknowledged number one under the heavens, were to face his martial master. He believed his martial master could also be the first under the heavens. Thinking of his martial master's strength, and Hao cast aside his distractions, feeling a surge of fervor. He wanted to catch up to his martial master as soon as possible. As the days went by, New Year's Day arrived in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Mystic Valley began preparing for the festival. And Shengtian was chopping wood in the forest, his hair tied high at the back of his head, revealing his stern features. A female disciple approached holding a teapot, looking at Shengtian hesitantly. "Senior brother, are you tired? Would you like some spiritual tea?" She observed Shengtian, her expression turning timidly coy. Shengtian turned his head with a smile, like ice melting away, he said with a laugh. "As a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, how could I be tired? However, I cannot refuse junior sister's kindness. Just leave it there, and I will bring the teapot back for you." The female disciple was about to say something when the bushes rustled, and a white deer darted past them. A male disciple chased after it, not daring to glance at Shengtian and the female disciple, fearful of interrupting them. Shengtian looked up and couldn't help but smile. Somewhat vexed but not wanting to bother her senior brother further, the female disciple resignedly placed the teapot down and left. Inside Mystic Valley, Guan stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Zhan, admiring the landscape of the medicine garden. "Now that we're here, tell me, why did you want to come and see this place?" Guan turned his head towards Shen Zhan and asked. Shen Zhan's gaze wandered, as if searching for someone. She murmured, "No, this isn't right." "What's not right?" Guan asked, puzzled. Ever since he had met her that day, he felt something was off about her, as though she was always in a daze. Recently, the presence of reincarnation around Shen Zhan had been growing stronger. A sensation Guan had only ever felt around Ji Xiaoyu, which meant that Ji Xiaoyu was awakening memories of her past life. Shen Zhan did not answer Guan, but instead, she began to walk away. In the direction of the woods where Shengtian was. Guan followed her, curious about what Shen Zhan was searching for. Could it have something to do with Shengtian? Guan was perplexed, sensing that something strange was happening. When Shen Zhan reached the forest, she coincidentally passed by the female disciple, who instinctively looked towards Shen Zhan. Attracted by her extraordinary aura and veiled face, the disciple was so mesmerized it was as if she had seen an immortal, leaving her in a daze. Only when Guan walked past her did she snap out of it. Though curious about Shen Zhan's identity, she dared not follow. To the new disciples, Guan's authority in Mystic Valley was paramount. Upon seeing in Shangtian, Shen Zhen's expression subtly changed. And Shangtian seemed to sense something and involuntarily turned his head. When his eyes met Shen Zhen's, he frowned, feeling an uncomfortable sensation. Shen Zhen's pupils twinkled peculiarly, the corners of her mouth rising beneath her veil. "What's wrong?" Guan came up and asked. Seeing him, and Shangtian immediately raised his hand in salute. Ignoring Guan, Shen Zhen said in a strange tone, "Those who evade the heavenly Tao variables." And Shengshen's frown deepened, suddenly feeling a chill that made him instinctively fear. Guan stood in front of Shen Zhen and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He reached out to touch Shen Zhen's shoulder. Snap! Shen Zhen suddenly grabbed Guan's wrist, her gaze turned sinister, and she spoke coldly. "I'm fine, don't touch me. Demon Shore has developed hostility towards you, seeking to annihilate you. Do you wish to use lifespan detection on it?" Chapter 398. The Lifespan of the Free Immortal. Demon Shore? Guan had never heard this name before, so he immediately chose to perform a lifespan detection on it. Demon Shore, Free Immortal Realm 9 Layers 58, 027, 612/500, 000, 000/1, 000, 000, 000, 500 million years of lifespan, with a maximum lifespan of 1 billion years. Why did this person harbor animosity toward him? Could it be that Shen Zhen was so bizarre because he was being manipulated by this person? Guan looked at Shen Zhen standing before him, feigning astonishment. Shen Zhen slightly tilted his head to look at Guan and asked, "Is there a problem?" Although the voice was Shen Zhen's, the tone was definitely not. Guan pretended to be tense and replied, "No." Shen Zhen let go, then took a step to the side, casting a deep glance at Shangtian that made his heart unease. Shen Zhen smiled and then turned away. And Shangtian took a deep breath, moved to Guan's side, and seemed about to say something, but Guan raised his hand, signaling him to hold his words. Once Shen Zhen had walked out of the grove, Guan's expression turned ice-cold. "Martial Master Shi?" And Shangtian cautiously began, the look in Shen Zhen's eyes just now filling him with dread, as if a natural predator had set its sights on him, even making him feel a major disaster was imminent. "It doesn't matter." Guan uttered 2 words, and upon hearing them, and Shangtian immediately relaxed. The phrase "martial master" was enough. And Shangtian knew well that Guan was Sword Venerable Fudao. Thinking back to the shocking Great Mixed Yuan plate from a few years ago, his spirit was immediately uplifted. With the martial master backing him, what was there to fear? His task was to diligently cultivate, striving to surpass and how and make his martial master proud of him. Guan patted Shangtian on the shoulder, encouraging him to continue. And Shangtian looked at Guan's departing figure and raised a hand to his own shoulder, chuckling softly. The upcoming spring festival remained lively. Although Guan was thinking about Demon Shore, he still acted naturally, actively celebrating with his disciples. Because of the intervention a few years ago by Sword Venerable Fudao, which greatly lessened the chaos in Taicong continent, the recent spring festivals had been lively, especially for the disciples of the Supreme Sect, who on such days would rid their minds of worries and start harboring hopes for the future. Until late into the night. Third Medicine Valley. In the attic. Guan sat at the desk, eyes closed, his divine thought frenziedly scanning the great heavenly spirit land. Unable to find a cause and effect similar to Shen Zhen, he extended his divine thought into the universe. Though Demon Shore's cultivation level was inferior to his, being hated by someone was intolerable. Especially since the opponent hated his original self. He must die, to prevent future troubles. That night, the person with the worst mood within the Supreme Sect was none other than the strongest among them. Until the early hours, Guan finally located Demon Shore. The bastard was actually hiding within the silent destruction domain. And he was harboring a large number of evil demons under his command, clearly having some sort of plan. Guan stood up, left the house, and walked downstairs. Just as he was downstairs, Ji Xiaoyu emerged from the house and called out to him. "What's up?" Guan asked with a smile. Ji Xiaoyu approached him, sizing him up. Guan touched his own face and asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" Ji Xiaoyu stared into his eyes and said, "There's a sense of death about you. Have you been marked by something corrupt?" Guan feigned nervousness as he asked, "Really? Don't frighten me." He knew Ji Xiaoyu was not wrong in her feeling. Ever since being targeted by Demon Shore the day before, a causal bond had latched onto him and was growing stronger. Guan had not dispelled the cause and effect on him, instead using it to trace Demon Shore. Perhaps it's just my imagination, Ji Xiaoyu suggested, seeing his panicked reaction. She was puzzled inside. What on earth had happened to Guan? Although she had regained some of her memories, she was not the original self, able to only sense the cause and effect on Guan but not fully see through it. Always scaring me, later when I go out, I'll be worried the whole way, Guan complained sullenly. Then don't go out. I'm puzzled, with your current resources inexhaustible, why do you still take charge of so many medicine valleys? You don't understand, this is life. To be human, one needs to do things to feel grounded. Humph, you're definitely hiding secrets. Don't you follow me? If I catch you, we are through. This is called privacy rights, understand? Who gave you privacy rights? Granted by the heavens. Do you dare to question it? The two began to bicker again, and after Ji Xiaoyu twisted his arm a few times, Guan finally fled. Ji Xiaoyu watched his retreating figure, her brows furrowed deeply, her heart filled with worry, sensing that Guan was heading for great trouble. Guan headed toward the transmission array platform, along the way seeing Long Qing heading out of the valley. Going out to box again? Guan asked with a smile. Long Qing, who had been practicing with Shen Xinzi for years, had reached a horrifying level of physical strength. His qi blood was so powerful it even surpassed the void-crossing realm. Sadly, his body contained not a trace of spiritual power. Long Qing stopped in his tracks, faced Guan, and nodded slightly. He revealed a proud expression and said, "In half a year, my second martial master will take me out to hunt demons. I will be able to fight to my heart's content." Guan did not admonish him, merely nodding before expressing a few words of concern and letting him go. Watching Long Qing walk away, Guan thought of Shengtian. The number of juniors in Medicine Valley had been increasing. He wondered what the scene would look like in 1,000 years. He smiled and continued towards the transmission array platform. Upon reaching Mystic Valley, he glanced at Lu Jiujia and then left alone. He walked through the forest and gradually, a figure emerged from his body, a split of his divine skills. He allowed his split form to replace his original self, while his true form entered a state difficult for immortals to divine. The split form continued forward leisurely, while the original form leapt out of great heavenly spirit land and descended into the silent destruction domain in an incomprehensible manner to living beings. In the depths of the silent destruction domain, where it was incredibly dark without stars, just swells of dense fog as if from the primordial chaos, suffocatingly oppressive. In the darkness stood a city, silent and hanging, resembling a giant armored beast. The surface of the buildings had sharp, towering columns, frighteningly ominous. Inside a grand hall within the city, demonic qi swirled like mist. At the center sat a pool over 30 feet in diameter, the surface a bright red. A figure was meditating in the pool. She was a white-haired woman, her body bare, with long hair cascading down her front into the waters. Her back was as white and smooth as jade, perfectly contoured. This was Demon Shore. She sat with her eyes closed, her face stunningly beautiful, except for a trace of wicked aura between her brows. Suddenly she opened her eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "How did that boy's cause and effect get severed?" Lifting her right hand, she began to deduce. Just then, a hand landed on her fair shoulder. The touch made her Taoist heart tremble and her face drastically change. "Why are you looking for someone?" A raspy voice entered her ears, chilling her to the bone. How could this be? Demon Shore was terrified to find herself completely immobile, her mana almost frozen. She was a free immortal of 9 layers. How could she be so utterly suppressed? Could it be that the other party? Thinking of the legends, she resisted her fear and asked through gritted teeth, Who are you? If you can see great heavenly spirit land with her eyes, could you also hear certain things with her ears?" Guan stood behind Demon Shore, leaning slightly forward. Enshrouded with a gray aura, his true appearance concealed, he looked mysteriously formidable. Hearing his words, Demon Shore carefully recalled. She quickly thought of Shen Zhan, who often mentioned a person. Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Her impression of this person was very deep, deeming him a possible free immortal. But she had not calculated against Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Though free immortals differed, She was one who had stepped into reincarnation tribulation, even if not yet successfully, but at least she was trying. Sword Venerable Fudao, why? The longer Gu An's hand pressed down, the more frantic she became. In her perception, Gu An's Dao level was unfathomable, and compared to his, her way of cause and effect was insignificant. Guan could feel her fear. He deliberately gave her time to experience panic, fear, and regret. After all, Guan had been worried about her hostility all night. Killing her directly would be too lenient. He gazed down at Demon Shore, taking in her entire form. Nice skin, too bad she provoked him. Dang! Gu An's gaze intensified, as he furiously infused his divine thought into her body, impacting her soul, probing her memory. Demon Shore's body trembled, quickly settling into calmness. The grand hall fell silent. Even the swirling demonic chi halted. After a long while, Guan withdrew his divine thought, exerting a slight force with his right hand. Demon Shore instantly turned into ash, a shockwave spreading that caused countless tiny stars to appear in the demonic mist. Those were the shattered remnants of Demon Shore's Tao. Guan pondered over Demon Shore's memories, filled with emotion. So the reincarnation tribulation held such mysteries. Demon Shore was not only reborn herself but also could choose a mortal for rebirth. Shen Zhan was her choice, and she chose him after he had grown up. The reason for choosing Shen Zhan was his innate talent for the way of cause and effect and the uncertainties surrounding him. Demon Shore couldn't see why the uncertainties around Shen Zhan originated, initially not even considering Sword Venerable Fudao. Until years ago, during the Supreme Chaos Disc, she confirmed that Sword Venerable Fudao was the uncertainty surrounding Shen Zhan. She was surprised but not shocked. Until Shengtian appeared, using Shen Zhan's body, she sensed its cause and effect and was instantly moved. She even wanted to usurp Shengshen's body. Thinking of the seductive she-demon becoming a man, Guan felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, in Demon Shore's memories, she was always a woman. Otherwise, he would feel awkward seeing Shen Zhan in the future. You have successfully seized 61,098,203 years of lifespan from Demon Shore. Free Immortal Realm, 9 layers. A prompt appeared before Guan, seizing over 60 million years of lifespan in one go. Not bad. Worthy of a free immortal. Would killing Taoist hidden immortals in the future bring in hundreds of millions of years of lifespan? Guan looked forward with anticipation, but for now, he did not want to confront Taoist hidden immortals. He would rather accumulate lifespan through medicinal herbs. It was safer to grow stronger unnoticed and avoid much hatred. Chapter 399 Supreme Demon Realm. The memories from Demon Shore were vast, and the greatest help to Guan was in her understanding of reincarnation tribulation. Reincarnation tribulation indeed allows one to be reborn into different times and spaces, even into the past, but whether it's the past or the future, the main Bodhi's power cannot intervene. When the reincarnated being dies or exerts the power of the main body, it will be forcibly expelled back by the heavenly Tao. This reminded Guan of the time when Ji Xiaoyu in the 7-star spirit realm had used the power of a primordial Taoist talisman and then quickly disappeared. It seemed she was expelled by the reincarnation tribulation. This deepened Gu An's understanding of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao more closely resembles a collection of rules and the grand Tao, meticulous and domineering. Guan stopped pondering and turned her gaze toward the interior of the great hall. The hall was vast, yet there were many stark differences hidden within. Those huge stone pillars were also inlaid with numerous special spirit stones. This city was none other than Demon City. According to the memories of Demon Shore, there were many such cities in the silent destruction domain. Although there was no stronger existence above Demon Shore, all the demon cities were remnants of power left by the Supreme Demon Realm. The Supreme Demon Realm had once been extremely powerful, aiming to devour the great heaven and earth, but was later struck down by a mysterious entity that slayed the realm master, causing it to shatter. At that time, Demon Shore was not yet fully grown. 1,000,000 demons hid within the demon city. Although these demons seemed no different from the heavenly demons to the creatures of the great heaven and earth, there were also many powers standing within the silent destruction domain, and they did not trespass into the territories of the blood prison Great Saint. Guan decided to eradicate the root of the problem and eliminate all these demons. Whenever creatures from the great heaven and earth passed near the demon city, they never met a good fate. Demon Shore even dared to attack passing free immortals, though the free immortals had their own means to escape. The attacked free immortal was actually the ancient immortal emperor from the Immortal dynasty. Approaching noon, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. He called up his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 650/1, 954, 210, 604. Physique, mixed yuan refined void body. Cultivation level, perfect Taoist hidden immortal realm. By slaying the million evil demons in the demon city, he gained nearly 500 million years of lifespan, making this trip an enormous harvest. Looking at his lifespan approaching 2 billion years, Guan felt wonderfully good. Of course, the most important thing was that he had removed a source of worry. As Guan encountered disciples along the way, he would smile and ask them a few questions, leaving the disciples surprised and honored. Now the number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley exceeded 3,000, and many, even those who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm, were willing to stay. As the Supreme Sect grew stronger, the treatment in the Third Medicine Valley also continued to rise, even higher than that of many inner sect halls. The disciples all respected Guan, not for his status or cultivation level, but because he treated each disciple without pretense. Even when they heard Guan enjoyed reading common books, they found him all the more approachable since Guan did not coerce the female disciples, and he was well regarded. When Guan arrived at his pavilion, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly came out, her expression strange. "What's wrong now?" Guan asked in feigned dejection. Ji Xiaoyu replied, "The death energy around you has disappeared. Who did you go see this morning?" Guan looked around, then took 2 steps forward and mysteriously said, "You scared me, so I had to ask Sword Venerable Fudao for help. He cast a spell to keep me safe, at the cost of 300 years of my lifespan." Ji Xiaoyu believed the first part of his statement, but she couldn't help but roll her eyes at the last sentence. Mortals will be mortals. With Sword Venerable Fudao's cultivation, how could he covet your 300 years of lifespan? Such a narrow view. It's laughable even when you boast. Ji Xiaoyu's words were venomous, unaware that this was exactly the effect Guan wanted. "You look down on me? In 30 years the East River may flow west. Do not belittle the poor. Change 30 to thousands. Get inside, I need to sort you out." Guan pushed Ji Xiaoyu into the house, and she did not resist, her face even breaking into a smile. An hour later, Guan came out of her house. Passing by, an Xian winked and teased Guan, causing him to glare at her. Blood Prison Great Saint watched from under a distant tree, sighing sentimentally. "The master indeed leads a charming life. Once 1,000 years pass, I too must enjoy the local customs of the great heavenly spirit land." The spring breeze was caressing, the weather cool, and all living things were awakening their vitality. Even the clouds that shrouded the continent's sky had dissipated some. The Supreme Sect, basking in the prestige of Sword Venerable Fudao, continued to develop, but the struggles of the world grew more intense. Every moment, cultivators from the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court were fighting, with more and more territories and powers being drawn into the fray. Half a year sped by swiftly. Guan stood by the window, watching Long Qing follow Shen Xinzi out of the valley. Apart from his previous experiences in the Zhouyuan world, this was Long Qing's first time leaving the Supreme Sect. Although he was just practicing on the Taicang continent, the sight of the young man's excitement gave Guan a distinct feeling. "Feeling reluctant to let him go?" Ji Xiaoyu's teasing voice came from downstairs. Guan replied, "How could that be? It just reminded me of some old friends." "Do you wish for the people by your side to accompany you forever?" "No, not really. If they leave, they leave. There will always be newcomers. I just feel nostalgic about how quickly they grow up. They become capable of standing on their own in the blink of an eye." What do you mean by newcomers? When I'm gone, there will be new ones. What are you talking about? You haven't even outlasted the old ones yet." Boom! The attic began to tremble slightly. Outside the courtyard, the Blood Prison Great Saint, who was lying down asleep, turned his head. Such noise couldn't affect him. He was already used to it. An hour later, Guan, accompanied by an Xian and the Blood Prison Great Saint, left the Third Medicine Valley. Today, they were heading to Tianya Valley. On the way, an Xian spoke of the rising talents on the continent. From time to time, a peerless genius would emerge, and individuals like An Hao, Li Ya, and Wu Ju had already been forgotten by many, just as Guan had once been unaware of Xian Tianyi. Guan rode on the back of the Blood Prison Great Saint, holding a book in his hand, occasionally echoing an Xian. He also paid attention to the recent happenings in the world. Compared to the world hundreds of years ago, the standard for genius had risen. The cultivators in Xian referred to as geniuses had cultivation levels at the very least within the Void Crossing realm. Hundreds of years ago, those of the Void Crossing realm were considered great cultivators, old monsters. Nowadays, the Nirvana realm was no longer a secret known to just a few. And Xian spoke of the affairs of the world with no longing in her tone, only anticipation. She didn't want to go out, she just wanted to become more formidable than those people, to prove that staying by her master's side was the best choice. They chatted and laughed along the way, making the journey seem less tedious. When they arrived at Tianya Valley, they saw a group of young and proud cultivators. When Guan and his companions appeared, they attracted the attention of most. Guan saw LV Xian among them. It had been quite a while since he had seen LV Xian because every time LV Batian met him, he would mention LV Xian, making Guan occasionally keep track of LV Xian's progress. LV Xian had always been highly talented, and coupled with favorable circumstances, he now possessed the cultivation level of the mystic heart realm. He looked from afar at Guan with a joyous expression on his face. Guan nodded slightly towards him, then dismounted and walked toward Li Zuando's courtyard. And Xian went with the Blood Prison Great Saint to meet the 3 monkey demons. Guan proceeded into the courtyard, walked up to the table, and saluted Li Xiandao with a cupped fist. Following Li Zuando's gesture, he sat down. Li Xiandao appraised Guan and asked with a smile, "Why do I feel you've changed again?" Guan replied, "Perhaps I've aged a bit more?" As Guan grew older, his relationship with Li Xiandao became less about seniority and more like that of equals. It wasn't that Guan's outward cultivation was particularly strong, but both were several centuries old. Their life journeys were continually advancing. For those who lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, people aged 500 to 1,000 years were considered peers, and this concept subtly influenced them as well. The two exchanged pleasantries, having not seen each other for many years. LV Xian was a supreme talent, and so was Li Xiandao, whose cultivation had reached the Mahayana realm. His Mahayana realm cultivation had outstripped LV Batian, who used to have a higher cultivation level than Li Xiandao but had failed his tribulation crossing and remained at the 9th layer of the unification realm. Seeing Li Zuando's growth rate, Guan felt gratified. After all, they were comrades in the Tao, and how could he not be delighted to see his Taoist friend's progress? How many of his old companions would still be alive in 10,000 years? Guan was not sure, but he felt that Li Xiandao had a strong chance. Ancient emperors of tens of thousands of years were not unheard of. Just look at the Yangxian emperor of the Immortal dynasty, or Shengtian of the Holy Court, all of whom ruled for more than 1,000,000 years. After chatting for a while, Li Xiandao suddenly sighed. How many years will it take for the Taizong dynasty to become an existence like the Immortal dynasty? The current chaos in the world is the best opportunity, but it's a pity we are not strong enough and might miss such a chance. The dynamic of the world changed day by day, but a dynasty's accumulation could not speed up as quickly, which made Li Xiandao anxious. If they missed this chance and a new ruler emerged, the Taizong dynasty would never have its day, at best dominating only a single region. Guan hadn't expected that Li Xiandao would actually harbor ambitions to replace Yangxian Emperor and Shengtian. That was quite daring. Given Li Zuando's position of power, he surely understood the strength of the Immortal dynasty and the Holy Court. For others, faced with such a gap, they would only feel envious or awed. As for replacing them, how could one even think of that? What if this chaos lasts for many years? This is a chaos that affects the entire world. Compared to the world at large, isn't the Taizong continent minuscule? Guan consoled. Li Xiandao looked at Guan and suddenly asked, "If there were a very powerful force that could aid me, but accepting their help could be a hidden danger in the future, what would you choose if you were the emperor?" A very powerful force? Guan silently reasoned, instantly realizing that the force Li Xiandao mentioned was a great sect, one of the leading sects in the mortal world. They chose the Taizong dynasty with the aim of establishing a relationship with Sword Venerable Fudao. If they could control the Taizong dynasty, they would have better grounds and opportunities to contact Sword Venerable Fudao. In their eyes, Sword Venerable Fudao had the qualifications to contend against the Yangxian Emperor. This was an indispensable force for them, aspiring to surpass both the Immortal dynasty and the Holy Court. Without free immortals, how could one dream of unifying the world? After Guan had calculated the variables, he responded, "It all depends on what you truly want. whether you wish for peace for the people of the world or if you desire to realize your own ambitions more. Chapter 400 Immortal Legacy All Living Beings. Aspirations. Li Xiandao fell into deep thought, and Guan did not offer his own opinion, since both choices had pros and cons for the common folk. To remain content with the status quo would invite future crises. To be discontent would make life harder for the current and future generations. Guan's protection of the continent's beings already showed his benevolence, but he would not worry about the daily lives of all living beings every day. In any case, when asked about worldly affairs, Guan's role was simply to provide options. The ultimate decision was up to Li Xiandao, with whom the consequences lay. Li Xiandao was lost in contemplation, and Guan did not disturb him. His gaze drifted outside the courtyard. Xian, who was instructing someone in their cultivation, glanced towards Guan from time to time. When their eyes met, Guan could tell he was excited. Guan was suspicious, but he was not in a hurry. He would discuss it with Li Xiandao later. Usually, he did not need to spend much time on cultivation, so his pace of life was slow. He was not in a rush about most things. He could handle them one by one. Li Xiandao was not forever lost in his own world. He came back to reality and started chatting with Guan about Li Ya. Li Ya was the link between the two, and speaking of him prompted more conversation. After an hour, Li Xiandao suddenly said, Xian has been talking about you non-stop. He specifically came back from overseas to see you, but insisted I come along. He wants to meet you but also fears you. What's that about? Guan pretended to be puzzled and asked, why does he want to meet me? And why would he fear me? That shouldn't be. Have I treated him poorly? While speaking, he looked curiously at Xian, who immediately smiled back at him. Li Xiandao stared at Guan meaningfully and said, Guan, what kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to hide things from each other. Guan's expression alternated between clouds and sunshine. He took a deep breath and said, to be honest, there are indeed hidden relationships behind me. If I reveal them, I will be punished, and those who know will die. After saying this, he patted his shoulder. Li Xiandao immediately squinted his eyes and chuckled, then let's not talk about it anymore. Inside, however, his mind was in turmoil. This boy. Upon reflecting, Li Xiandao had an epiphany. After Guan joined the Supreme Sect, Sword Venerable Fudao appeared, primarily active around areas close to Guan. He recalled Li Ya's sudden surge in strength over the years which he could never explain. Now it all made sense. It seemed Guan had arranged for Sword Venerable Fudao to look after Li Ya. Li Zuando's gaze towards Guan heated up, making Guan quite uncomfortable. Without guessing, Guan knew what Li Xiandao might be planning. He did not clarify. If Li Xiandao wanted to act under the name of Sword Venerable Fudao, he did not mind giving Li a pat on the shoulder. It depended on whether Li Xiandao knew his limits. You go meet Xian. I don't have other matters here, Li Xiandao said, waving his hand with a smile. Guan stood up, bowed to him, and then walked towards the courtyard gate. Seeing him leave, Xian immediately greeted him and pulled Guan towards a corner of Tianya Valley. What's so secretive? Asked Guan. Xian whispered. I have something great, and it won't disappoint you. Something great. Guan's interest was piqued, and he followed Xian away. Xian led Guan into a cave, his personal cave. He had crafted it here in Tianya Valley for fear of being seen by others, setting up very advanced restrictions. After entering the cave, Xian activated the restrictions, isolating it completely. Guan, feeling irritated, asked, all this secrecy? Do we even have to hide it from His Majesty? Of course we do. If he knew, he'd go mad. Xian replied, his face displaying excitement. He then pulled Guan into the deepest chamber of the cave, walked up to a stone table, and took out an irregularly shaped stone slab that seemed like a large fragment. At first glance, it appeared plain with no inscriptions or runes. As he set down the slab, Guan suddenly understood something significant. His expression turned peculiar. The stone slab actually contained heavenly Tao destiny. Moreover, it was purer and more unsettling than the heavenly Tao inheritance obtained by an Hao from the Heaven sect. Its destiny emitted an indescribable oppressive force. Even Guan, the Taoist hidden immortal, felt an instinctive wariness and a glimmer of desire. He wanted to possess this heavenly Tao destiny. Yet, as this desire emerged, his wariness grew. Something was off. Guan looked at Xian and asked, "What is this?" He couldn't discern the cause and effect of this stone slab. This indicated that the origin of the slab was even stronger than the Taoist hidden immortal himself. At this realization, Guan almost wished Xian would take this item away and keep it far from him. What kind of thing was this? Trying to harm him? Xian, with an excited smile, said, "This is an inheritance I stumbled upon. You might not believe it, but this contains the legacy of a true immortal, a real godlike immortal, not something any immortal dynasty or holy court could compare to." Immortal legacy? Guan frowned. Neither Lu Han nor Long Zhan had encountered a real immortal through the ages, although they'd met many who claimed to belong to the immortal or divine race. This had led Guan to always believe that the so-called immortals were merely more powerful beings. Xian continued, "The inheritance here only cares about talent, not cultivation level. I failed, but I think you should give it a try." "Why should it be me? There are so many geniuses," Guan hesitated to ask. Xian glared at him and said impatiently, "There are many geniuses, but the only one I have a good relationship with is you. I wouldn't give it to an Hao. You have supreme talent, yet you can restrain your competitive spirit and live in seclusion here. I think you becoming an immortal would be better, at least you wouldn't threaten me, and you are indeed very good to your friends." Although Guan was curious, he felt that this matter was very dangerous, so he said, "Actually, His Majesty's talent is also very strong." After hearing this, Xian's eyes brightened as he said, "You noticed it too? I thought I was the only one who knew." But don't tell him I know." "Ha ha ha, don't worry. He still thinks he's hidden himself well enough, not realizing that you are the deepest enigma. Think about it, it makes sense that Sword Venerable Fudao has always stayed at Supreme Sect, certainly to cultivate you. And Hao claims to be a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao, but he left and Sword Venerable Fudao is still here. That must mean he's just riding on your coattails." Xian chuckled, truly believing that Guan was stronger than an Hao. He had sparred with both of them, and Guan had given him the greatest sense of oppression and psychological shadow. He even believed that Guan was the #1 genius under the heavens. Hearing this, Guan fell into silence, his gaze fixed on a stone slab. Wait, should he use his lifespan to simulate this? Guan thought it feasible as touching the stone slab directly seemed too dangerous. His mind made up, he immediately began to simulate. Simulating the inheritance will consume 1 million years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? That much? Guan hesitated, but looking at the stone slab, he was really tempted. Forget it. Take the plunge. While Xian continued his incessant chatter, Guan chose to continue, and then his consciousness entered a vast white space. Everything was blank, and below his feet, grass first emerged, rapidly expanding, and mountains appeared in the distance in all directions. The world was vast and the sky magnificent. Guan looked ahead and saw atop the mountains a dazzling orb of light, immensely gigantic, much larger than any mountain on earth. Within the light orb, there stood a towering figure. 10,000 zhong in height, adorned in armor, wielding a divine weapon, exuding a domineering aura that overwhelmed all living beings. Upon seeing this figure, Guan felt threatened, and he couldn't help but think of Black Profound Emperor, whom Lu Han encountered, and Annihilation God Emperor, whom Long Zhan encountered. Their auras were similar. What realms were they actually in? Mortal spirit, having seen the heavenly Tao, why not kneel? A majestic voice rang out, but Guan did not kneel since it was just a simulation, and he asked, "What inheritance is this?" "This is the heavenly Tao immortal position inheritance. To gain my approval, you must defeat me." Defeat? Guan was surprised internally. Facing this entity, Xian surely had no chance at all, let alone even the desire to fight. Wait, Xian said that the inheritance only looked at talent. Could it be that facing different inheritors, this entity's cultivation level might also change? Xian failed against an existence a great realm higher than his own. He was now facing an existence a realm higher than Taoist hidden immortal. No wonder it felt dangerous, yet not hopeless. What is heavenly Tao immortal position? Guan pressed on. The other did not respond. Guan asked other questions, but no matter what he asked, there was no response. Forget it. Then fight to see if he had the strength to pass the inheritance test. Inside the cave, Xian gestured to Guan, whose eyes suddenly became clear. What were you thinking about? I asked you several times, and you didn't respond, LV Xian said with dissatisfaction. Guan smiled and replied, nothing much, I was just wondering whether there really are immortals and gods. He had passed the test. It had to be said, that entity was indeed formidable. Guan had to use dozens of moves to completely vanquish it. Yet even after the victory, Guan still hadn't figured out what the heavenly Tao immortal position was. But one thing was certain. The stone slab inheritance could see through his true cultivation level. If there was an immortal god power behind it, that power could also understand his true strength through this stone slab. The last thing Guan wanted was for his true cultivation level to be seen through. Forget it, I can't accept it. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Guan shook his head. LV Xian's eyes widened as he said, this is an immortal god inheritance. If you succeed, you will soar to great heights. Guan replied, I only trust the mana that I have cultivated myself, not that given by others. If so, I would certainly be controlled by others at the risk of my life and freedom. Hearing this, LV Xian furrowed his brows. He had to admit, Guan made a good point. With that statement from Guan, the excitement in his heart began to subside. He looked at the stone slab on the table and said in a low voice, well said, perhaps failing the inheritance was a blessing in disguise. Chapter 401 Shape-Shifting. You can keep it and accept the inheritance when you are strong enough. Guan stared at LV Xian, speaking earnestly, fearing that LV Xian would forsake his greatest opportunity. At the moment, the heavenly Tao immortal position proved stronger than the Holy Court, the Immortal Dynasty, and even the Silent Destruction Domain. As immortal, if LV Xian missed it, finding a stronger chance in the future would be almost impossible. LV Xian couldn't rely on stealing lifespan to become stronger like him. LV Xian raised an eyebrow and said, what do you mean, you think I can't rely on myself? You can't, at least not beyond this inheritance. Bullshit! LV Xian erupted in fury, his terrifying aura exploding like a volcano, startling the entire Tianya Valley. Suddenly, Guan raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder, instantly dispersing his aura. LV Xian's eyes widened. He knew Guan was definitely stronger than himself, but to be suppressed so easily, rendered unable to move. In that moment, he recalled a duel between them hundreds of years ago. This moment was exactly like that one. Guan looked at him calmly and asked, can you keep this stone tablet now? LV Xian couldn't answer. He was unable to speak. Just blink if you agree. Hearing Guan's words, LV Xian blinked frantically. Guan withdrew his hand, and LV Xian breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air. He looked at Guan with fear. He had learned from Li Xiandao that Guan was younger than him, yet how had he cultivated to such a level? Compared to Guan, he was practically useless. Guan smiled and said, quickly put it away. When you become an immortal, if I can't catch up to you or have troubles, you'll be my backup. Upon hearing this, pride replaced the awkwardness on LV Xian's face. He patted his chest and said, naturally, I'm not your equal now, but I will surpass you one day, and then I'll have your back. Despite Guan not always being nice to him and often scaring him, wasn't that a form of care? In the past, when he initiated provocations towards Guan, Guan didn't mind, but if someone else treated him that way, he wouldn't be so merciful. And for Guan to return such an important inheritance to him, he was truly a man worth respecting. LV Xian stored the stone tablet and Guan put his arm around his shoulder as they walked toward the cave entrance. By the way, your father misses you. When are you going to visit him? Him? That old undying man, if I visit him, I won't be able to help but kill him. Nonsense, blood is thicker than water. He hasn't tortured or mistreated you. Why talk of killing? If you really wanted to kill him, could he even stand up to you? He's hundreds of years old. Why act like a child? You don't understand. Of course I don't understand. I have no parents. Well, I envy you for that. Hey, you brat, are you looking for a spanking? Just go back to the Supreme Sect and see your father. He treats me well and is always talking about you. My ears are almost calloused. If you go, it'll teach you a divine skill that will definitely enhance your strength. Really? Guan never lie. And so, the two chatted and walked out of the cave. Back in the valley, Guan reverted to being an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator, while LV Xian continued to exude the arrogance of a supreme youth. A month later, LV Batian came to find Guan, extremely happy. pulling him to drink because LV Xian had come to see him. Although the father and son were still not on the best of terms, their relationship had begun to improve. He was touched to learn from LV Xian that it was Guan who had asked LV Xian to see him. This youngster always seemed impatient with his ramblings, but in his heart, he remembered his father's love. LV Batian looked at Guan with eyes full of fondness, as if looking at another son. Guan didn't refuse, as he was just in the mood for a drink. Perhaps this was what meant by, with great power comes great responsibility. He not only had to save the world, he also had to help people handle domestic affairs. How fortunate the immortal cultivation world was to have me. Filled with self-emotion, Guan then competed with LV Batian in a drinking contest and finally LV Batian was defeated. They were drinking high-level spiritual wine. It was all right for Guan to show off his strength a bit, especially since LV Batian was not considered strong in the supreme sect. Taking advantage of LV Batian's drunken stupor, Guan went downstairs. Just as he descended, Ji Xiaoyu walked out of the room and said to him, "Come in." Guan shook his head. "No thanks, your strength isn't enough. Practice some more." Last time, to teach Ji Xiaoyu a lesson, Guan had played Go with her in her room for an hour and beat her decisively, which left her quite unconvinced, and now she would think about game strategies even during her practice. Just one more game and you'll see if it's enough. Guan couldn't be bothered with her and continued walking toward the distance. Ji Xiaoyu watched his back, took a deep breath, and thought about the cost of losing the game last time. It made her teeth itch with frustration. Before the game, they had made a deal that if she won, Guan would focus more on his own practice, and if Guan won, he would pinch her face. Well, pinch it as it may be, he really dared to do it strongly. She looked at Guan's back, her mind full of confusion. Why in the world was his Go skill so strong? She finally understood why Nine-Finger Divine Lord couldn't maintain his composure in the immortal path realm when facing Guan. After walking some distance, Guan leaped up, aiming for the outer gate city. It had been ages since he last strolled in the city. Today, he might as well reinforce the sword intent on the heavenly repair platform. Too many people had been comprehending his sword intent, causing it to continuously weaken. Recently even a divine immortal of wondrous dharma had come to study it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another decade passed. That day, in the deep sea, hidden spirit palace, Guan lay on a chair on the open ground, holding the supreme secret records. The deep-sea dragon carp was beside him practicing the heaven and earth primordial skill. This skill had been upgraded, but being too complex was in fact not beneficial, and his disciples were all practicing it. How could he allow the deep-sea dragon carp's treatment to exceed theirs? Even among his underlings, Tian Yaoer was the most important. The deep-sea dragon carp opened its eyes, flew next to Guan, and asked cautiously, "Master, I think I can shapeshift. What do you think I should turn into?" Guan turned over, his back facing it, and said, "Whatever you want." He didn't care if a male demon wanted to shapeshift. It didn't matter even if it didn't. The deep-sea dragon carp caught a glimpse of a picture on the supreme secret records, pondered for a while, then turned and left. 2 ancient hours later, Guan left. By the time he returned, it was already half a month later. Upon return, he was taken aback. He saw a figure at the entrance of the hidden spirit palace. For a moment, he thought he saw a naked creature from the demon shore. But this fellow was not a female demon. When the deep-sea dragon carp turned to look at Guan, its stunningly beautiful face flashed a captivating smile, its long hair reaching its waist, and its skin as white as snow shimmeringly. He swayed his body as he walked towards Guan and immediately threw a robe at him. "Put this on immediately." Guan really wanted to scold him. A male demon turning into a female form. What was this nonsense? Absolutely disgusting. The deep-sea dragon carp, hearing the dissatisfaction in his voice, hurriedly put on the robe, looking at Guan nervously like he had done something wrong, his exceptionally beautiful face filled with a look of grievance. Chapter 402 Future. After a bit of tossing and turning, Guan looked at the deep-sea dragon carp, robed in white, and still felt awkward about it. The deep-sea dragon carp had tied up its hair, giving off the impression of a woman disguised as a man, because since it had shapeshifted, it could not change its appearance again. It could only be like this. The more Guan looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. Wait, wasn't this the same woman that Guan had encountered in the Supreme Secret Records? Guan spoke up. "From now on, don't dress as a woman anymore. There's no need to please me that way. I don't like it. The deep-sea dragon carp quickly nodded, although internally, he was puzzled. If Guan did not like it, why did he read such books? Seeing how wrong the creature looked, Guan began to instruct him on the practice of spells. Hearing that there were spells to practice, the deep-sea dragon carp immediately perked up, sweeping away his feelings of aggrievement and simultaneously gaining some insight. Although the shape-shifting of the deep-sea dragon carp was absurd, it didn't affect Guan's life. He already had 3 female demons, and no matter what form the deep-sea dragon carp took, it couldn't pique his interest. After spending half a day in the hidden spirit palace, Guan then went to the heavenly Phoenix Mountain, where he could harvest a batch of high-rank medicinal herbs from the outer world cave, which should grant him tens of millions of years to his lifespan. There was no distinction between day and night in the outer world cave. After harvesting the herbs, Guan began to instruct the 3 female Tian Yaoer on their cultivation. Years had passed, and Tian Yaoer's cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the mystic heart realm, and she was soon to assault the Mahayana realm. Her talent was exceptional, and with the abundance of high-rank medicinal herbs shared by Guan, her progress in cultivation naturally soared. Tian Qing and Tian Bai were less gifted than her and had just broken through to the unification realm. Their pace of cultivation was already fast, at least faster than that of demons, whose cultivation was not as quick as that of cultivators of human race. The demons' advantage lay in their long lifespans, but under Guan's care, the 3 demons' cultivation speed was comparable to that of top human prodigies. After sparring for an ancient hour, the 3 demons were depleted of their demonic power. Their demonic power was considered abundant within their respective realms, but facing Guan, they had to go all out. Watching them exhausted, lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, Guan hovered midair, pointing out their weaknesses. After a while, the 3 demons gathered around him, inquiring about the outside world. They still vividly remembered the recent attack by the Immortal Lord during the Mid-Autumn Festival. His booming voice and imposing pressure. They were curious about the types of changes unfolding in the outside world. The Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court are fighting fiercely. Not long ago, I heard that an immortal spirit effortlessly moved an entire sea area with one hand, with billions of creatures at his mercy. He fought against the great cultivator of the Holy Court with the ocean in his grasp. It was earth-shattering. Guan casually picked an event to recount, listening intently as the 3 demons did. What he spoke of were actual events. As time passed, casualties of the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court escalated, deepening the hate between them. If this continued, a battle that would sweep across the great heaven and earth was inevitable. Guan had calculated somewhat, fearing that the fight might cause heaven and earth to split apart, but with so many variables, he couldn't clearly discern all the choices of the free immortal or predict what was within the reincarnation tribulation of Shangtian. For the time being, it was impossible to see who would win or lose. Guan wasn't too worried though, as Taitsong continent, where he resided, hadn't suffered much from the disturbances. For him that was enough. As they listened to the tales of the world's vicissitudes, Tian Yaoer's heart yearned, but she did not propose to venture out. Her strength was still insufficient. It was mere curiosity. Seeing their interest, Guan spoke of a few more events. If it could strengthen their will to pursue immortal cultivation, Guan was naturally pleased. Snowflakes fell, marking the end of the year. The end of Lu Jujia's destined life had come. Guan and Lu Jiujia sat at the edge of a cliff, overlooking Mystic Valley. Big brother, 600 years ago, did you ever think that Mystic Valley could ever achieve such prosperity? Lu Jiujia asked with a chuckle while stroking his beard, eyes filled with many distant images that transitioned from hazy to clear. From here, one could see disciples in the forests outside Mystic Valley, cultivated demon beasts, various brightly colored groves, all within a dozen miles of Mystic Valley's domain, thriving and booming. Guan replied, actually, I feel there isn't much difference between now and the past because some people are still here. Precisely, you're still here. The original acquaintances of Mystic Valley had dwindled to Lu Jiujia alone. Once he passed on, Mystic Valley would become a closed chapter to Guan, or at least not as significant in his heart. Lu Jiujia turned to look at Guan, feeling that his big brother's profile was still so youthful, as if time had left no trace on him. Big brother, do you remember Su Han? Lu Jiujia suddenly asked. Guan glanced at him, replying, how could I forget? Until now, no other disciple has taken a more crooked path than him. Mentioning Su Han stirred even more emotions in Guan. As the brothers talked about Su Han, Guan began to recognize the Su Han described by Lu Jiujia. The snow grew heavier, and fog rose around Mystic Valley, gradually swallowing the sight of mortals. Lu Jujia's head sank lower, and his voice weakened. Jiang Shi stood in front of the wooden railing in the precinct, his gaze fixed on Lu Jiujia atop the cliff, eyes brimming with reluctance. Last night, Lu Jiujia had already talked with him. He knew that today Lu Jiujia was going to depart. Though they called each other martial brothers in Medicine Valley, in Jiang Shi's heart, Lu Jiujia was like his second father. The pain in Jiang Shi's heart was overwhelming as his hands clenched the wooden railing tightly. And Shengtian emerged from the forest and was about to greet Jiang Shi when he caught the expression on Jiang's face. So Shengtian followed his gaze. Seeing the figures of Lu Jiujia and Gu En, and Shengtian fell silent. He was quite fond of Lu Jiujia as well, who had taken good care of him over the years. The thought of Lu Jiujia's impending death weighed heavily on him. He even thought of his own father and grandfather. A somber and oppressive atmosphere permeated Mystic Valley. All the disciples guessed what was happening. They dared not speak of it, choosing instead to bury themselves in their own tasks. As dusk approached, Gu En carried Lu Jiujia down the mountain on his back, with the disciples gathering around in silence, watching Gu En. Then, Gu En began to bury Lu Jiujia as all the disciples in the valley stood vigil. After the tombstone was erected, the disciples together bowed in homage to Lu Jiujia. Under the veil of night, the accumulated snow on Gu An's attic suddenly slid off, crushing a wild herb by the staircase. 40 years later, the beginning of summer. In the outer gate city, the 700-year-old Gu En was at an inn, drinking with Wu Ju, who was 702. Wu Ju had just entered the mystic heart realm and was in high spirits, endlessly recounting his breakthrough experience. With the assistance of the Supreme Sect, he breezed through his advancement. You have no idea how terrifying that heavenly tribulation was. If not for the sect's aid, I would have been reduced to ashes. The sect exhausted countless spirit stones for me, and my own spirit energy elixirs were completely used up. Wu Ju was animated, eliciting occasional gasps of amazement from Gu in Mystic Heart Realm, a bit slow. That was even after Wu Ju was cultivated with care following his exoneration from a miscarriage of justice. Gu En felt that Wu Ju was still far behind Li Xiandao, LV Xian, and Li Ya, and none of these three had a lifespan as long as his. After a while, Wu Ju set down his bowl of wine and asked with a smile, "What about you? How have you been these years? Any troubles?" Gu En did not conceal the truth, sharing about the death of Lu Jiujia. Since that event, he spent less and less time in Mystic Valley. Yi Lan and Zhen Qin were out making their own way in the world. For him, Mystic Valley was filled with juniors. Interacting with them, the disciples were inevitably reserved, making him feel it was pointless to stay there. Hearing this, Wu Ju fell silent, thinking how similarly devastated he would be if Gu En died. He looked at Gu En and said, "Brother Gu, you need to cultivate well. Given your age and cultivation level, Nirvana is not beyond hope for you." Gu En gave him a look and said irritably, "You talk as if you've already achieved Nirvana yourself." With my talent, is reaching the Nirvana realm difficult? What if you get into trouble again? Inside the Supreme Sect, I might be able to figure something out, but outside, who could help you? Gu En shook his head, making Wu Ju feel awkward. He couldn't out-talk Gu En, so he simply poured more wine. This brat dares to mock me. Today I must get you drunk. Wu Ju thought so to himself. He then ordered the inn to serve their most expensive spiritual wine. 2 hours later, Gu En settled the drunken Wu Ju into a guest room and then descended the stairs himself, mounting the blood prison great saint and continuing his stroll. "Master, what does that wine taste like? Even someone in the mystic heart realm can be knocked out by it?" The blood prison great saint asked curiously. Ever since he started on the path of immortal cultivation in the lower realm, he had never been drunk again, and so he found it quite intriguing. "From overseas, it's spiritual wine. We can order some from the tavern later," Gu En replied off-handedly, his gaze turning to the street ahead. Each year, the outer gate city would see the emergence of many new things. This also meant that the influence of the Supreme Sect was constantly expanding. Since the Shang family was dealt with, the pace of growth for the Supreme Sect accelerated further, and more powers engaged in trade with them. Especially after the sword Venerable Fudao vanquished the immortal Lord Qiushi, driving this trend to its peak. Along the way, Gu En greeted people with a smile that never left his face. Suddenly, Guan spotted someone and quickly called out, "Jiang Qiong, what brings you here?" He naturally knew the reason for her visit, but had to pretend otherwise. Jiang Qiong, dressed in a red gown with a light veil covering her face, had just stepped out from a building. Looking at Guan, her eyes curved into two smiling crescents. She approached the blood prison great saint and joked, "If I say I came looking for you, would you believe me?" "I don't." Guan shook his head. "I don't live here." Seeing that Jiang Qiong's cultivation level had reached the 8th floor of the unification realm, Guan was pleased. With a lifespan of over 5,000 years, she was sure to achieve nirvana. That meant she could accompany him for tens of thousands of years. Although many old acquaintances had passed away, there were still many who were alive, keeping Guan from feeling too lonely. He got down from his mount and walked shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong did not hide the purpose of her visit. Some disciples from the Juhua sect had a conflict with those from the Supreme sect and ended up being captured. She was here to demand their release. But the situation was complicated. The Supreme sect claimed that it was the Ji family who captured the Juhua sect disciples, due to a death feud, and they were reluctant to interfere. Guan was unconcerned. "It's a trivial matter. When it comes to connections, I still have some clout. The guy who just got drunk was saved by me once." Chapter 403 Heavenly Tao Merit. "Is that so? Then I'll wait for you to help me," Jiang Qiong said to Guan, her smile all crinkles. Guan glanced at her and said, "Hold on, your real purpose isn't targeting the Ji family again, is it?" "Humph, with all the people coming and going, aren't you afraid of being overheard by the Ji family?" Jiang Qiong sneered. There were indeed many people on the street, but there were just as many who talked big like Guan, so he was not afraid at all. "Within the Supreme sect, who would dare to make things difficult for me?" Guan declared with feigned arrogance, then immediately flashed a smile and greeted someone who was approaching. Watching the adaptable Guan, Jiang Qiong couldn't help but want to laugh. After Guan's acquaintance had moved on, Jiang Qiong teased, "You know, I've heard that Sect Master LV wants to groom you as the next sect leader. I thought he was joking before, but now it seems you really might have a shot." Guan shook his head and said, "Forget about it, he hasn't mentioned this for many years." Since the integration of the overseas cultivators, LV Batian rarely brought up the position of sect leader. It wasn't that he was reluctant to let go, but rather, he increasingly found himself not his own master, with the power of the sect leader being diluted. Moreover, appointing Guan as sect leader would only bring trouble to Guan. "You're just not diligent in your cultivation," Jiang Qiong said irritably. Over 600 years ago, she had noticed Guan's extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, no matter how much she persuaded him, the lad was content to linger in the medicine garden, idly while away his days, fond of reading leisurely books, unwilling to cultivate diligently. "What do you know? My approach is also a form of cultivation. You'll understand sooner or later. Qi absorption cultivation is the most foolish method. Should I look forward to that? Don't pretend to forget when the time comes. You seem to understand women quite well. I have no choice. I've gained many of my connections thanks to this face of mine. Naturally, I understand women after interacting with so many of them. I really want to seal you in a coffin for a lifetime." The two chatted and strolled through the streets. Jiang Qiong's mind quickly wandered elsewhere. Coming for help was true, but it wasn't her main purpose. She had come to find Sword Venerable Fudao. As night fell, in the woods outside the Supreme sect, Jiang Qiong stood under a tree, frowning, the breeze stirring her robes, not feeling the cold at all. Her heart was in tumult. Centuries ago, when Sword Venerable Fudao had endowed her with the authority over the ghost mother of ephemera, she used it to establish the Juhua sect, rising from a helpless, solitary figure to a formidable force in the immortal cultivation world. Without Sword Venerable Fudao, she wouldn't have achieved what she had today. How could she not be nervous in front of Sword Venerable Fudao? Her greatest concern was not knowing what Sword Venerable Fudao really wanted in helping her. Born into a demon sect, she didn't believe in absolute perfection. Despite Sword Venerable Fudao's reputation for justice, he must have another side. She had foreseen many possibilities and was devising ways to cope. Crack, the sound of someone stepping on tree leaves came from not far away, startling her to turn and look, only to see a demonic figure emerging from the darkness. The demon shadow divine skill of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Jiang Qiong immediately bowed to Sword Venerable Fu Dao. "What's the matter?" Sword Venerable Fu Dao asked in a hoarse voice. Jiang Qiong remembered that voice. It was the same one that had sounded during the attack by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Taking a deep breath, she immediately stated the reason for her visit. The ghost mother of Ephemera had been captured. Her disciples had been possessed by a spirit thought of the captor all the way back to the Juhua sect. It was only in front of Jiang Qiong did the spirit thought reveal itself, belonging to the spirit-seized demon palace, wanting to use the ghost mother of Ephemera to force the Juhua sect to serve them. Jiang Qiong had yet to agree when the spirit thought made its demands. Every year, the Juhua sect must deliver 10,000 cultivators under 1,000 years old to the spirit-seized demon palace. Before Jiang Qiong could react, the spirit thought wounded high-ranking members of the Juhua sect and left arrogantly. Jiang Qiong had no other choice but to seek out Sword Venerable Fu Dao. The Juhua sect is a sect of the righteous path. How could it commit such atrocities at the behest of overseas demons from the demon path? Jiang Qiong said emphatically. Watching her serious demeanor, Guan wanted to laugh. Such an act. Guan turned away, dropping a sentence before moving into the darkness. "I understand now. They will not trouble you again, and as for the ghost mother of Ephemera, she will return on her own." Hearing this, Jiang Qiong breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the retreating back of Sword Venerable Fu Dao and asked through clenched teeth, "Senior, why did you choose me?" With that question, the dark cloud hanging over her finally dispersed. Some things had to be faced. After witnessing Sword Venerable Fu Dao's divine skills suppress the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, she felt she would never surpass Sword Venerable Fu Dao in this lifetime, so there was no need to wait. Without turning back, Guan kept walking, and his voice floated back to her. "I helped you because of a request from my disciple. As for his identity, you need not worry. Isn't he the only person you care about in this world?" With those words, Guan vanished into thin air. He knew Jiang Qiong had always been worried about this matter, so he took this opportunity to ease her concerns. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiong's eyes widened, and she froze on the spot. After a long while, she burst into laughter, whispering, "You really do have connections at the Supreme Sect." She didn't mind that Guan had deliberately concealed this from her. After all, her life had changed because of him. It was she who was indebted to him. What right did she have to complain? In her heart, she felt more of a pleasant surprise. With the guidance of Sword Venerable Fu Dao, Guan's future would certainly surpass hers. Thinking back to what Guan had said, that qi absorption cultivation was the dumbest method, might actually be true. Sword Venerable Fu Dao had imparted to him a more profound method of cultivation. Jiang Qiong lifted her head and gazed at the bright moon peeking through the leaves, finding it as beautiful as her current mood. Elsewhere, Guan returned to the loft in the Third Medicine Valley. His main body switched places with the clone, completely unbeknownst to Ji Xiaoyu below, and even the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor would be unable to see through it. Guan picked up the fate-determining pen on the table. Before Jiang Qiong had arrived, he had already deduced the nature of the demon sect of ghostly bindings, a purely demon path power. Its sect leader was a reincarnation of a heavenly demon with awakened memories. Choosing the Taitsong continent to investigate Sword Venerable Fu Dao, preparing for the heavenly demon's invasion of the great heavenly spirit land. Every single member of the demon sect of ghostly bindings was undoubtedly sinful to the extreme. Killing them was, in essence, ridding the world of a scourge. Guan began to write in the air with the pen, scribing the characters for demon sect of ghostly bindings, then determined their life or death with a longevity true word. Any link to the demon sect of ghostly bindings' chi fortune would be reduced to ashes. The sect leader of the demon sect of ghostly bindings was a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Below him, the sect's influence was roughly comparable to the Star Sea congregations, although they did not have as many members. When Guan placed the fate-determining pen back on the table, several notifications appeared before him. You have successfully seized 709 years of lifespan from the true man of Een Calamity, Loose Immortal Realm 7th floor. You have successfully seized 2,171 years of lifespan from Lin Geshuan, Wandering Immortal Realm 2nd floor. You have successfully seized 624 years of lifespan from Yang Fu, Nirvana Realm 8th floor. Guan looked at these notifications, his face expressionless. The demon sect of ghostly bindings, which had brought despair to Jiang Qiong, was as insignificant as dust on a table in his eyes. However, as more notifications kept coming, Guan felt a special chi fortune approaching him through the depths. He felt a familiar attachment to it, instinctively wanting to accept it, but he restrained himself. This was the heavenly Tao's reward for him. Slaying those with heavy sins would grant him this chi fortune. To be precise, it was not exactly chi fortune, as it was both invisible and intangible. Merit. Guan suddenly had an epiphany. The concept of merit was long rumored among the mortal world. It was not without foundation. Indeed, as humans acted, the heavens did watch. Unlike the great cold demon sect, the demon sect of ghostly bindings bore greater sin. While the great cold demon sect could wash away much of its sins with the chi fortune of the holy court, the demon sect of ghostly bindings did not rely on the holy court, acted recklessly, and had sins rarely seen in this age. The heavenly Tao merit Guan would receive for eradicating the demon sect of ghostly bindings was immense. If he mentally accepted it, it would rush toward him. Guan did not accept the heavenly Tao merit. He decided to keep a distance from the heavenly Tao. Finally, the notifications ceased. In one go, he had obtained 7 billion years of lifespan. Still, earning lifespan through killing was the fastest method. At that moment, Guan even felt the impulse to eradicate all the forces of the demon path in the world. But then he remembered the fate of Long Zhan, and he held back. No matter how he persuaded himself, he was acting out of self-interest. The more people he killed, the greater the impact would be. He could not act rashly. Guan opened his attribute panel and saw that his lifespan had reached over 29 billion years. His Taoist heart calmed down. With more years accumulated, he would be ready for a breakthrough. Although he had no concerns about the passage of time, he knew he must continue to grow stronger lest any insurmountable enemies appeared. The moon set and the sun rose. At noon the next day, Ji Xiaoyu came to find Guan. The Juhua sect disciples have been released, Ji Xiaoyu said. Looking intently at Guan, Guan put down the book in his hands and looked up with a smile. Thank you. What is your relationship with the Juhua sect leader? She asked. Hearing her query, Guan did not conceal the truth and roughly explained the process of his acquaintance with Zhang Qiong. She offered me considerable help in the early stages of my immortal cultivation. Without her guidance, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today, Guan said earnestly. What else? Ji Xiaoyu inquired. Guan asked in surprise. What do you mean by what else? What else do you want to know? Ji Xiaoyu was about to speak, but then her expression shifted, and she said, Never mind, I have my destiny in this life, and cannot obtain longevity. The fact that you have so many women who treat you well means that even if I return to my original self, I would have lived a content life this time around. You speak as if you're a different person. You are you, and the soul doesn't change. You have no need to worry, Guan said, trying to comfort her. Ji Xiaoyu shook her head. You don't understand this feeling. With that, she turned and left. Watching her go, Guan couldn't help but think of her previous incarnation as the third Mississippi. He suddenly felt some regret. Perhaps it was from experiences in his youth, but he held complex feelings for the third Miss, gratitude, and perhaps affection as well. Maybe Ji Xiaoyu was right. At least in this life, she seemed like a different person compared to the third Mississippi. In that case, he had yet to see the third Miss for the last time. Perhaps at the end of her life, the third Miss never even thought of him. Guan shook his head and chastised himself for being sentimental. He picked up the Green Hero Travelogue and began to cultivate his mind. It was Shen Tiany's free-spirited literary style that influenced Guan, helping him dispel the meaningless sorrows in his heart multiple times. Those who were gone had passed away. It was important to cherish those who were alive. Life must go on. Such were Guan's thoughts as he soon became engrossed in a story of an isolated island. Chapter 404, The Descent of a Deity. In preparing to leave now, thank you for making a move, said Zhang Qiong to Guan, speaking earnestly outside of Mystic Valley. Not far from them, in the nearby woods, several Juhua sect disciples were resting and healing, awaiting Zhang Qiong. Guan waved his hand. If you wish to thank someone, thank Ji Xiaoyu. Zhang Qiong knew of Ji Xiaoyu, and she also understood that this Ji Xiaoyu was not the Ji Xiaoyu she knew. She did not dwell on Ji Xiaoyu, but instead, pondering on the words of Sword Venerable Fudao, asked softly, Why do you help me so much from behind the scenes and yet always choose to remain patient and silent? Guan understood what she was referring to. He blinked and said, What would it change if I said anything? To make you more grateful? That would be so dull. You should just focus on growing the Juhua sect. Life's journey is long. I hope that thousands of years from now, We can still share drinks and converse cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiong smiled and said, "Then you better live for thousands of years." "I'll try my best." After hearing Gu An's words, Jiang Qiong smiled, then turned and left. As Guan watched her leave, he felt none of the sadness one might feel when parting with someone from the past because he knew he and Jiang Qiong would meet many more times, and to him, the Juhua sect was not far away. Some distances are not measured by steps, but rather by the rolling mortal world pushing the wheel of fate. Even though some people will continue to live, there will come a moment when Guan might feel this parting is a final farewell. After Jiang Qiong and the others flew away on their swords, Guan couldn't help but stretch lazily. I still have to face the new life ahead. Just 700 years old and already feeling melancholic. What will I do when I'm 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or even 100 million years old? Guan thought to himself with a smile on his face. Birth, aging, sickness, and death cannot be stopped, so why cling to them? Cherishing a lifetime of fate is enough. Guan turned and walked back into Mystic Valley, his thoughts turning to Xiaofan. How has the rascal not reincarnated yet? With others, Guan might only desire a lifetime's fate, but with Xiaofan, he was much greedier. 5 years later, inside a courtyard of the Juhua sect, Jiang Qiong sat opposite the ghost mother of Ephemera. After listening to the ghost mother's words, Jiang Qiong wore a strange expression and asked, "Are you sure it was 5 years ago?" "Yes, it was a very quiet night. No one came looking for me until dawn, so I went out to look around, only to find that all the people from the Demon Disciple Palace were dead. A very peculiar death, with no signs of battle, as if their souls had been extracted. Not a single demon disciple was left alive throughout the whole palace, but we who were imprisoned all survived," the ghost mother of Ephemera recalled, her face unable to hide the fear. Jiang Qiong was inwardly shocked. She knew Sword Venerable Fudao was powerful, but the ghost mother's description was still frightening. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qiong revealed that she had asked for Sword Venerable Fudao's help. Upon hearing this, the ghost mother actually relaxed and revealed an ecstatic expression. "Allying with Sword Venerable Fudao is the best decision I've made in my life." Jiang Qiong looked at her and thought silently, "You will regret it." By seeking Sword Venerable Fudao's help, she considered herself having repaid the help that the ghost mother had provided over the years. However, the ghost mother was hated by Zhen Qin. Given the relationship, Zhen Qin could be considered a grand disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao. By any measure, the ghost mother would sooner or later face her death. It was also obvious that Sword Venerable Fudao didn't care much for the ghost mother. The destruction of the Demon Disciple Palace is an opportunity for us. I found many good things there, which can help the Juhua sect to soar. The ghost mother of Ephemera suddenly said excitedly. Jiang Qiong's eyes shone, and the two began to discuss taking over the soul-binding demon palace. In the holy court, on a glittering golden hall, the holy minister sat on his throne, listening to the reports from the ministers in the hall. Behind him, the imperial seat of Shangtian emitted a faint golden glow, as if a figure was sitting upon it. Currently, our control over the world is shrinking, and there have even been consecutive occurrences of sects and dynasties being wiped out within our controlled territory without any trace of the true culprits, an old man said with a voice full of age. The holy minister spoke, "In these extraordinary times, there is no need to expend energy investigating. The holy court's goal is the immortal dynasty. Once the immortal dynasty is destroyed, regaining control over the world will be as easy as flipping one's hand. It's just the right time to let all living beings feel the darkness of the years without the holy court's protection. Having held power for too long, those who were born in times of peace do not know the terrors of the dark years." His words received approval from many in the hall, as the Yuanshu ancestor had blessed all living beings and even opened up reincarnation, resulting in the immortal dynasty having a better reputation. This could be glimpsed from the difference in the growth of their respective chi fortunes. The hearts of all living beings were leaning towards the immortal dynasty. A man clad in battle armor stepped forward and said, "The urgent matter at hand is to cultivate a free immortal. Holy Minister, gather the strength of the entire court to boost your cultivation level." As soon as these words were spoken, many echoed in agreement, even beseeching the holy minister. The holy minister was already at the 9th layer of the divine thought true immortal realm, just one step away from becoming a free immortal. Why must it be the holy minister and not the holy god? Someone questioned, casting the great hall into silence. The holy minister glanced at him, not in anger but instead inquired, Does anyone else have a differing opinion? The cultivators of the holy court within the hall exchanged glances, but no one else made a sound. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck from nowhere, hitting the person who had just raised the objection, reducing him instantly to ashes. The holy minister stood up and declared, "Since you all wish for me to attain the status of a free immortal, let us then prepare the plan. I will amass the chief fortune of the holy court to verify the path of the free immortal. Let the citizens of the holy court witness my process of tribulation crossing, to broaden their horizons." Many in the hall wore ugly expressions. Even if they feared the holy minister's power and dared not object, how could they not be angry in their hearts at the sight of the holy minister executing a court official at will? In the end, led by someone taking the initiative, everyone began to thank the holy minister on behalf of the citizens of the holy court. The holy minister looked up, and the vision of a starry sky emerged above him. That fellow should be returning soon. When he comes back, that will be my opportunity for a breakthrough, the holy minister murmured to himself. Elsewhere, in the mystic valley of the supreme sect, Guan read a book in the forest while an Xian sat nearby practicing her martial arts, glancing towards Shengtian not far away, practicing with his sword, while Jiang Shi watched him closely. Why choose to practice with a sword? It doesn't seem impressive enough, mused an Xian, her gaze following to Guan. Guan turned a page and said, "Everyone makes their own choices, let him be." "Master, what weapon suits me?" she asked. "Are you not practicing the sword?" "I feel the sword doesn't suit me. I like magic artifacts like the brush in your hand. They're more novel." "Then you should think about it yourself. Don't ask me." Guan replied dismissively, then stood up and tucked the green hero travelogue into his chest. An Xian followed him to her feet, her voice filled with grievance. "How could I possibly come up with one? I follow your guidance in my training. Help me think of something." Guan did not respond but looked up instead. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a streak of white light flashed across rapidly, disappearing in an instant. "Another has arrived. It seems things will get even more chaotic," Guan thought to himself. That streak of white light just now was unmistakably a free immortal. Chapter 405, Zhu Zai's Prudence, a Mortal World Deity. "Master, what are you looking at?" An Xian curiously asked as she too looked up, but there was nothing in the sky. She would not believe that Guan was just looking at nothing. He must have seen something. Guan withdrew his gaze and said with a light smile, "Another formidable fellow has descended to the mortal world." "How formidable?" "So formidable that not even the heavens can stop him." Listening to his words, an Xian contemplated in silence. Guan then looked at Shengtian. Perhaps it was because there were too many peerless talents around him that Shengtian's talent seemed mediocre in his eyes. However, it didn't matter. Guan had taken him in merely wanting to give him a hand, not expecting anything in return. The younger generations had their own lives to live. He was there to provide help. Where they chose to go was not his concern. Guan shifted his attention and walked towards the valley. An Xian hurriedly followed. Jiang Shi turned his head, feeling anxious. He knew that Guan was the sword venerable Fudao, who had a disciple that was a legend of the supreme sect. It was clear that Shengtian was far behind Hao, and Jiang Shi, having heard of Hao's deeds, knew how astonishing Hao's speed was. Hao had that incredible speed because Guan had personally guided him, which was not a treatment Shengtian received. Guan had watched Shengtian practice many times, merely observing, which made Jiang Shi anxious. Without solid fundamentals, the gap with those peerless talents would only grow wider. "Master, how is my knife technique?" Shengtian suddenly turned his head and asked Jiang Shi, his voice excited. Jiang Shi answered in a perfunctory manner, "You still need to practice more." Having said that, he left with a sweep of his sleeve. Shengtian was puzzled. Why did it seem like his master was in a bad mood? On the other hand, Guan took an Xian to Mortal World Peak, where he taught her cultivation. Guan spared no effort in nurturing an Xian. She was, after all, his treasured disciple. He truly planned to train an Xian to surpass Hao and Yang Jian. At present, Zin's talent was indeed far from those two, but Guan had resources and could impart teachings, so there was hope to bridge the gap in talent. Hao and Yang Jian did not have the guidance of the Taoist hidden immortal. 2 ancient hours later, Guan was walking down the mountain trail while an Xian stayed on the peak. As Mortal World Peak changed its criteria for accepting disciples, There were now many below the Nirvana realm. Along the way, Guan encountered disciples greeting him, and he would nod his head with a smile. Unlike the ever-changing supreme sect, Dingtian Peak hadn't changed much. Even the flora along the path had stayed largely the same for many years. After a long time, Guan reached the base of Dingtian Peak, where there were more and more disciples, and the noise grew louder. Here, no disciples recognized Guan, so no one greeted him. Guan made his way to a medicine garden. He turned his head and saw a woman sprinkling spirit water in the garden. It was Zhu Shi with the Tai Chu swallowing yuan body. Recently, Zhu Shi faced a predicament, having offended a disciple of Dingtian Peak, and had been suppressed here for nearly 10 years. In those 10 years, Zhu Shi had been very obedient, gradually making the disciple forget about her. While sprinkling water, Zhu Shi sensed something and looked up, then saw Guan watching her. She pretended to be flustered and timidly asked, "Senior, can I help you with anything?" Such an act. This individual seemed to be at the nascent soul stage 5th level, but in reality, she had once consumed the spiritual power of a unification realm cultivator, even destroying their soul. The strength of the Tai Chu swallowing yuan body far exceeded all the physiques of the current age. Not even an Hao or Yang Jian could match her. Zhu Zai's strength could not be measured by the surface realm. In a sense, she and Guan were alike. She could consume spiritual power and mana, while Guan could take lifespan. "It's nothing, I just happened to pass by." "Why are you the only one in this medicine garden?" Guan asked with a chuckle, his demeanor gentle, easing Zhu Zai's nervousness. Zhu Shi replied, "The garden owner has gone to visit a Taoist friend and I don't know when he'll return. Once he's back, I can leave." Guan beckoned Zhu Shi to come over. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Shi still stepped out of the medicine garden and approached Guan. Stopping about 5 steps away, she asked anxiously, "Senior, is there something specific you need me to do?" Guan raised his right hand, pinched his fingers, and 5 secret books appeared in his hands, fanning out to reveal their titles. "Meeting by chance is fate. You caught my eye, pick one." Guan had calculated that if things continued this way, Zhu Shi would inevitably take a path hostile to Mortal World Peak. After all, he was the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak, and should do something for Mortal World Peak. Besides, he was very much looking forward to Zhu Zai's future. Zhu Shi glanced at them, a strange look on her face. Heaven and Earth Primordial Skill, Stepping Path of Ages Step, Taoist Gang Primal Energy, Primordial Reincarnation Skill, Universe in the Palm. They all seemed impressive but unreliable. Since when were peerless secret books inscribed on paper? Immortal cultivation sects used jade scrolls, read by divine sense. Guan was not in a hurry, leaving the choice to her. If she did not fancy any, then so be it. Guan didn't have to resort to this method to resolve potential resentment. If Zhu Shi dared to cause trouble in Dingtian Peak, he could suppress her with a flip of his hand. Could the Tai Chu swallowing yuan body consume the immense mana of a great cultivator who cultivates the mixed yuan refining void physique? Zhu Shi, though skeptical, had a second thought. Choosing a book wouldn't be a loss, and what if the person became furious if she declined? Having cultivated for many years, Zhu Shi had encountered various troubles and had experience in dealing with them. She pulled a secret book and then bowed in thanks to Guan's stepping path of ages step. Guan gazed deeply at her for a moment, then smiled, turned, and left. Zhu Shi didn't expect him to just walk away. She watched as Guan's figure vanished around the bend of the mountain path before returning to the garden. She didn't continue sprinkling water but sat down at the wooden table to read the stepping path of ages step. Before long, her expression grew solemn. Her hands clutching the secret book even trembled. This divine skill! Zhu Shi looked up, no longer sensing Guan's presence. But she remembered Guan's face, her heart full of complex emotions. After reading the secret book, she confirmed the divine skill was authentic and extremely powerful, and that he had not deceived her, which made her wildly speculate. Why had he taken a liking to her? It certainly wasn't because she was easy on the eyes. Could he have seen through to her physique? Zhu Shi might not understand the origin of her physique, but she knew that once news of it spread, she would become everyone's enemy. No. She must leave Mortal World Peak. This thought cemented in Zhu Zai's mind with resolve. Days later. Third Medicine Valley. Inside an attic. Guan was chatting with Shen Zhen, his divine sense locked onto Zhu Shi. He hadn't anticipated his well-intentioned action would scare Zhu Shi away, which made him even more curious about her. She was too cautious, eerily reminiscent of his own self. He wasn't upset. On the contrary, he looked forward to Zhu Zai's future even more, considering her disposition made her more likely to survive. I dream less frequently now. Do you think I've lost my talent? Shenzhen said, worried. Her consciousness had dwelled in dreams while Demon Shore possessed her body, so she was utterly unaware of its existence, let alone its death. Guan laughed. The way you used to dream was already extraordinary. Akin to path enlightenment. You can't be expecting that to happen all the time. What you should do now is reflect on your past insights. Consolidate your Taoist heart. Sooner or later, there'll be a next time. Do you know of Wu Ju? He began telling her about Wu Ju's experiences with path enlightenment, omitting the part about lifespan limits. But Wu Ju indeed had multiple bouts of enlightenment. Shen Zhan had not expected Wu Ju to have such a background, which explained his sudden rise. Now that I think about it, why does everyone associated with you seem to encounter all sorts of fortunes? Shen Zhan suddenly asked. Guan raised an eyebrow. Could it be my doing? Shouldn't you be kneeling and thanking me? Shen Zhan rolled her eyes in response. How could that be? You wish. I just think it's a bit coincidental. Maybe there's something common among us. Perhaps it's chi fortune. There was a great cultivator who came to the Supreme Sect to teach. I listened to his lecture about chi fortune. Guan had not attended the lecture because the speaker was just a loose immortal. Now, hearing Shen Zhen, he listened attentively. A person with great fortune of energy movement would always turn danger into safety and break through limits, and they also seemed to attract each other. Given this explanation, it indeed seemed reasonable to attribute it to chi fortune. After chatting with Guan, Shen Zhan's worries dissipated. She felt that Guan was right. There was no need for overthinking. The gains she had already made were plenty. As long as she maintained equanimity, she would eventually find enlightenment through music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I am a mortal world immortal. All beings speak my name with devout faith and shall receive the protection of my divine power. A loud and authoritative voice rang out, startling the entire world and interrupting Shen Zhan's speech. Shen Zhan, struck with astonishment, said, I coined the name Mortal World Immortal when I was writing and even came up with a scenario. After I drew it, the picture somehow disappeared. Guan immediately knew it had been destroyed by Demon Shore, fearing it would alarm the Mortal World Immortal. This Mortal World Immortal was also of the 9th level in the free immortal realm. He lacked the chi fortune of the Holy Court but was entangled in intricate karma with it. His arrival was likely at the Holy Court's behest. Should I redraw it for you? Shen Zhan offered, standing to grab pen and paper. Wait, with him now descended to the mortal world, you dare to draw? Aren't you afraid he might suddenly appear before us right now? Guan glared at her, irritated. Shen Zhan realized the logic and opted to sit back down. He claims divinity. Could he be an actual immortal? Shen Zhen asked, curious. Before the conflict between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court, people thought they were immortals. But as the world plunged into chaos, the fantasy shattered, and they came to be seen simply as powerful forces. Guan shook his head. How would I know? Shen Zhan's eyes widened. But you wrote Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Surely in dreams, an immortal graced you. You must know more than I do. She was convinced those 3 books weren't fabrications. They must represent some part of immortal history. Not just her, many people believed the same, which is why Panan was still remembered. Chapter 406. Lifespan Samsara, the proclamation of the mortal world god startled all living beings under heaven, but the reaction within the Supreme Sect was minor. This kind of proclamation had occurred several times before, and given that the Taitsong continent hadn't been impacted by the chaos that plagued the greater world, the majority of cultivators who heard the mortal world god's words were merely curious and did not believe. The beings of Taitsong continent had their own faith, and that was in Sword Venerable Fudao. Could the mortal world god possibly be as formidable as Sword Venerable Fudao? Shen Zhen also expressed such sentiment, looking down on the mortal world god. I've drawn him, and I've drawn the divine skills of Sword Venerable Fudao, and I truly feel that Sword Venerable Fudao is stronger, Shen Zhen earnestly said. Guan helplessly said, regardless, the fact that he can shout to the whole world means his cultivation level is beyond our imagination. We should discuss this less. Shen Zhen glared at Guan and said, look at how timid you are, what's there to be afraid of? Would he dare to come to Sword Venerable Fudao's territory? Sword Venerable Fudao only protects all living beings. He doesn't intervene in personal grievances. That depends on the cultivation level of the visitor. With an existence like the mortal world god, it's impossible that he came for just any individual. Sword Venerable Fudao certainly won't give him the chance. You speak as if you understand Sword Venerable Fudao the best. Nonsense, I definitely understand him better than you do. Watching Shen Zhan's vehement demeanor, Guan realized he couldn't out-argue her. It seemed like no one understood Sword Venerable Fudao better than she did. Guan, not wishing to argue further, changed the subject and talked about other matters while his divine thought reached out to the mortal world god. The mortal world god had established a dojo on a straight and majestic mountain peak, and had taken 100 heaven and earth flying immortals as land immortals, seemingly preparing to promote the divine Tao. These 100 heaven and earth flying immortals came from different sects, each sought out by the mortal world god. It is worth mentioning that Baizia of Mortal World Peak was also among them. If not for Baizia's invitation, Guan would not have joined Mortal World Peak, but since demonstrating his superior strength, their relationship had become distant, with Baizia intentionally keeping his distance. Guan didn't know his state of mind. All he could do was to oblige him. Being a land immortal under the mortal world god was in Baizia's view the greatest opportunity of his life. However, after Guan's deduction, this path was more perilous than fortunate, as the mortal world god was destined to confront the immortal dynasty. Nearly an hour later, Shen Zhan left. Guan then continued to deduce Baizia's destiny to enhance his own understanding of the way of cause and effect. Although the mortal world god's proclamation had no impact on the Taitsong continent, it sparked wild thoughts among the beings overseas, especially those who suffered greatly, who clung to it as if it were a life-saving straw, knelt to worship the heavens, and prayed for the mortal world god's divine protection. In the years that followed, the divine Tao of the mortal world god grew rapidly, and Guan could see his chi fortune soaring. Once the mortal world god's chi fortune reached a point where he could contend with the immortal dynasty, he would launch his attack. Time flowed gently, and 20 years swiftly passed. North Sea Mountain. Guan, donning a mask, casually sat on the eaves with his legs crossed. He pulled up his attribute panel to have a look. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 725/3, 169, 008, 271. Physique. Mixed Yuan refined void body. Cultivation level, Taoist hidden immortal realm perfect. 3,169,000,000 years of lifespan. He wondered if it would suffice for breakthroughs. Guan thought cheerfully, suddenly feeling inspired to open a lifespan samsara. Through reincarnation evolution, he could also deepen his grasp on cause and effect, and destiny. He hadn't used it in many years, always restraining himself. In recent years, he had been paying close attention to the mortal world god, able to sense the intense reincarnation cause and effect surrounding him, indicating that the mortal world god had experienced many cycles of reincarnation. This meant that for great cultivators, reincarnation was also a method of cultivation. Guan could also undergo reincarnation, and it would be risk-free at that. But upon thinking of Lu Qiuxian and Long Qing, Guan feared reflecting the reality. After much deliberation, he felt he was being too cautious. Regardless of how many variables arose, as long as he was growing stronger, that was what mattered. He shouldn't be weighed down by so many burdens. Even if he had descendants, how would that be an issue? If he met them, he would help. If he created karma, he would suppress it when necessary. And as for more formidable foes, no matter his choice, enemies on the path of immortal cultivation would keep emerging endlessly. Everything must prioritize the Tao. Bring it on. After persuading himself, the eyes beneath the mask grew excited. Start a game. You have spent 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Beginning connection to Tao rules. Searching for a world of reincarnation. You have the following options. Please choose one. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. Great Primordial Land. 3. Dark Heaven and Earth. Why are these the 3 options? Guan frowned, annoyed by the lack of refresh options, making him somewhat uncomfortable. The Great Primordial Land was where Lu Han had been. He too had completed the trial, ultimately being slain by the Black Profound Emperor in the River of Destiny. No need to mention the Dark Heaven and Earth, as it was where Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian had been, both killed by the Black Profound Emperor. Both choices likely meant confronting the Black Profound Emperor again. Whenever Guan mentioned the Black Profound Emperor, he would bristle with annoyance. The Annihilation God Emperor had suppressed Long Zhan, and could at least be considered to have eradicated a scourge for all living beings. But what about the Black Profound Emperor? This bastard was motivated entirely by personal vendetta, and moreover, he was a higher realm bullying a lower one. No, he couldn't allow himself to become hostile towards him. He needed to treat him with indifference. Guan adjusted his mindset and turned his gaze to the first option. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. What would happen if he chose the Great Heavenly Spirit Land? In the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, he wouldn't panic. After all, there was no one in this great heaven and earth who could threaten him for the time being. Let's try it. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Given that the Tao rules of this land cannot conceal your talent, you will retain your ability to seize lifespans, but you won't be able to unlock stage-based functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born into a Yen clan tribe in the desolate ancient continent, and you were named Extreme by your father. At age 3, you crushed a rabbit to death, seizing 6 years of its lifespan. Your destiny reached a turning point. At age 7, your chi blood reached the level of a wilderness beast, and you were proclaimed the #1 divine son of the tribe. At age 12, you defeated all challengers within the Yen clan tribe, becoming the champion warrior crowned by the Yen ancestors. Looking at the prompts before him, Guan's expression became strange. Tribes? Yen clan? He calculated and realized that the Great Heavenly Spirit Land had no Yen clan tribe, which meant that this lifespan samsara was not set in his own time point. He continued reading. At age 15, an old man came to the Yen clan tribe, calling himself a land immortal, claiming knowledge of 5,000 years before and after. He saw through you at a glance and wanted to tell your fortune. Will you accept? Was this a necessary NPC encounter at the start of reincarnation evolution? Guan silently chose no. You refused his offer to tell your fortune, however. He didn't give up but insisted on doing so, resulting in your chi blood boiling in rage and you dying on the spot. At age 18, in pursuit of greater strength, you left the Yen clan tribe on your own. At age 20, you condensed your primordial spirit, gaining a might capable of shaking gods. At age 21, you encountered an injured dragon girl by the seashore, lying on death's door, begging for your help. Will you choose to save her? No. You chose not to save her. The dragon girl died of a broken heart upon your refusal. Her clan brother, the Azure Dragon, leapt out from the depths of the sea and upon seeing the scene, suspected you of killing the dragon girl. He attacked you, and after a fierce battle, you tore the Azure Dragon to shreds. Guan suddenly felt some regret. Why did rejecting to save her lead to even bigger trouble? At age 22, you faced a massive pursuit by an army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, trapped on an island and cornered. Using your lifespan evolution ability, you enhanced your path of physical cultivation, and after days of fighting, you broke through the encirclement and condensed your mystic heart. Mystic Heart Realm at 22 years old? Just how many creatures had this person killed? Guan couldn't see the specifics of each year, but judging by Extreme's growth rate, his killer instinct must have been tremendous. In the years that followed, Extreme was constantly haunted by the Dragon Palace from where the Dragon Girl had come. He battled ferociously, slaying dragons and demons, with astonishing progress each year that left Guan both thrilled and terrified. Strength can be brittle. It wasn't until he was 40 that Guan finally saw a chance to make a choice. At age 40, having stepped into the immortal path, you stormed into the astonishing Dragon Palace and slaughtered widely. Carrying the severed head of the Dragon Crown Prince, you confronted the grievously wounded Dragon King who knelt before you begging for mercy. Will you choose to spare the Dragon King? To have come this far, it was natural to eliminate the roots as well. Moreover, the long-standing grudge between Extreme and the Dragon Palace wasn't his fault. How could he be blamed when the palace insisted on holding Extreme responsible for the Dragon Girl's death, leading to an ever-growing hatred? Guan chose no. You executed the Dragon King and started to cultivate and heal in the Dragon Palace. At age 50, you learned the strongest legacy of the Dragon Palace, the dragon's divine heaven-reaching record. At age 51, you arrived at the Fallen Star continent and made the acquaintance of a cultivator, who invited you to join Mortal World Peak. Do you choose to join? Mortal World Peak? Finally something familiar. Guan immediately chose to join. You joined Mortal World Peak, astonishing the high ranks of mortal world peak in the assessment, and the peak master sought to take you as a disciple. Do you choose to accept? Accept. You became a disciple of Bai Qi Dao, the Taoist lord of mortal world peak, and started to focus on your cultivation. At age 60, Bai Qi Dao took you to a grand conference of all sects, representing mortal world peak in combat, constantly slaying powerful enemies, alarming various sects with your killer instinct. At age 61, you won first place in the grand conference and were conferred the title of Heaven-Killing Extreme Star by the Immortals. At age 62, you left mortal world peak on your own to temper yourself. Upon setting out to sea, you were ambushed and annihilated the enemy. At age 63, you stormed the Qi Sea Cliffs, captured the mastermind behind the ambush, but the Qi Sea Cliffs threatened you. If you dared to kill that person, they would be at endless war with you. Will you choose to stay your hand? The ruthless heaven-killing extreme star seemed even more powerful than Long Zhan. The key was that his aggression was not unrestrained but targeted at his enemies. Guan felt that even if he stayed his hand, Qi Sea Cliffs wouldn't let him go. What did endless war matter? Had it been any other situation, he might have capitulated, but Extreme had stormed the Qi Sea Cliffs instead of sneaking in, suggesting he was capable of fighting his way out. No. Ignoring the threats of Qi Sea Cliffs, you crushed that person into a mist of blood. Qi Sea Cliffs launched an onslaught against you. You didn't flee but chose to fight. After a bloody battle, you broke the morale of Qi Sea Cliffs, with no one daring to challenge you again. You left the remains of the Qi Sea Cliffs under the fearful gazes of its cultivators. Chapter 407. Battling Through Life. Dominating the ancient and modern times. How fierce. Guan admired the extreme performance he witnessed. He couldn't help but say that the manipulation of lifespan samsara had been pushed to the limit. Accumulate lifespan crazily, evolve crazily, and even evolve during battles, truly like a madman. Moreover, no matter the choices this person made, as long as anyone dared to make a move on him, he would show no mercy. Guan looked forward to seeing more of Extreme, just unsure if Extreme had existed in the past or was from the future. At the age of 65, your understanding of the divine skill's heavenly record has deepened, and your soul has transformed. At the age of 67, you broke into the cave of an ancient immortal, endured many hardships, and seized the inheritance of the ancient holy court. You have obtained the heavenly Tao inheritance and can claim the heavenly Tao destiny. Do you choose to accept it? Ancient holy court? These 4 words made Guan imagine many things. But the holy court had existed for countless years, and it still needed to be seen whether the holy court existed in the time and space where Extreme was. As for the heavenly Tao destiny, he could not accept it. No. You refuse to accept the heavenly Tao inheritance. You return the inheritance to its original place, waiting for the next fated person to arrive. At the age of 68, as you prepare to leave the ancient immortal's cave, you suddenly encounter the spirit of a holy god from the ancient holy court. Seeing that you are fated, he wishes to pass on a divine skill to you. Do you choose to accept? Holy God. Guan's expression turned strange. He hesitated for a moment, then chose to accept. You accept the inheritance of Holy God Yang Jian, learning the heaven-extinguishing Tao-annihilating 36 spear techniques. Yang Jian. Now Guan could completely confirm that Extreme existed in a far distant future. Holy God is a level of divine thought, true immortal. After reaching this realm and then dying, how many years later must it be? There's no such thing as a duplicate name, because the heaven-extinguishing Tao-annihilating 36 spear techniques were taught to Yang Jian by divine exotic ghost kings stealing the 5 elements, and Guan had seen it. Does Yang Jian's death not mean that the holy court will also perish? As Guan pondered, notifications continued to pop up in front of him, quickly drawing his attention. After learning the heaven-extinguishing Tao-annihilating 36 spear techniques, Extreme continued to battle across the world. In the next 50 years, he made a formidable name for himself on the Fallen Star continent, then proceeded to the next continent. Battles, slaughter, and exploring caves, that was Extreme's life. He remained unattached to any emotions, unlike his previous reincarnations, even if Guan helped him to refuse them. Extreme reached the free immortal realm by the age of 800, astonishingly radiant. At 1233 years old, you defeat the strongest contemporary of Daluo Heaven, understanding your own Taoist intent during the battle and creating the ultimate battle technique. At 1150 years old, you declare yourself the Extreme Saint, ancient and brilliant, and you begin closed-door cultivation. At 1,200 years old, you step into the river of time, journeying to the past seeking rivals. At 1,300 years old, you arrive in the post-ancient period and begin a new campaign. Journeying to the past? Guan felt odd inside. The subsequent experiences were still battles. Each time Guan had a choice, it was either threats or pleas from enemies asking Extreme for forgiveness. In the end, Extreme spent 200 years sweeping through the heavenly spirit great heaven and earth of the post-ancient period, seizing the chief fortune of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level skyrocketed. However, he did not surpass the 9 heavens of immortal path as he used his lifespan evolution to enhance his cultivation techniques and divine skills. Then, he stepped into the river of time again, heading for a more distant past. The Middle Ages. Unparalleled and capturing the chief fortune of heaven and earth again. Continue through time. The Taoist period, still waging wars across the universe. During the Wilderness Ancient Period and the Ancient Period, Extreme maintained absolute dominance, killing his way into the most remote eras. He came to the Taichu period. At 3,236 years old, you encounter the senior disciple of the Taitsong sword sect. You initiate a battle, defeat your opponent decisively, and choose not to kill him, letting him go. At 3,237 years old, the sect master of the Taitsong sword sect descends, wishing to test his strength against you. Ultimately, he cannot withstand a punch from you, and the sect master of the Taitsong sword sect meets a crushing defeat. At 3,238 years old, a river formed from concentrated sword chi descends from the sky, blocking your path. An ancient founder of the Taitsong sword sect appears. His sword intent shakes the heavenly spirit great heaven and earth, and you engage in a monumental battle. Ultimately, you scatter his sword intent using the ultimate battle technique, and as the battle takes a tragic turn and he is on the brink of death, you feel an unusual hesitation in your heart. Do you choose to save him? Taitsong sword sect. The words Taitsong also made Gu An's heart waver. After a moment's thought, he decided to save him. You choose to save the founder of the Taitsong sword sect, Li Ya, sacrificing your own true yuan to successfully save Li Ya. After gaining a hint of battle intent from your ultimate battle technique, Li Ya inquires about your name as you bid him farewell, to which you reveal only the name Extreme. What a story! Li Ya. No wonder Gu An and Extreme hesitated. According to the prompts, Li Ya was already at the cultivation level of a free immortal. How many years later must that be? This cycle of lifespan projection has gone too far. Wait. Would he perhaps slaughter his way to the era I'm in? Guan felt uneasy at the thought. His conquest continued, and within the primordial period, he met numerous free immortals including Li Xiandao and Blood Prison Great Saint, all of whom he defeated. Li Xiandao even tried to win him over, offering his daughter in marriage, but his offer was rejected. Along this journey, the girl of heavenly pride also confessed her true feelings to him. Unfortunately, Guan had to refuse for him. Let him be a pure warrior and cultivator. At the age of 3,700 years, you defeated the most powerful LVCN of the era and seized the chief fortune of heaven and earth, elevating your ultimate battle technique to a new realm. At the age of 3,800 years, you returned to the river of time, where you were attacked by a mysterious entity, severely injured, and flung back to your era. Mysterious entity? Gu An's heart tightened. Although he had caught up with Lu Han, to have died at just over 3,000 years old seemed far too regrettable. The following prompts were all about recovery. He hid on a deserted island to heal, a process that took a millennium. Guan felt that his lifespan must be immense, but couldn't understand why he refused the 9 heavens of immortal path. Perhaps, although he appeared strong, he was actually cautious at heart, only undertaking actions he was certain of. Once he achieved the free immortal realm, he continued to fight, improving the power of his Taoist sorcery. His prowess within the free immortal realm had reached a stage where he could traverse ancient and modern times. Guan wondered how strong he was now, and whether he could compete with the free immortal realm's Guan. After the reincarnation evolution ended, he could use a lifespan simulation. Fighting himself? Guan found it intriguing and was filled with anticipation. In the years that followed, once he had healed, he began adventuring through the universe. From the prompts, it seemed like the universe at this time was vast with intricate powers, far more exciting than Gu An's current era. At the age of 5,306 years, You unexpectedly met the fairy of Nine Nether Underworld, Yuquan. You enjoyed each other's company, and she invited you to discuss Taoist ideas in the Nine Nether Underworld. Would you accept? Nine Nether Underworld? That sounded very dangerous. Guan chose no. You refused Yuquan Fairy's invitation, leaving her regretful. As you watched her leave, you erased the turmoil in your heart, dissolved the karma between you, and roamed the universe alone. At the age of 5,400 years, you enter the Kanglan immortal domain. You are attacked by a heavenly demon, slaying millions of them and earning the enmity of their entire race, but also the admiration of all beings in the Kanglan immortal domain. At the age of 5,402 years, you are titled the Immortal Domain War God by the Domain Master of the Kanglan immortal domain. At the age of 5,413 years, you enter an ancient forbidden land within the Kanglan immortal domain, where you are attacked by the spirits of the battle court. You annihilate all the spirits in the forbidden land, and you arrive at the Kanglan immortal king's Tao palace. At the age of 5,414 years, you comprehend the Kanglan immortal technique, triggering the Heavenly Tao immortal position examination. You defeat the immortals in the exam. Would you choose to accept the Heavenly Tao immortal position? Heavenly Tao immortal position? It was unexpected that he also had a heritage similar to LV Xian's. It was within expectations that he could progress through such a heritage. Guan immediately chose no. If the immortals knew that he could seize lifespans, what then? You refused to accept the Heavenly Tao immortal position. The immortals are furious, claiming you have offended the heavenly might. Within 100 years, they will definitely capture you. Absurd. Guan suddenly felt fortunate that he had not accepted the heritage examination before. If he had tried it, big trouble would have surely come his way. At the age of 5,480 years, you evolve through lifespan and condense a Tao fruit, becoming a Taoist hidden immortal. At the age of 5,485 years, a group of immortals descended into the universe, starting to hunt you down. You fought tens of thousands of immortals alone and struggled to cope. At the age of 5,486 years, you arrive at the edge of the universe and encounter the heavenly spirit god guarding the boundary gate. You are annihilated by a single strike of his axe. You have died and your path has extinguished. Reincarnation ends. As the last prompt fell, Guan vanished from the porch and moved to a deserted island on the ocean, swiftly activating a lifespan barrier. He sat in meditation, beginning to absorb the life memories of Ji. Although Ji had only lived for just over 5,000 years, his experiences were in no way inferior to those of Lu Han or Long Zhan, and perhaps even more splendid. Through Jis eyes, Guan saw the environment where the Yen clan tribe lived, with a broader heaven and earth and more abundant spiritual energy. The rabbits Ji killed in his childhood were as large as small hills. From a young age, Ji, who had exhibited exceptional strength, was the treasure of his entire tribe, dearly loved by everyone. Before he left the Yen clan tribe, he had never suffered any hardships, with everything going smoothly for him as he hunted year-round, accumulating a substantial lifespan. Afterward, Guan saw the desperately endangered dragon girl, extraordinarily beautiful with a pitiable look. If it were him, he might not be able to resist helping in such a situation. Yet the dealings of the Dragon Palace were overbearing, and no matter what, conflicts might be unavoidable. Jis grudges with the Dragon Palace lasted many years. Guan found that Ji was fighting almost every day, and with this speed, his lifespan growth was definitely fast. He was immersed in Jis memories. Through Jis actions and words, he could feel that Ji was different from his other past lives. Ji had an inherent arrogance that emanated from his bones, directed only against strong opponents. When facing the weak, he could show a gentle side. Guan also saw the spirit of Yang Jian. Although its disposition differed greatly from the Yang Jian Guan knew, it was indeed Yang Jian. And there was Li Ya. During the Taichu period, Li Ya, with his white hair and powerful presence, had almost reached the current Gu Ans Taitsong sword intent. Chapter 408. Whose past life is stronger? Guan was immersed in the extreme memories, experiencing his heart-wrenching life. At the same time, Gu Ans' understanding of the ultimate battle technique deepened. Although it was called a combat skill, it was actually the way of extremes. He combined all his cultivation techniques, divine skills, and spells into the ultimate battle technique, forming a combat system unique to himself. Through this memory, Guan could confirm that the Taichu period was immeasurably distant from the present, perhaps impossible to measure in millions or tens of millions of years. Taichu period, ancient times, Middle Ages, Taoist period. Each period was separated by countless years, and in the Taichu period, one could still encounter Li Ya, Li Xiandao, and Lv Xian, but in the later ancient times, their legends were no longer to be found. Yang Jian didn't even survive until the Taichu period. Guan thought of many things, but he didn't feel that the future was already set, nor did he worry about those friends who did not appear in the extremities of his life. Rather, he experienced the life of the extreme. In the same realm, the combat power of the extreme was incredibly fearsome. Apart from fighting, all his time was spent cultivating, and judging by the rapid strengthening of his ultimate battle technique, he had devoted most of his lifespan to it. After Guan inherited all the memories, he felt that the ultimate battle technique might be stronger than any method he currently possessed. Having reached the free immortal realm, he did not become arrogant but instead felt a strong unease, which was also why he chose to become stronger by battling through the River of Time. The River of Time was different from the River of Destiny. It allowed one to traverse the past and future. The reason for choosing the past was because the extreme felt that what was past had already gone, and he would not feel as much guilt when killing. In fact, the extreme did not kill indiscriminately and even admired some opponents. Because he let many enemies go, his lifespan was not as long as Guan had anticipated. Both were belligerent, but the extreme led a life without shame, never killing innocents or those without enmity, at most leaving them to their fate. Thinking about the extreme's battles, Guan felt that in terms of combat talent, the extreme was stronger. He could even say that he had never seen a stronger being than the extreme. If the extreme hadn't been hunted by immortals, his potential would be unimaginable. After entering the Tao fruit realm, the extreme's combat talent was clearly stronger. None of the 10,000 immortals he faced was of a lower realm than him, and each possessed outstanding divine skills. Every one of them brought a sense of pressure that surpassed any opponent he had faced in his earlier life. Yet even so, the extreme was able to break out of the encirclement of 10,000 enemies who were of a higher realm than himself. As for the heavenly spirit god he faced last, that guy was indeed terrifyingly powerful, decidedly many levels above the extreme. Guan opened his eyes, and instead of immediately returning to the North Sea Mountain, he had another idea. He wanted to fight with the extreme. Even though the extreme was him, he just wanted to spar with another self. The aura of the extreme was too strong. Even in death before the heavenly spirit god, he had not felt fear or dread. Just do it. Guan's mind stirred. Simulating a battle with the extreme will consume 1 million years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Guan's eyes hardened, and his consciousness plunged into the simulation. Both were Taoist hidden immortals, but Guan was still in the perfect realm. Guan liked battling lower realms from a higher one, but that didn't mean he had no demands for his own combat strength. The battle lasted for several ancient hours until night fell. Guan opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. He had actually lost. He couldn't beat the extreme. The combat power of the extreme's ultimate battle technique was simply too strong. No matter what combat skill he used, the extreme could find a way to counter it in an extremely short time. Guan felt somewhat depressed. He had never tried so hard, yet he still lost. Losing to himself was not a big deal, but it still irked him. He had to look into the ultimate battle technique later. Guan stood up, looking towards the North Sea Mountain, where he saw Sage Shen Miao cultivating and not rushed by his disappearance. Seeing this, he decided to return to the Supreme Sect first. He vanished on the spot. 30 minutes later, Guan sat in the attic of the Third Medicine Valley, reviewing the previous fight, repeatedly reassessing, and looking for ways to defeat the extreme. His mana was a bit stronger than the extreme's, but clearly, the extreme had invested far more lifespan into the ultimate battle technique than he had into Taoist sorcery. Moreover, the extreme's combat talent was truly exaggerated, the whole process filled with pressure, and without any flaw. He sat from night until morning. Only when the sounds of disciples practicing came from outside the window did he finally wake up. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Was he really influenced by the extreme? Why did he care so much about winning and losing? Wasn't he pursuing the joy of high realms battling lower ones? If he ever reached the extremes period of the Tianyuan, it was unimaginable how terrifying he would be then, and the extreme wouldn't be worth mentioning in his eyes. Guan found that the reincarnation evolution absorbed character traits from the evolution, Fortunately only the good ones. At least he had not inherited Long Zhan's brutality. I have a goal now, Guan silently thought. He wanted to comprehend the ultimate battle technique, and he also thought of Long Zhan's divine skill. Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. This divine skill could condense the self of a past life to fight alongside oneself, perfectly fitting for lifespan samsara. Guan had realized that all his reincarnations were battle maniacs. The more numerous they became, the stronger the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma aspect would grow. In a sense, the more times one reincarnated, the stronger the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma aspect became. The Dharma aspect conjured by the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation could retain the main Bodhi's battle will, but lacked independent thought, only capable of battle, not of serving as doubles. Imagining the future, Guan raised his hand as myriad past lives stood behind him. How spectacular was that vision! The divine skills created by Long Zhan, like the ultimate battle technique, had immeasurable potential. Guan took a deep breath and ceased to dwell on the comparison of strengths and weaknesses with the polar extreme. Even if he failed, so be it. Then he would just continue to grow stronger. It was precisely the right time to temper pride and complacency. Guan stood up, then went downstairs, ready to practice drills with his disciples. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, Ji Xiaoyu also came out, saying she wanted to join him in practice. He did not refuse. During the drill practice, Guan could feel Ji Xiaoyu observing him. After blending the polar extreme's life memories, there came about a certain change in Guan's demeanor, one he couldn't completely revert to as it was before merging those memories. He wasn't afraid of Ji Xiaoyu seeing through him. After all, if he simply refused to admit it, what could she do? After the practice was over, Ji Xiaoyu invited Guan to her room, and he did not refuse. Once inside, they sat down opposite each other at the table. Ji Xiaoyu stared at Guan, saying, "You've acquired some aura of reincarnation about you. Where did you go yesterday?" Guan replied, "Off to save the world. Why do you ask? Can you see who I was in my past life? A mere reincarnation path emperor. Could he measure up to the polar extreme?" Speaking of which, the polar extreme had once visited the yin-yang domain in later generations, sweeping through all the strong beings there, even compelling the yin-yang domain to erect an imperial stele in his honor. "I can't see through it. I suddenly suspect that you are just like me. We both may be reincarnations of some great power." Ji Xiaoyu said, her face unexpectedly breaking into a smile. Guan raised his eyebrows. "How could that be? I've not received memories of a past life. I haven't even dreamt anything." "That's because the karma of your reincarnation is still dormant, and your cultivation speed is too slow." Ji Xiaoyu laughed, but then suddenly remembered something and her brow furrowed again. If Guan was like her, didn't that mean their future was already destined? Both of them would eventually become just a memory for someone else, all their experiences belonging not to the ones who truly lived them but to their original selves. At that thought, Ji Xiaoyu looked at Guan with a different gleam in her eyes. At this moment, she sensed the force of destiny. Was it fate that led her to meet Guan? Seeing her spirit somewhat dampened, Guan changed the subject. "So, who do you think was stronger in our past lives, you or me?" Ji Xiaoyu's soul was that of the reincarnation path emperor, and they were one and the same. Even Guan couldn't extricate her from the reincarnation path emperor's being. Without a soul and only having memories, she wouldn't be the real her. It was an unsolvable issue. Only time could soothe the regret. "Of course, I was stronger. Judging from the karma of reincarnation, the number of my reincarnations far exceeds yours, and for beings of that realm, the number of reincarnations indicates the height of their Tao level." Ji Xiaoyu stated as matter-of-factly, prompting Guan to want to laugh. The reincarnation path emperor hadn't even transcended the reincarnation tribulation. How could he be compared to Guan's past life? Let alone outmatching the polar extreme and Long Zhan, it seemed doubtful that the reincarnation path emperor could even defeat Lu Han. The two of them continued to chat, and Ji Xiaoyu began to speak of the battle she had dreamed about. The epic battles of the reincarnation path emperor against formidable enemies, which excited Guan greatly. Of course, the emotion was feigned. He had to put on a show for Ji Xiaoyu. While chatting with Ji Xiaoyu, Guan was reflecting upon more. He thought about incorporating the polar extreme's cultivation methods into his teachings for his disciples, which might make them stronger. He would start with an Xian. Nobody could possibly possess the polar extreme's battle talent, But if an Xin could achieve a mere 1/10,000th of the Polar Extreme's combat achievement, even she could sweep through her peers. Regrettably, the Polar Extreme's life had not intersected with Anhao's, leaving the future of Anhao an unwritten story. As it stood, though Anhao could not compare to the Polar Extreme, both had different growing environments, and the future remained uncertain. Late at night. Hidden Spirit Palace. Guan was instructing the deep-sea dragon carp in cultivation. After shapeshifting, the deep-sea dragon carp, clad in white, looked even more feminine with her black hair neatly pinned up. He intended to reprimand the deep-sea dragon carp, but found her transformed appearance quite pleasing to the eye, so he held back the critique. The deep-sea dragon carp, receiving direct guidance from Guan, was very joyful, speaking even more tenderly than an Xin and Yilan, sometimes drawing Guan's gaze to linger. Once Guan finished instructing, he lay back in the chair to read. The deep-sea dragon carp, practicing her step technique beside him, inquired, "Master, I've been reading the book you gave me. Do you think I might have a chance to turn into a dragon someday?" She was named Longli because she carried the blood of ancient true dragons. Deep in her bones, she yearned for the stature of an ancient true dragon. Guan, flipping through the pages of Green Hero Travelogue, casually responded, "Keep cultivating well, and in the future whatever you wish to do or become, you might have the chance." Hearing this, the deep-sea dragon carp felt greatly inspired and practiced the stepping path of age's step with even more diligence. Chapter 409. The darkest years above the vast ocean, clouds surged like a scene from an immortal realm, and a towering peak stood in the sea with immortal birds circling around. Atop the mountain shone a dazzling golden light from a gigantic golden mirror, spinning in sweeping beams of light in all directions. Below the golden mirror lay a spacious and bright dojo, paved with white jade. Tens of thousands sat in meditation, all from the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. The majority meditated with closed eyes, while a few looked towards the front where a majestic figure sat in meditation before the golden mirror, his presence alone stretching 100 yards high. Mortal World God. Clad in a black Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, his half-white hair bundled behind his head with jade pins, his face weathered as if worn by the ages, he emitted an immense and boundless aura of Taoist sorcery simply by sitting there. Mortal God, now that the world is in chaos, when will we, the followers of divine Tao, descend the mountain to save the world? An elder suddenly spoke out, prompting everyone to open their eyes and collectively gaze at the Mortal World God. Even Bai Zia, from Mortal World Peak, opened his eyes to look. They had pledged allegiance to the Mortal World God not merely to seek greater strength but also to fulfill their own aspirations. In their eyes, both the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court were preoccupied with their own power, not prioritizing all living beings. Neither deserved to rule the great heavenly spirit land. They believed that salvation required a third-party force, and the divine Tao founded by Mortal World God represented their hope. Before joining the divine Tao, they had experienced its formidable power, a force they believed to surpass the immortal path. With the chief fortune of divine Tao, their strength continued to grow. Though newly joined, many were already eager to take action. Without opening his eyes, the Mortal World God responded slowly, "The time is not yet ripe. We aim to save the entire world, not merely a portion of beings. Acting now might accumulate virtue, but it won't shake the Immortal Dynasty or the Holy Court. Once we are strong enough, we will crush the Immortal Dynasty in one fell swoop, swallow the Holy Court, and quickly restore peace to the world, which will truly benefit all beings." Many nodded in agreement with his words. A female cultivator asked, "Mortal God, in your eyes, is the threat from Shengtian greater, or is it the Yangxian Emperor?" The free immortal might not decide the fate of the world. After all, even the Yangxian Emperor couldn't breach the Holy Court. But they all knew that to crush the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court, they must defeat both the Yangxian Emperor and Shengtian. A monumental battle awaited the Mortal World God. Upon hearing this, the Mortal World God slowly opened his eyes, peering into the distance with a profound look, he said meaningfully. "Besides those two, there are greater threats in this world, and not just one. It is a time of unprecedented chaos. The future changes of the world will far exceed your imaginations, and what you currently see are merely premonitions. The true calamity has yet to descend. Day and night confused, your sin and virtue mixed, where immortals and mortals coexist, you will witness the darkest of times." Hearing the words of the Mortal World God, the faces of the cultivators in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm changed drastically, and they began whispering among themselves. Zia also furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with worry. What really awaited them in the future? 3 years later. In a forest, Guan sat on a tree reading, while Blood Prison Great Saint lay beneath, watching an Exian cultivate with a curious look in his eyes. Master, what exactly is she cultivating? It feels different from the previous cultivation techniques and divine skills, yet it contains those mysteries. Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but look up and ask. Guan responded nonchalantly, "It is my Tao." Over the past 3 years, he had integrated the ultimate battle technique and infused his own enlightenment, which he was now beginning to teach to an Exian. However, even if the level of achievement in the ultimate battle technique was the same, the strength and combat style of Guan remained distinct. He had to admit that the original user was the most suited for the ultimate battle technique. With the same level of achievement, the original user could unleash greater power, which related to will and nature. Since the simulated battle 3 years ago, Guan hadn't simulated again, feeling that he was still not ready. It was good this way. Having another version of himself as a target made life more expectant. Tao! Blood Prison Great Saint pondered thoughtfully. The forest quickly fell silent. Blood Prison Great Saint was momentarily dazed as he looked up and saw an Exian had stopped. She was standing still, seemingly lost in thought. Master, she? Blood Prison Great Saint looked up and cautiously asked. Guan flipped through the pages of the book and replied, "She is merely embracing the path enlightenment, pay it no mind." Path enlightenment? Blood Prison Great Saint was not the naive youth he once was. He understood what path enlightenment meant, an opportunity seldom encountered in life. He looked at an Exian with envy, filled with expectation. Indeed, following his master, experiencing path enlightenment and changing one's essence were not difficult. Yang Jian was unfortunate not to continue staying on. Had his heart settled, his growth would have accelerated. That foolish boy was short-sighted, thinking he had learned all the skills his master had, not realizing that his master's Tao level was profound and immeasurable. Blood Prison Great Saint's gaze returned to an Exian and noticed a new aura about her. This presence instinctively made him wary. This girl is growing so fast. Always smiling, but once she begins to cultivate, her aura is even stronger than Yang Jian's. Blood Prison Great Saint thought to himself, astonished. He tried to recall when an Exian had developed such an aura. He could not pinpoint the exact moment. He looked again towards Guan in the tree, his eyes full of admiration. If such a frail woman could be nurtured to this extent, how powerful could he become if properly trained? Blood Prison Great Saint silently vowed to become the strongest under Guan's command. Time swiftly passed. As dusk approached, an Exian suddenly woke up. Her eyes widened as she gasped for air, her forehead covered with cold sweat. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why does path enlightenment seem like you're having a nightmare? Blood Prison Great Saint asked with a hint of jealousy in his tone. He wanted to experience path enlightenment too, just like that fat rat. He suspected that the rat's rapid growth was due to continuously embracing path enlightenment even while sleeping. An Exian managed to calm herself, then turned to look at Guan and said, "Master, I just saw a figure." No sooner had she spoken than she froze. The invincible figure in her mind overlaid with Guan sitting on the tree. What figure? Guan casually asked without looking at an Exian. An Exian smiled and said, "Nothing, Master. Thank you for your teachings. Master, what is this miracle skill? It's so powerful." Guan did not hide anything and replied, "This is the ultimate battle technique. You must not mention it to anyone, including Howard. Even if you use it, you must never reveal its name." Why? An Exian asked, puzzled. Blood Prison Great Saint was also curious. Guan, with an expressionless face, staring at the book in his hands, said, "Because this technique originated in the future, a distant future." Upon hearing this, both an Exian and Blood Prison Great Saint froze, their thoughts wandering into an endless reverie. Chapter 410 Past Life Background in the Distant Future. An Exian and Blood Prison Great Saint were deeply shocked by Guan's words. They harbored no doubts, only boundless longing. How advanced must Guan's Tao level be to obtain Taoist sorcery from the future? An Exian let her imagination run wild for a moment before she couldn't help but ask, "Master, you can see the future, what is it like? How long into the future will I live?" Blood Prison Great Saint also looked toward Guan, eager to ask the same question. Who wouldn't be curious about their own future? Guan replied indifferently. The future is not fixed. If you knew it, it would change. Upon hearing this, an Xian was not satisfied and pressed on. Then is our fate good or bad? Guan glanced at her and said, with me, could it be bad? A smile blossomed on Nzin's face as she began to flatter Guan. Blood Prison Great Saint was also excited, secretly admiring Guan's way of speaking. He thought it supremely domineering and decided he needed to learn it as well. Continue training. Well, return later. Guan continued reading, giving instructions aloofly. Elated, an Xian turned around and began to reflect on her previous enlightenment. Although training with ultimate battle techniques had slightly extended Nzin's maximum lifespan, it was not substantial. The lifespans of an Xian, Yilan, and Zhen Qin were all increasing slowly. Guan could only try to get them to reach the Nirvana realm as soon as possible for a chance at a breakthrough. Currently, they primarily relied on the primordial reincarnation skill and Guan's elixirs to extend their lives. Guan was only reassured by their high cultivation spirit and their refusal to give up on training. As night fell, Guan descended from a tree and began to guide Nzin's cultivation. Only the next morning did they travel to Tianya Valley where, after gathering medicinal herbs, they returned to Mystic Valley. Regardless of what they were cultivating, harvesting medicinal herbs and accumulating lifespan were Guan's highest priorities. Nothing could delay this. Recently, Guan was contemplating another matter. Where should he break through next? He felt that breaking through in the silent destruction domain would sooner or later bring great trouble to the great heavenly spirit land. The thought of facing Immortals still pressured Guan. A more distant place for the breakthrough was necessary. The universe was vast after all, hiding other great heaven and earths. It might bring trouble to other lands, but sacrifices had to be made to preserve his own land. 2 years later, at the age of 730, Guan was visiting Yi Mansion within the subsect where he and Yilan sat listening to Zhen Qin recount thrilling battles from years past. Energetic, she occasionally stepped on a stool, her emotions fluctuating with the dramatic shifts of the events. Guan was very supportive, not only listening intently but also expressing various emotions. Yilan did not intervene. She watched Zhen Qin boast to Guan with a smile. As the spring breeze swept through the courtyard, she felt nothing could be better than this day, having all the people she cared about around her. Wasn't this the luckiest thing in life? After Zhen Qin finished, she sat down, hands on the table, and looked at Guan, asking, Master, is the divine Tao that's been widely discussed recently real or fake? The mortal world's deity speaks greatly, but for many years there hasn't been any real movement, just rampant rumors. The rumors of the divine Tao had reached the supreme sect. It was said that believing in the divine Tao could grant divine power and help one survive the upcoming darkest years, quite miraculous indeed. Guan had also heard such statements in the Third Medicine Valley, but he hadn't taken them seriously. The future was becoming more chaotic, and the deity of mortal world's divine Tao was merely one part of the grand torrent of the world and hardly decisive in the future's direction. The deity's proclamations were loud, but essentially, he was just a pawn of the Holy Court. How could a pawn compare to the Holy Court? More free immortals would appear. During Guan's previous breakthrough, 2 free immortals had sneaked into the reincarnation vortex, the purpose of which was still unclear. Who can really know what's true or false? But I've heard it's quite chaotic overseas. If the divine Tao can relieve suffering and difficulty, even if it's false, I'm willing to believe it's true, Guan responded, his words sincere. In his view, the might of an immortal wasn't key. Since one is deemed an immortal, they should prioritize aiding all living beings. Whether in his past or present life, stories about immortals were always about righteousness and great benevolence, signifying that the meaning of immortals wasn't merely human fantasy but rather a notion once conveyed by the immortals themselves. Since it had been conveyed, that was the role these immortals granted themselves. Zhen Qin nodded and said, Exactly, what difference is there between an immortal that doesn't help others and the immortal dynasty or holy court? The world certainly did not need another immortal dynasty or holy court. Yilan spoke up, These matters are too distant for us, why think too much about them? It might be better to contemplate how to achieve nirvana. Hearing this, Zhen Qin frowned slightly and asked, Nirvana, is there really hope for us? Despite already being a great cultivator of the void-crossing realm, she still felt Nirvana realm was unattainably distant. She could hardly imagine how others had reached the Nirvana realm. Of course there is. If you keep hope alive, anything can be realized. I believe you can do it, Guan said cheerfully. Both women had reached the void-crossing realm, and a century ago, they had unleashed their cultivation levels, their maximum lifespans extending beyond 1,200 years. Yilan looked at Guan, her gaze falling on his forehead. Guan's apparent cultivation level remained at the nascent soul realm, but both she and Zhenqi knew he must be concealing a stronger cultivation level, especially since the primordial reincarnation skill was passed to them by Guan. Over the years, Guan's bearing had grown increasingly strong, nothing about him indicating mediocrity. Master, if you release your cultivation level, could you reach Nirvana realm in one go? Zhenqi asked curiously. Guan said, Nirvana realm? You underestimate me. I could directly advance to the 9 heavens of immortal path. Master, how many drinks have you had? Do you think I'm bragging? So, are you saying you're even more formidable than Yongxian Emperor? Let's say it's 50-50. What does that mean? That you have a 50% chance? Zhenqi burst into laughter at Guan's jests, and started boasting along with him. Yilan watched them amusedly, though she didn't think Guan was as powerful. After all, she had grown up with Guan, and knew the beings of immortal path realms were ancient creatures thousands of years old. It was said that Yongxian Emperor had lived an indeterminate number of years, an evident age gap existing there. However, Yilan thought of Sword Venerable Fudao backing Guan. That old man probably did have a 50% chance against Yongxian Emperor. Guan's bragging might also have been backed by inquiries to Sword Venerable Fudao, getting such an answer. After a long chat, Guan saw that the conversation had run its course and rose to take leave. Yilan tried to keep him, but Guan, wishing to explore the subsect, politely refused. Guan left Yi Mansion alone and then strolled around the city. Compared to Supreme Sect, the order in subsect seemed even more chaotic, with many stalls on the streets selling practical items. All disciples coming to subsect aimed to train in the lands of demons. Many disciples bore wounds. As the world descended into chaos, numerous demon and ghostly creatures infiltrated Taitsong continent, coming for survival. Guan didn't stop them. Their arrival also helped the human race cultivators to grow stronger. Of course, it was more dangerous, but ultimately, everything depended on individual strength. Great demon creatures brought not only competitiveness but also demon treasures, providing more resources for cultivators. The current Guan didn't hunt. Merely harvesting medicinal herbs sufficed to significantly increase his lifespan. As he walked, Guan saw someone. Zhang Shi, the entity bound by the causality of reincarnation, whose true self was a free immortal undergoing reincarnation tribulation. He was also well versed about reincarnation path emperor, clearly no ordinary figure. Guan even suspected he might be the reincarnation of Saint Heaven. Guan approached and stopped Zhang Shi, hesitantly saying, Brother Zhang. Zhang Shi recognized Guan too. He was deeply impressed with the valley master who invented Go. He smiled saying, Taoist friend Gu, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to remember me. Seeing that his cultivation and lifespan hadn't changed much, Guan warmly said, Indeed, it's been a while. How about we find a pavilion and have a chat? Zhang Shi didn't understand Guan's enthusiasm, given they had only exchanged a few words initially, but he didn't refuse. The two made their way to the inn, laughing and talking. 30 minutes later, Guan sat opposite Zhang Shi. Seeing the pleasantries were over, he picked up the wine jug, poured wine for Zhang Shi, and smilingly asked, Taoist friend, why have you come to the subsect? Zhang Shi answered, I'm investigating an enemy who has concealed his identity and potentially hidden himself in Supreme Sect. Upon hearing this, Guan frowned and asked, Do you need any help? You're not even asking about our enmity? What if I was the one at fault? If that were the case, he wouldn't need to conceal his identity. Supreme Sect, as a sect of the righteous path, would assure justice if he joined them, Guan seriously stated. Zhang Shi shook his head with a wry smile, seemingly trusting Supreme Sect excessively. Thank you for your kindness, but I can handle it myself. I mustn't trouble others or involve the innocent. While talking, Zhang Shi kept his eyes on Guan's forehead, asking, Brother Gu, do you understand the golden Tao patterns on your forehead? Guan touched his forehead and said, A friend from the Immortal dynasty mentioned they were Tao patterns, something that forms with path enlightenment. Zhang Shi smiled. Impressive that you know. These indeed are Tao patterns formed from path enlightenment, and not just any common enlightenment. He appraised Guan, pondering. Your past life must have had a significant background. Guan, wide-eyed, asked in surprise. My past life? That's right, your past life definitely belonged to one of the top powers of heaven and earth. But who exactly, I can't see through yet, Zhang Shi said, his gaze on Guan deepening. Gotcha. Guan frowned, asking. Then what should I do? Does my reincarnation mean I have some sort of mission? Shaking his head, Zhang Shi replied. Don't think too much about it. Your task is simply to live this life with your heart, and knowing your past life is to help you live with more confidence. His fondness for Guan grew. Upon learning about his past life, Guan didn't boast about his greatness but pondered the purpose of his reincarnation. Isn't that a form of enlightenment itself? Guan sighed in relief, smiling. That's a relief. I'm used to living a peaceful life. Honestly, I'd be scared if suddenly burdened with some mission. Chapter 4:11. The strongest person. What do you want to do in this life? Zhang Shi looked curiously at Guan. He had gone through many reincarnations, in pursuit of a unique experience in each one, which left him somewhat lost in this life, unsure of what to strive for. He had been a savior, worshipped as an immortal by all beings, had played the role of a world-destroying demon king, and even lived as a mortal. With the increase in the number of his reincarnations, his confusion grew. This was why his original memories had awakened prematurely. He was searching for direction. Guan answered, tend to flowers, grow plants, chat and play chess with friends and disciples daily. If I could live my whole life like this, I would be completely content. Zhang Shi asked in surprise. Then what is your pursuit in immortal cultivation? Upon hearing the question, Guan looked back at him with confusion and asked, isn't the purpose of immortal cultivation to satisfy the life one desires? I already have what I want, so why should I pursue cultivation further? My cultivation now is not about becoming stronger, but about living longer to enjoy more of this kind of life. Zhang Shi's expression changed subtly as he pondered Guan's words. Which is more important, life or cultivation? He knew all too well how difficult it was to attain longevity. Many people appeared to live for thousands of years, but they spent their entire lives desperately pursuing cultivation, and the total time of genuine happiness they experienced might not even surpass that of a mortal. At the same time, Guan offered him a new way of thinking. Reincarnation didn't necessarily require one to be a certain type of person. It could also be about experiencing life in different ways. Seeing Guan again, Zhang Shi felt that Guan possessed a transcendental quality, one that not even some free immortals had. This aura, combined with the philosophical impact of Guan's ideas, suddenly elevated Guan's image in Zhang Shi's heart. Zhang Shi's gaze towards Guan turned different, and he began to inquire about the joys in Guan's life. Guan didn't hide anything and talked on and on. The topics were all everyday matters, but when recounted by him, they carried an unusual significance. Even the bickering between the Bull Demon King and the White Spirit Rat brought laughter to Zhang Shi. In the ensuing conversation, it was mostly Guan speaking, and Zhang Shi listening intently. As Guan narrated, he also calculated Zhang Shi's karma. The more he interacted with Zhang Shi, the more he could deduce, allowing him to glimpse into Zhang Shi's past. He saw many scenes. Zhang Shi was unaware that Guan was deducing his fate. In fact, he was doing the same with Guan. After a while, when Guan finished speaking, Zhang Shi remarked, meaning can be found in the ordinary life. No, everything that exists has meaning, and cultivation's pursuit of Taoist sorcery and nature should indeed be about experiencing all aspects of the world. Guan seized the opportunity to ask, you know about my past life, does that mean you have one too? After all, both of them were nascent soul realm cultivators. Zhang Shi nodded. Indeed, I also have a past life. A male cultivator at the neighboring table couldn't help but roll his eyes, winking at the female cultivator opposite him. Guan and Zhang Shi were bragging so impressively, it made everyone around increasingly curious to hear what else the two could boast about. Guan asked, why do we reincarnate? According to what you've said, we must be very strong. Did we get injured? No, quite the opposite. We reincarnated to challenge even higher realms. It's the reincarnation tribulation. In those cycles, one forges their Tao, and upon full realization, one can transcend the 9 heavens of immortal path, embarking on the true path of cultivation, Zhang Shi replied. He didn't lower his voice deliberately, nor did he fear others overhearing. Guan, intrigued, asked, how many times must one undergo the reincarnation tribulation? It varies from person to person. The reincarnation tribulation has no limit. I once met someone who was also undergoing it, but he seemed to have long surpassed the 9 heavens of immortal path. Zhang Shi said this with a vision of a figure appearing before his eyes, his gaze revealing fascination. After hearing this, Guan was interested. Could it be that even those in the Tao fruit realm must still endure the reincarnation tribulations? Zhang Shi continued, truthfully, the enemy I seek is also using the reincarnation tribulation to conceal his identity, probably to investigate Sword Venerable Fudao. At the mention of Sword Venerable Fudao, the surrounding disciples started to become restless. You can't be serious? That's way too audacious. Sword Venerable Fudao is not someone you can just call out. Ridiculous. Do you truly believe you've reached the 9 heavens of immortal path? Ha ha ha, truly delusional. As the mockery from all around increased, Guan said with resignation, shall we change our location to talk? Zhang Shi nodded. Guan rose to pay the bill and then left the inn with Zhang Shi, but the laughter inside the inn continued for a long time. The two walked on the bustling streets, continuing their discussion about the reincarnation tribulation. Guan was very curious about it, and Zhang Shi didn't hide anything. The rules of the reincarnation tribulation are hard to define. Sometimes, you may go to the past, sometimes to the future, or even to other great heaven and earths, but one thing is certain, wherever you are, your reincarnated self will never meet your original self, as if bound by some cosmic law that restrains the cultivators within the reincarnation tribulation. Zhang Shi's face showed a look of nostalgia. Guan couldn't help but ask, what would happen if one reincarnation tribulationist met another? That depends on personal choice. Even if they fight to the death, it won't affect their reincarnation tribulation. However, I prefer to exchange knowledge with others like now. It's a pity that you haven't awakened the memories of your original self, otherwise we could share much more. Zhang Shi revealed a smile. He paused and then said, reincarnation is like this crowd, seemingly chaotic yet orderly, with a beginning and an end. Even if you meet along the way, ultimately everyone will reach their own destination. Then do you have memories of your past life? Of course, I am the consciousness of my original self, only unable to wield the powers of the original. Upon hearing Zhang Shi's words, Guan feigned courage and asked, then may I ask you about your... That, I am afraid, is not possible. It would bring you tremendous trouble. Zhang Shi immediately refused. Tremendous trouble? You couldn't possibly be from Shangtian, could you? Guan inwardly sneered, thinking even if it were Shangtian, he would not be daunted. Have you ever met anyone during your reincarnation tribulation who left a deep impression on you? Someone who is also undergoing the reincarnation tribulation. Guan shifted the subject and asked. That Zhang Shi was willing to converse so much was quite unexpected to Guan. He didn't think Zhang Shi was foolish. Clearly Zhang Shi was confident, unafraid that speaking of these things could cause him trouble. Indeed, there have been such individuals, from both the past and the future. Let me mention one from each. Zhang Shi mused. Neither stopped walking as they spoke, their figures seemingly on the verge of being swallowed by the sea of people. In the past, I encountered a being known as the Cold Emperor, born with immense chi fortune, as if all things under heaven and earth paved the road for him. When I met him, he had already become the supreme under heaven, which is unimaginable. A reincarnated body reaching the 9th level of the immortal path. He was just one step away from ending his reincarnation tribulation. When mentioning the Cold Emperor, Zhang Shi's face was full of respect. Guan asked, what do you mean by just one step? Did he fail? Correct, he failed. I watched him fall, eradicated by a powerful being beyond my understanding. I too received a warning from that being, with eyes that seemed to peer into the universe. Zhang Shi's face showed a hint of fear. Guan thought of the mysterious giant eye he saw in the depths of the universe during his breakthrough. Could it be the same entity? Guan couldn't help but think of the heavenly spirit god, suspected to be synonymous with the eyes. At present, the heavenly spirit god is definitely the strongest being he knows of, residing at the edge of the universe, extremely formidable. During later reincarnation tribulations, I never saw that powerful being again. Perhaps it's because my reincarnated body wasn't strong enough. But in the future, I met another reincarnated body, even more unimaginable, because he actually managed to traverse the river of time within the reincarnation. He came from a far distant future. We are not from the same epoch, but somehow we met. His spirit is absolutely the strongest I've ever seen. This spirit has nothing to do with cultivation level. It is a kind of will, as if no existence could ever crush his fighting spirit. Zhang Shi looked intensely, while Gu An's expression became odd. Could it be Ji? Guan pondered carefully but couldn't recall if Ji had ever met Zhang Shi. Who knows what Zhang Shi from the past looked like? What was his name? Guan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Shi smiled and said, he has but one character to his name, Ji. He defeated all the strong throughout every epoch in the great heavenly spirit land, pursuing battle throughout his life. Embarrassingly, I never got to fight him. He didn't even know me. I just watched from a distance as he faced the world's mightiest, even against the entire world, and he still won. I will never forget that sight. If there is truly a strongest being, I believe he could become the strongest. With his capabilities and fighting spirit, he is certain to transcend the 9 heavens of the immortal path and challenge even higher realms. Just as expected, Guan secretly felt triumphant. Ji was himself, impressing Zhang Shi within the reincarnation, a rather satisfying notion. He pressed on asking, you have no idea about his ending? I don't. After single-handedly sweeping away all powerful beings, he broke through the void and continued his journey. But as of now, his journey has not reached our epoch. Perhaps his original self was born in the future, so I am quite looking forward to meeting him later and having a fair and square decisive battle, Zhang Shi said, clenching his fists with a gleam of fighting intent in his eyes, a stark contrast to his usual refined self. Guan really wanted to say you wouldn't stand a chance. Just then, a voice came from ahead. Aren't you afraid of being backlashed by the reincarnation for revealing its secrets? Guan looked over to see a monk approaching, his appearance handsome and dressed in a simple monk's robe. His gaze was sharp as knives, focusing intently on Zhang Shi. When Zhang Shi saw him, his expression did not change. Rather, he stared back at the monk and said, if you are not afraid, why should I be? They faced off without any display of aura, causing passers-by to look at them in confusion. Guan whispered, who is he? He couldn't be. He is the enemy I was looking for. He does not belong to the great heavenly spirit land. He comes from outer heaven, Zhang Shi replied. The monk then said, we are all in the reincarnation. Why differentiate between inner heaven and outer heaven? Do you think you can stop me in reincarnation? Are you afraid of sword venerable Fu Dao? Zhang Shi stared at the monk, asking with a cold voice.